can I lose? Nah, everything I do that really is news. You look confused, why? You are what you choosing to do. Me, I've been making the moves, paying my dues, getting this done with the fam. Y'all know that I am the dude. Bend that low, hit that high, got that hustle, got that drive. One more time, best alive. I want it all, everything mine. I got something to prove. I wanna lose. Yeah, something to prove. You know that I wanna lose. Yeah, gonna leave this here. This right here gonna be that year. Yeah, that's too sincere. I don't really think I could be that clear. I'ma be right here, but y'all know that. Wanna feed my fist, try to hold me back. Y'all do that, try to hold me down. Karma is real and it's coming around. Take on the world. We're gonna take on the world. Standing up tall. We gotta make it our own. No waiting around. Winners will never look down. No one can stop us, we got it. The future is right in our hands. Give it 100%. We gonna take on the world. Yeah, we gotta move. Speaking the truth. Yeah, paying our dues. We making the news. Yeah, we hitting the roof. No, we don't wanna lose. Climbing and shaking the walls. We gotta break all the rules. We're gonna take on the world. 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 We're gonna take on the world.
What I mean when I see, what I see, what I feel, when I dream, when I be, I'm a freak, what up? Oh, what up? Everybody look at me when I'm free, when I feel, what I see, when I do it, I'm a freak, what up? Oh, what up? Say what we got, it's hot to spot, give up the drop, see what we got, do what, do what? We got to go, the body flow, too hot to show, the front row, we won't stop. What I mean when I see, what I see, what I feel, when I dream, when I be, I'm a freak, what up? Oh, what up?
you play the game with the people that writing the rules. Ain't the fame that I'm after when paying the dues. I've been through the pain that's reflected in the attitude. Might be winning now, but the thing is that I had to lose. So go and tell me what you really want to do. And lonely at the top, cause there ain't a lot of room. Ain't no other option, it's all I ever knew. So I'ma get it poppin', you know how I'ma do. I've been down through the blood and the sweat. Guarantee you can know I'm a threat. I've been down through the blood and the sweat. And I ain't close to being done yet, I'm going on.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Smite Prime. First week of August Circuit coming at you, where you always expect premium plays. D-Lo on the mic, joined here by Musey in the booth, Tess and Mort, almighty eyes in the sky, keeping the prod lights on at the camp steady, and basically Billy and Jithens, the men behind the curtain. Musey, how are we feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited to jump into it. It's a new day, a new dawn, a new week, week one, like you mentioned here in the new Smite Prime circuit. So that means that there are a lot of new teams to get our eyes on, a lot of new chances and opportunities for new players to kind of take their shot at what we got put up for them.
And what do we got put up for them? Quite a lot in terms of the pricing. Let's take a look at what these players have got on the line. It's $7,000 cash prize when you split up amongst the winning teams, up to $125,000 diamond prizing for all the skins that you might want, including that Bit Blaster Poly seed to the left and those amazing Smite Prime yellow and blue, and all of the glory, of course, associated with it as well.
I mean, it's a good one. You got a lot of diamonds. You can get whatever you want inside of the Smite 2 game. Whole bunch of beautiful skins and different chromas and everything like that, all the variations. And then, of course, you know, you got to talk about the 7,000 big ones you could end up winning for you, your team. So there's a lot to be fighting for. It's a little bit of a slow burn. You got to get those points. You got to get through week one before you can start thinking about those later weeks. So it's important to put your best foot forward if you want to take a shot at that prize.
Got that MVP trophy as well. Can't forget that. Jithens sculpted it lovingly with his hands, and who's going to be fighting for it, we'll find out shortly as we hippity-hop into that bracket. Take a quick look at the landscape. Now, keep in mind, it is currently open circuit. That does mean that people are competing in these coming weeks to try to earn their spot in that top 8, in which case the closed bracket, things get a bit more intense. But as it stands right now, it's best of one, and it's single elim. So if you lose, you're clocked out. You're knocked out. You're going to have to wait till next week to play once again. But worth noting, finals are a best of 3.
So you have a little bit more wiggle room once you get towards that finals bracket. But I want to take a look and see what are some of the new teams that we got going on here. Chalked is a new one to me. Timers, Toddlers, really good Prime team. I've got big hopes for really good Prime team, D-Lo. I won't lie to you. Notably, too, Orange Kiss is no longer Orange Kiss. They're back to Cherry Slush, so they're back with what works.
It's like when MJ went back to the original jersey number, said, you know what, this isn't jiving well with me, it doesn't feel right. After, you don't want to stay under the name that you got whooped by Sunprod under, so maybe they're trying to just take a little change in identity. And we can find out as we dive further in the bracket. The first team that we got here, though, is going to be Baile Inolvidable up against the Harbor's Butcher. Stepping into P's and B's here, Musey. What should we be expecting in the current landscape?
So, okay. We had a patch not too long ago, but the picks are by and large a lot of what we're used to. I mean, honestly, I'm still looking at characters like Aladdin. I had a chance to see in a finals go absolutely crazy whenever it got picked up. Even last week, it felt like when Aladdin got picked up on a team, you just kind of frag. So that to me speaks of a character where if you can play him, you're trying to pick him up. If not, get rid of him. Then you're thinking about like the Princess Baris of the world. Kali's still incredibly strong. Chalk, very flexible pick. You can run it with that aspect of fulmination, or you can just run it without. Go like a full tank. With the regrowth Striders, anybody who has healing now has a little bit of extra movement with them that they can use to kind of skirt along the battlefield. So again, it's the usual suspects, but for new, frightening reasons.
And anybody who has got a bit of movement speed, now you got a little bit of a heal. The Striders are certainly an interesting item, and all of course, this non-anti-heal landscape provides a lot of intrigue, too. Aladdin, you mentioned it, taken off. Another member of the A-team as well. Ares, banned away by Baile.
Something else too, I think that's super worth noting, because you mentioned it, there's not a lot of anti-heal right now. It's all attached to gods and not attached to items. So Odin becomes an incredibly powerful pick to have on your team with that cage. Agni too, especially in the ADC, because Noxious Fumes has a anti-heal attached to it. It's a very powerful pick to have on your team. You also still have a significant amount of team fight capability. The bombs are still useful even when you're building strength. You have a lot of CC. You use Lernium Bow very effectively, which that item, no anti-heal, but still very effective for getting a burst of damage out on top of somebody. So that's going to be another contested pick. You could also think of things like Neath, which can just burst somebody out and kill them, because if you're not trying to deal with the sustain that somebody has, the best way to kill somebody is to do it all at once.
Yes, and we talked about this before as the Odin, Ullr, and Kali get banned away by both sides. The fact that there's now two kind of comps. There's sustained comps that try to wear you down through poke and their ability to last through it. Hercules is going to be the last ban coming through. And then there's burst comps, the 5v5s, the ones that want to drop a series of big, fat circle ultimates and make sure that no one's left alive. Hou Yi comes out as the first pick.
So I love me a good Hou Yi. Oh my goodness. And he also has, that aspect available to them. But, I'm going to come in here with the hot take. Aspect, not the strongest way to play the character. Giving up the stun is just too risky. You don't have lockdown. You don't have escape potential. So you don't want to deal with that at all. But Bay Harbor Butcher, swing back here. Princess Bari and Susanoo, that's an explosive start. I think you and I had a chance to see a Susanoo go pretty crazy not that long ago. So you want burst, then there it is.
And also, I will say it was really smart to recognize, even though they have a Hou Yi, that can be taken to the mid, we still need to take the Princess Bari away from Golden, who's actually played that god incredibly scarily. If you remember, Musi, I believe it was 2 weeks ago that we got to see Baile Inolvidable take down Yummers very efficiently with that god pick in Golden's pocket. So I'm not surprised to see that happen. Pele is going to be the counter pick. Now, if we know anything from our friend Paul, that could run in the mid or the jungle. Cab, well, it's a bit more set in stone, as long as they're not breaking it. Probably either solo or support.
And this Pele, again, I like you pointed it out. It could be flex to mid. It could be flex over to solo or jungle. It can go anywhere. With that Cabrakan highlight, I feel like Cabrakan's best spot is in that solo lane where they can just sit there and brawl and brawl and brawl forever. Again, regrowth striders for a Cabrakan, the refire of his second ability does heal you when you hit extra people. So you just, boom, now I'm faster. Now I hit you with my one again. I have a bladed boomerang. All my cooldowns are up. I'm just going to hit you again. So the solo lane, whoever is going to be up against this Cabrakan is going to have a tough time dealing with the amount of pressure that character brings. And then in late game, you have this Cabrakan that can stand up there with the Pele on the front line. So both of these characters are going to be able to just run at the back line of the Bay Harbor Butchers.
Speaking of, we're going to have a few more Butcher Blades added to the side. I'm not talking about Bakasura. I'm talking about Guan Yu with the Scimitar, Sun Wukong with the Staff. Now, this is interesting because Guan Yu, and despite us talking about the fact that, man, also, can I say, you're looking just great today, Musi. So back picked by Baile Inolvidable. Guan Yu, despite the fact that it's a healing meta, not picked up at all in that final week there for the end of July circuit. Poseidon is going to be the final lock as well for Baile.
I think when it comes to Guan Yu, I think my buddy Valve kind of put it the best way that I could have ever put it. He kind of becomes a one-button wonder, right? You throw out the conviction, everybody heals, you get procs on all your healing items, and you go, I got you, team. You got to reduce cooldowns. I'm moving fast. We're getting in there. The one thing I don't like about Guan Yu is that he really lacks CC, except for his ultimate. So being able to have like a Susanoo, a Wukong, even something like a Jingwei, a little knock up there, I feel like this helps cover the fact that Guan Yu won't have the crowd control that the Bay Harbor Butcher team needs, and instead can just focus on being that, backline support sustain for the team.
Jingwei is the lock from Bay Harbor Butcher, proving that they can also flex their carries, their auto attack in-hand gods. That Bari, I think, is going to go mid. I think that Jingwei is going to be going to that duo. And what that means as well, Musi, it's going to be a bit worried, just a little bit. Bari is your sole magical side of the spectrum for the damage. Now, if it wasn't a Bari, maybe I'd be a bit more worried, but I feel like Bari is a good pick to have represent that magical side of the spectrum, because if you ignore her on the defensive itemization, you're going to get sliced up.
You will not survive. Well, I mean, hey, Bay Harbor Butchers, Baile, it's going to come down to the wire on who's going to be able to come out on top. Let's go ahead and jump into that game, Dilo. so that we can get our eyes on the big old battlegrounds.
There it is.
There it is.
I was like, there. Baile Inolvidable.
Was I early?
Well, I might have been deceived here, actually. Baile Inolvidable, the Bay Harbor Butcher. Who will win, a ballerina or a mass murderer? We get to find out here live on the scene. D-Lo and Musey in the booth once again. Mort, almighty eye in the sky, keeping the cam steady. And what do you want to see from this early game dynamic, Musey?
So there are a couple things that we can point out and look at. I think one of the easiest things we can talk about right away is what does Cabrakan versus Wukong look like over in the solo lane. So, and you do have Jarkor rocking this Cabrakan pick. So already if I'm Arcadless, I'm thinking to myself, I need to stay careful. This Cabrakan wants to fight me. They want to hit me with everything and just constantly put my health bar down. Luckily, because you're Wukong, you're a little bit more poke centric. You don't have to brawl as much. You also have the aspect. So you can hit bird form, have your lower cooldowns, just hit the wave, back off, try to farm, right? It gets a little trickier in the other lanes. Dual lane between this Sobek and this Hou Yi, I feel like there is some potential for somebody to die really quickly. Notably, if Rongyu plucks Liz, this Guan Yu won't have that many options in terms of getting away. So Golden and Rongyu should be able to kind of like burst them down, take them away. Sobek has that anti-heal in the Sickening Strike. It limits the effectiveness of the Conviction from Guan Yu. And Boots and Cats realistically should be fine at most stages, right? Jingwei, if nothing else, is one of the safer ADCs to have in your lane, because she's got the ultimate to get away, she's got the dash. You pluck a Jingwei, she's heading in the opposite direction, right? It's a wasted pluck from Rongyu if he ever lands on the Jingwei while she has that dash up. So just trying to play with that ebb and flow. Honestly, early game overall, D-Lo should be pretty quiet, unless, of course, Jisoo gets caught out here.
This is a bit dangerous. The steal is not going to be successful. Jabber does end up finding the last Harpy. I want to note, talking about safety here, I'm seeing a lot of player-made obstacles that limit the field from Baile Inolvidable. You have the Cabal, you have the Hou Yi, which with maybe folks who are not familiar with the transition to Smite 2, that first meteor drops the sun down and blocks your path. I see 0 shells from Bay Harbor Butch, and I see not that many leaps either. Susano's got all the mobility they want, but only if they've got a free field in front of them.
You know what else kind of sticks out to me? Like, good morning Musey brain kind of lagged behind here. It's a Poseidon jungle.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
So that certainly brings a dynamic here. I mean, Poseidon's going to be zipping. He's going to have the speed buff. He's got his trends. He's going to move super quickly across the battlefield. This guy's going to get a Kraken online. He's going to go gank somebody. Like, on cooldown, I would expect. Because you just get a huge burst of the damage, the stun, the knock-up. If there's anybody you're looking at, I would try to put down the Princess Bari.
Agreed.
So that you can limit the amount of time before she starts getting really crazy. Cutting in on this top side, maybe the time's now.
Yeah, no ultimate in pocket, which means Bari is quite a bit more vulnerable, but Jisoo, of course, does not have that level 5 difference either. Nonetheless, some good poke applied. Jabber comes there to just give a pat on the back. Hey, buddy, you're okay. We'll heal those boo-boos right up.
I got you a Band-Aid. It has Transformers on it. You can have that for yourself. It's so epic. So with this Poseidon pick as well, I feel like that's also going to give some pressure on top of this Gold Fury when it spawns. We're, a couple of minutes out from that. Honestly, my eyes are glued to this Poseidon. This Poseidon makes or breaks this team comp. If the Poseidon gets to pop off, if they get early kills, early pressure for this team, it's going to snowball out of control. It's going to be very, very tough to deal with, because who on, Bay Harbor has the chance to lock down a character this speedy? We talked about how Guan Yu doesn't have the CC to lock people down. You've got to pull a knock-up from Susanoo, but that's pretty resource intensive. Bari has a knock-up, kinda. Is that going to be enough to slow down a Poseidon? Methinks not. And the Wukong's over in solo lane. So, like, all the fighting's going to be happening around that left side of the map as a general rule, because we're so focused on that Gold Fury. I think Jisoo hitting level 5 here has an opportunity to just kind of kill somebody. Notice you said it yourself, D-Lo. No ages for Bay Harbor here. So you cannot immune this damage. You might be able to immune that knockup, but that doesn't matter if you're dead.
Red buff secured that by Jisoo as well, so a bit of extra farm as well as power going to be packing behind that Kraken. The question is, what's Bracken over here on the solo side? Worth noting as well, we're talking about the aspect of what that brings to Sun Wukong. It is going to take the form of the Ox, which means further knockup. So yeah, it's going to be nice when, like you said, the solo is part of the fights, but how long will that take? And both of these comps, if I'm not mistaken, are rather pick-based. They really are trying to look to grab one person, dump their abilities on them, and hope they're dead.
That is a good way to describe it. I agree. Like, because imagine, oh, hello, Jarkor? No, we're not fighting that? We're just, all right, we're chilling. It's a cosmetic ultimate.
Thanks,
it's there to look cool. But pick base is a good way to describe it, right? You get your pluck, you kit dump. You get a Kraken, you kit dump, right? But how are you going to set it up for Bay Harbor Butchers? Where's your pick there? Tiger Stun in aspect form? I don't know about that. Nobody likes using Tiger Stun for Wukong when they're in that aspect. It's kind of a feels bad moment. Yeah. You can maybe get a pull from Susanoo, but the positioning you need for that for a character as squishy as Susanoo, that's kind of dangerous. You expect Jabber to be able to solo somebody because they're in that jungler role, because they're playing the Susanoo to get done by themselves. The lack of easily applied CC that is non-committal from Bay Harbor Butchers, I feel is really going to hurt them once these team fights really start getting online. Because think about, what do Bale have to do? Pluck.
Murder you.
Okay. Murder you. Throw out a whirlpool. You get caught in whirlpool, I'm probably going to crack in you. Not too bad.
Honestly, Jabber's going to have a really hard time with that whirlpool. The cripples are kind of massive in this comp.
It's tough. And that's another good call. You did C2 for 1 week deal. I feel like your mind is elevated. You've like call it like you C2. Yeah, right.
I'm kidding right now.
But
I'm kicking my feet up.
That's a good point. All right. See, I'll help you with some analysis. You help me say baile
inolvidable.
Baile inolvidable.
Hey, bien hecho.
All right, we got there. We're shaking our hands across the aisle. Our catalyst kind of low, actually.
Oh, there's the Sun Wukong going to have to Ox form the way outside of the Tectonic Shift. It's worth noting, normally you wouldn't say, oh, this lane, there needs to be a kill. Oh, well, to be fair, our Cutlass actually doing a very good job conserving their ultimate, making sure to wait for that divine intervention, as you call it, Musy, recognizing I'm not really in danger despite my health bar being that low.
It's always so stressful over in this whole lane whenever you're up against a Bracken, right? Because he could just kind of kill you out of nowhere. You see that ultimate come out, you have to ask yourself a question right there. Am I dead? If I'm dead, I need to ult so I can avoid that fate. Or maybe I can just Ox form away. Like, and because no first bloods yet, very quiet game so far, D'Lo, it mounts the amount of pressure that's being put on you to not be the first one to fall. Because at this point, if somebody dies, it could mean an objective.
Could mean a pluck. The easy initiation from Baile Inolvidable cannot be underestimated, but it's a 4-man pincer movement here from the Bay Harbor Butchers, looking to try to slice up someone. The Barrio on top, Baronary in a bit of trouble, Volcanic Lightning, but the ult saves you for a bit longer. The hostile puppy gets put down by Rongyu. First blood goes to Baile.
That Kraken was a little bit off the mark, it would seem, but you know what it really did a good job of is keeping Jabber away from saving hostile there. It stops anybody from being able to interfere and Rongyu being able to get the ultimate. Like I said, 1 kill and already we're looking at the Gold Fury, and not even to commit, but just to test the waters to see, hey, can we pull this? Are you gonna stop us? Is 1 kill all it takes to break you? I like the fact that Bay Harbor still shows up, they still show face. They're like, all right, we stumble once, but it's not a big deal. Jumping on top of Golden. Bay Harbor taking a step back. It's going to be that Gold Fury call, actually.
Yeah, Baile step up 3-man strong, hoping to God the Bay Harbor Butchers don't find out. And they will be able to take it out without any contestation. That's what that pressure does. If you have the Oracle Vision, you already have pressure leverage from that 1 kill. It's an easy objective from there. Baile Inolvidable, 8 minutes in, only 1 kill up, but about 1.5k ahead, so not too shabby a start.
And this is the snowball that we were talking about earlier. It doesn't take a lot to really get it rolling. Bay Harbor do have opportunities here to start leveling things out. And it's weird to start talking with such gravitas this early, quote unquote, in the game. But with the team that is so aggressive, like Baile has, Inolvidable. I got it.
Nunca olvidas.
Thank you. So when you have a team that's like that, that's so aggressive, that's reliant on you being scared, that's reliant on you being even just a little bit behind, because they want to fight. It's a pick comp. If they can pick you, you're going to die. So Bay Harbor is already thinking to themselves, how do I slow that down? How do I not get picked? What is the answer? Answer number 1, wards, vision. You need to know where they are so that you know where you shouldn't be, so you can go farm somewhere else in safety. The other answer is to try to pick them first. If you see a Sobek by themselves, if you see a jungler by themselves, anybody, isolated, jump on them before their team has a chance to follow up. And the best way you can do that is, again, wards. It is a little known fact, D'Lo, that in MOBAs, wards are really good. You need that vision in order to know what in the world is going on.
Baronary proving exactly that. Has to take a quick step back away from Susano's engage. And is going to be able to stay safe because of it. Worth noting, as far as itemization goes, solely inside is a bit interesting. A bit of a departure. Sun Wukong going all damage. Golden going all in on the left side. Surely that must be a DC or something along those lines. Quick pause. That will be the call. Well, I do appreciate the fact that the Bay Harbor Butchers, despite the name, are clearly not going, like Dexter himself, not going to choose any target that doesn't deserve it already, right? Surely.
I mean, they're laying into him a little bit, you know. A little bit.
Just soften him up.
It's a little something.
You know, what's a little punch on the arm between friends?
Yeah,
and then a stab in the gut. And then a bullet to the head.
Come up behind you and they're like, you're like, whoa, okay.
It's just a prank, guys. Come on. Like, why are you getting so upset, will you?
I just want to add you to my collection, to my slides. It's not a big deal, you know, to make a big deal.
They don't have it. They're not collecting anything, bro. They got empty shelves so far. we need to see something. But, I mean, that's what's interesting about this. Like you mentioned, the tension's mounting, right? The air in the balloon is inflating, and that makes this first fight. This has happened before on Smite Prime, where you put so much of your stakes on this one team fight, it literally only takes one where maybe 4 bodies drop, and then the game's over because the timers have been inflated to the point where everyone's dead for 30 seconds. We've been just whittling down objectives without actually digging in our heels and fighting for something. If you are, in that case, on that side, if you're the Butchers and you're kind of seeing a small backslide, do you want to dig in your heels, or are you okay with still letting things be a bit more passive?
So you have to strike a bit of a balance, and a lot of it comes down to picking your fights. You can't take everything that shows up in front of you, but you shouldn't be rolling over and just letting the game happen. You have to try to find a way to dictate the pace of the game again. Instead of letting the game play you, you have to play the game, is the best way to describe it. And looking for those moments can be kind of tough when you're in the position that you're in right now, right? You took one stumble, you lost a bit of gold, and now the other team is kind of ready to run over you at a moment's notice. Because again, momentum-based team, pick-based comp, they're just going to try to find you and kill you again and see what they can get. So it's about choosing when you want to take your fights. Objectives is going to be one of those things. You have to fight over Gold Furies. You have to fight over Pyromancers, over Fire Giants. Do you want to fight in the middle of the jungle when there's nothing to get? Probably not, right? There needs to be a reason. There has to be a direct benefit to winning the fight. Because if you're just dying for the sake of dying, you're just going to make it worse for yourselves.
And also, it's on top of that, the fact that what you mentioned earlier is kind of coming to pass. Where's their initiation? With Sobek, it's so obvious. You just find a pluck on the right target. Cab steps up and stuns twice and drops the walls behind you. We all understand the assignment. Kill that guy. But if you're on the other side as we get to hop back into game, the Bay Harbor Butchers did actually manage to get one kill on Golden. So unfortunate. No mercy, it seems, for the disconnected. But hopefully we got that solved up. If you are the Bay Harbor Butchers, then is the answer just to find maybe a character who's got less mobility or less burst, like the Cab or the Poseidon?
So I would say yes. And when it comes to who the targeting should be, I'd hesitate to make it Cabrakan just because they are going to be living for a long time. It's going to take so much to put that Cabrakan down. If you can find that Poseidon, 100%. That is going to be something you want to try to take down, slow down the Poseidon, slow down the Krakens. Even Baronary, if you could find a way to isolate them, that'd be pretty solid. But what's interesting about the Byle comp is the fact that they drafted in their comp characters that would counter the other characters in their comp. This Cabrakan being on their own squad does a whole lot for them. It made it so it was safe for them to have Pele, it's safe for them to have Poseidon. Anybody who would be really suffering from these walls that would have been great to shut down any of these characters are actually going to be in the hands of Byleth, so they don't have to stress out about it. You're looking at Bay Harbor Butchers and you're like, who's gonna stop a Poseidon? A tiger form Sun Wukong? No, for a couple of reasons. Because cripple and aspect, right? Jisoo, Byleth finds the Pyromancer, because nobody was looking at it, so they'll be able to scoop that up for themselves. Jabber's got a pull, but again, we're talking about how Jabber should be able to like 100 to 0 somebody by themselves. There's no big, easy applied CC. I'm not saying it's impossible for Bay Harbor Butchers to find somebody and lock them down like they have to at this point, but it's going to put them in a very awkward position. I almost wonder if at this point you look for a 5v5. You're just trying to dump all your damage, dump all your kit at once, right? Forget a false isolation, forget a pick. You don't have the CC to make a pick. The longer I think about it, it's not great. Kill them all at 5. Or rip a Gold Fury. Hello, this is awesome. That's what you can do too.
No objective has ever been contested so far. I've seen 2 Gold Furies, 1 apiece to each team, and a Pyromancer, but no one's actually stepped up around it. This game is being played very passive. It seems like we have Smite on peaceful mode because there's no mobs, there's no kills, there's no PvP combat quite just yet. It's all focused on the objectives instead. But it's what you mentioned. Should we be rolling over for this, or is it just a lack of vision? Why is this game progressing like this?
I mean, at this stage, I feel like both teams are kind of happy to play the PvE. Because when you play the PvE in Smite 2, you just get to focus on your own board state, as it were. You're focusing on skinning yourself up, doing your own gold, not really looking for anything. Both teams are just like, cool, we'll just get to level 20 and start pushing things. I feel like Byleth are going to be a little bit more comfortable in that team fight, just because they have so much CC to be able to shut down fights before they can really get started. They've got the pick comp as well, so they just find somebody, they're dead. Whereas Bay Harbor Butchers are like, we have a Princess Bari. All we want to do is get this Bari online. It's our only goal. It's our mission in life. Put Bari at level 20 with items, put a Guan Yu behind her, and run at them.
Byleth running a bit ahead in terms of gold still. 14 minutes in, only 1 kill apiece. And about 1,200 still going their way. So it's really quite easy for the Bay Harbor Butchers with one fight, with one good objective pull to answer back. Poseidon on the right side might try to break the stalemate of the kills by looking for the Sun Wukong. No ultimate in the sky, will narrowly be able to escape with their life, but do they pursue? The answer is no.
They're going to back off. Again, this Wukong's going to have the Ox Binary from the top.
Boom! Goes in with the Volcanic Lightning. One last Pyroclast. No danger still afoot. Does have the Sunder to finish the job, but a Typhoon is the answer right on back. Sweeps Baronary back to base. That's what happens, I guess, when you try to break the truce.
Dude, Baronary hitting the tower there to get the Volcanic Lightning damage to finish off our Catless. That was sick. That's knowing your character. That's knowing your options right there. Because it looks like for a moment our Catless had the knockups in tow and a little bit of the sustain that they needed to live through that engagement. But unfortunately, for Catless, Baronary was just right there to know what they had to do in that scenario. That was really good stuff.
I respect the fact that they pushed their chips in. They said, we want to do something here. We've invested so much, but unfortunately, it does go the other way as well. So still even kill. This is really a game of equals, a game of balanced scales. Now we see a Pyromancer. Once again, uncontested because the Bay Harbor Butchers are just not around in the area.
I mean, again, no vision. Where are the wards? I can see that there are wards. It's tough to know who they belong to. It looks like they all belong to Byleth.
It's
and
Byleth,
because of
yeah.
that, nobody knows. And if nobody knows, how are you going to stand up there? How are you going to contest it? Again, this PvE play style benefits both teams, but because Byleth's in the lead, they're extra happy to take it because they're like, we don't have to push a lead if we can just have objectives. We're fighting over objectives. That's the main reason why players die to begin with, because we're arguing over a Gold Fury, over a Pyromancer, over a Fire Giant, a Queen Naga, a Tower, you know, the things we need to win the game. If we don't have to kill people to get those things, so be it. We still get the objective. That's a W in their books. They are happy to take that.
Happy to take that ultimate trade. Yarkor wanders back. That tier 1 on the right side is down, so maybe wouldn't mind seeing the cab rotate to try to get the action started. Maybe leverage the numbers game. Golden in a 1v1 for their life, but it quickly becomes a handicap match with Poseidon. Rotates on over. Kraken doesn't find the knockup, but Jisoo still takes him down. Unfortunately, the Hoi will shortly follow. That's going to be Jingwei taking that kill. The Whirlpool to dissuade any further chase. Once again, a 1-for-1, this time in the duo. Pele, though, here to cut off the escape. Has Volcanic Lightning. Beads forced out from the Jingwei. It's not going to be enough. No, Baron Harry now changes their attentions over to the Guan Yu. Sobek there to bring up the heals, but it's okay. Jisoo takes them down. Looking for a bit more damage on the Bari this time around. Takes a ride in the sky. That puppy did not know how to doggy paddle amidst the surging waves. They will fall as well. A great fight from Baile Inolvidable.
And what a wonderful example of why it's important to have that easily applied on-demand CC for your team. Because Binary jumps in, what do? Nothing. You die. You lose. Like,
yeah.
How are you gonna peel a Pele off of you?
Persistent.
You don't have the tools. Like, uh-oh.
This is trouble for our Catalyst. No ultimate in pocket. Sanguine Lash, but that's more for offense rather than defense, nonetheless. Tiger Form will actually be enough to get them back to safety. You're absolutely right. On-demand CC is exactly what Baile Inolvidable provide in spades. Might see it here again. Wrong, you lurking around the corner. Won't be obliged. Now it's an FG. Surely Bay Harbor Butchers have to contest. But no, they're not around.
Yeah, I mean, it's dropping down. You got the Kraken to confirm it. Golden will get the last hit. So the Gold Fury is instead going to be the call from the Bay Harbor Butchers. But again, Bayonary's right around the corner, and I think they know. This
is not going to end well for you. I'm staring into your crystal ball, and I see nothing but doom and gloom. Jair strike up in the sky, but looking at the other side, it's Kabrakin, the Mountain Breaker, cracks open Jingwei's skull, and now it's Baile Inolvidable taking a crack at their second Fury.
This is the snowball in motion, right? This is what we were talking about from minute 1. If you give this Poseidon a chance to get online, and they are online, you got Doom Orb, Cyclopean Ring, and Deso, right? They've got attack speed, they've got int, they've got everything they need. They're going to be zooming, they're going to be hitting real hard. And you're suffering from the pick comp, you're suffering from the fact that you don't have answers to people diving on top of you, and no lane is really ahead. Everybody is going to be behind at this point. And from there, it's just kind of downhill. There are options to get back in, but a lot of it involves just sitting around your towers, your phoenixes, your Titan, your fountain room, hoping that maybe you can get a leg up over this team. But it's not gonna happen unless you really find somebody slacking, like really, really slacking, and you can catch them without the CC.
Susano from behind just feels like half a character because you don't have the liability to now burst someone down. You can see the Sobek himself is going for the solo spikes, trying to get these plucks off. Susano, though, is wrapping around the back. You see Bari and Guan Yu making the rotation as well. Could be danger lurking in the water for the Sobek on the right side. Tectonic Shift forces out Sun Wukong's ultimate. Let's see what's going on the left. Wrong Yu. Not in the wrong position. They feel like they're just fine here. Not in any danger. Gets the pluck off. Forces the beads the wrong time. That's rough. The Hui ultimate does block the path of the retreating Bari, but they will be able to get back to safety. Nonetheless, a big resource off from the Butchers.
So from here, Baile should just be able to walk up. They got the Queen Nagas. No amount of conviction is going to help you from this. That tower is not long for the world.
Is dead too. Arcalis on the right side gets soloed down by the diving Yarkor up in the sky. Golden going to hastily retreat. Now Cab can either leverage that pressure on the right side to tier 2, or they can make a TP on over to assuage the numbers of Baile Inolvidable. Meanwhile, tier 2 in the mid lane as well, going down by Jisoo. Left side, though, looking a bit rough as the dive continues on. So Execute is in hand and going to snap up, but the Bari ultimate keeps you safe for a bit longer. Sobek goes down a trade for Jabber in the back line. Bayro will have their head. And they're happy for that trade because the structures are still whittled down. Mid-Phoenix up for the claim while Baronary tries to prevent the Butchers from backing to base. That persistent gust, not persistent enough, but they will fall in chase. The Kraken wards them off. The Phoenix goes down to the mid. The Bloodforge there from Baronary to keep themselves alive from the airstrike, though. Can you survive? A good knock-up there from the Pele. Keeps them up for a bit longer. They will not die. Instead, Puppy goes down on the right side. Barrow lives off a sliver. Baile Inolvidable doing no wrong.
And you get mid Phoenix, and you get right Phoenix, because we are
disgusting.
Brawling in the 2v2s, the 2v3s, in the left lane, and winning. Like, It's
Pharaoh
not
should
a
be dead.
snowball anymore. It's a snowman. It's got the carrot nose and everything. Jarkor's gonna get chased by boots and cats, but little do they know they're in danger.
Do you want to build a snowman? Guess not, you're dead. Jisoo takes them out beneath the riptides, and that is just going to be another structure, maybe even another bird. And it's not been all that bloody. There's been fights, Musi, but like you said, it's 2v2s. It's no massive cohesive effort from the entire team, but you might need it now. Cavalry charge going to be looking for Bayro, while in the meantime, Golden's in a spot of bother. Beneath the Suns, he can stay safe for a bit longer. Jabber's actually the first one to go down, and Golden's still alive. Somersault Cloud, though, will crush Golden underfoot. Sobek comes in with a charge prey, but the Hunter might have just become the hunted. Baron Ares dead. Sobek lurking beneath the waters. That conviction heal will get them out of that execute range, but the damage is still good. Liz tries to ensure their own safety. A sickening strike, but that fight might have gone a bit ill-fated for Baile.
They have no more Fire Giant buff at this point, but it doesn't really stop Jarkor from getting in there. Pluck from Rongyu.
Wow! What a great initiation set up there by the Cab. Unfortunately, not enough damage to follow.
Alive.
Jisoo will go down, and it's going to be Yarkor right after. Shutdown on top of shutdown. This shark is all out of water.
That's what I mean when I'm talking about catch them really slacking. Because by they just kind of walk in there, they get their plucks, they get their damage, they just don't have the burst damage that they need. The Poseidon didn't have it all in pocket, right?
Yeah.
So off of that, it felt like Bay Harbor Butchers were just able to swarm on top of a Sobek that puts themselves out of position to pluck, and a Kabrakan that has to stand up next to everybody in order to get their CC and to get their damage. That's where you can capitalize. If you can make that magic happen again. We're picking up an FG. Rongyu's in the area, and Baneri not too far behind.
Quick Rin Sprite back to safety. It was unleashed, which means now they're going to reset it. 3 members of Baile will be there. And I do not think they're letting any objectives go down uncontested this time around. No, we're going for Rongyu once again. Which have unleashed. A good stun there from Cavalry Charge. The Suns actually push Sobek back into danger, and Rongyu gets burned up. Baron in the back line takes down Jabber for the 1-for-1. A trade that Baile is happy to make, as Barry lurks beneath the bushes. Now we're going to settle for Pyromancer, but will Barrow even let you have that is the question as they hip-hop around. Cab and Hoi step back up. It's going to be claimed instead by Yarkor with the steal from Baile, and the damage rains down. Tectonic Shift blocks off the escape. Somersault Cloud, but Golden's in hot pursuit on the right side. Guan Yu barely able to live the ricochet. Math was just not mathing that time around, but they're still going to continue to try to take him down. Our Catalyst goes down by Jisoo's hand, and now Cab just hip-hops after you. Inside the walls, the ricochet a bit off the mark nonetheless, and Golden sealed out by the bouncer.
I mean, Yarkor is still going for it, still trying to find that in. You got 4 strong here from Baile. They might just kind of walk up and go for it.
That's just what this entire game's been. Just walk up menacingly and just drop your damage on down. Kraken already down to half. As an Aegis forced out, but Baron Ares the first to fall. Will it be able to get taken down? Yes, with 1 man left standing. Yarkor, the last survivor of the throne pit room. They will take it for Baile Inolvidable.
I mean, Poseidon pops a Dreamer's Idol, Kit dumps on top of a Titan, and it loses half its health. It's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of over.
It's kind of how it all shakes up. Man, that was an interesting game, and we've got a lot of thoughts about it. You have to wait to hear them, though. Stick around. That post-cap match recap of that fight alongside a few little highlights right after the break.
prove. I wanna lose. Yeah, something to prove.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium, as you might expect. D'Lo on the mic here, joined alongside me in that booth is going to be my friend Musi. We got Tess, Mort, Almighty Eyes in the Sky, Jithens, and basically Billy behind the curtain. And we just got a peek on the battlefield to see Baile Inolvidable step up, take down the competition. Unfortunately, the Butchers have been arrested.
I mean, they got caught. Looks like Dokes was on the enemy squad. They knew exactly how to sniff out
Bingo.
the Bay Harbor Butchers. It was kind of, I don't want to call it brutal in a fashion, but the snowball was definitely in effect as Baile were able to find the first pick of the game there, and from there just kind of play this PvE game where they were like, we have a gold lead, now we just need to press it without getting too crazy with it.
It's this fight here where things really started to get out of control, where the Poseidon that you mentioned needed to be kind of quelled, got 3 kills and never died, and it certainly set Jabber for a really rough spot to play from behind on a Susano, another snowball character that unfortunately just wasn't really able to get those winds of change blowing. Left side, you saw some stumbles here on that Phoenix Siege that I'm sure we'll be taking a look at momentarily, but that's just because of Baile's mistake rather than the Butchers really proactively finding an initiative.
Again, it really does come down to the fact that I feel like the Bay Harbor Butchers did not have the CC necessary in their comp to lock down any of the problem children from Baile. Like,
yeah.
How are you going to stop Bayonary? How are you going to stop Jisoo? How are you going to stop Golden? You can't, right? You have some knockups, but not a whole lot in the stuns department, not a whole lot in the lockdown department. We never even had a chance to see this Guan Yu use their ultimate as an offensive tool. More often than not, it felt like it was just used to get out or something along those lines. So Bay Harbor Butchers just never really had a chance to play up, play forward, play aggressively. They were always on the run.
And it's unfortunate, man. You know, sometimes you think, oh, I got Princess Barry. Obviously, we win. It's not just a win con. You have to make sure that there's synergy with the rest of the team. You have to make sure that we're cohesive, that every puzzle piece falls into its rightful place here. You can take a look at the damage charts and the slash lines. The real player that we want to point our eyes to, Jisoo. Jisoo played that Poseidon very well. Kind of let the team know with the way that they were controlling the rhythm and flow, we can slow things down because we just win in the late thanks to our superior macro.
And also, I mean, their build was pretty significantly neato, I think is the way that I would phrase it.
Okay.
The Dreamer's Idol with your Cyclopean ring, that's kind of tech. Like, you pop your Dreamer's Idol, suddenly you went from having, oh, I've got a pretty good amount of attack speed to, whoa, I've got a lot of attack speed and I'm big. So you can imagine that is a big reason why they were able to just melt down that Titan when it came time. And then also taking a look at Bayonary, just the amount of damage they were able to do in this game, top of the charts, top of the game, if I'm not mistaken here.
Yeah.
And it's, again, how are you going to slow down this Pele? It's not going to happen. Pele was able to just do whatever they wanted.
And they will continue to step on up because of it. So that means Baile Inolvidable wait for the results of Wake Up and a really good Prime team, which is good to see that they won their first match. Makes good on the name, right? They are really good, but how good will really good be up against Baile Inolvidable themselves? Well, we're going to have to wait to find out because we're going on over to the bracket to our friends on Joe Biden Esports versus Cherry Slush.
I mean, that sounds like the game of all time. I feel like... I feel like we just got our finals in round 2. That's what it feels like to me. Joe Biden Esports. I love the names in Smite Prime. Every single week, I'm so excited to see what names get a chance to show up. We got Bay Harbor Butchers, Joe Biden Esports, really good Prime team. Like, it is. I'm stoked.
Do you think Joe Biden's really sponsoring the team?
It would be, I mean, hey, you got some government funding backing you. That'd be kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Right? There's some potential there.
It's the national budget needs to be shifted towards Smite too. Where's that piece of the pie? I haven't really gotten to see that yet. That's why we're in a deficit right now. P's and P's coming at you momentarily so we can find out. Hopefully, Joe Biden Esports have been investing in their homework, have been investing in the coaching, have been studying this meta a little bit. You got to make sure, again, if you go that pick comp, you have something that leads with their foot forward for initiation. Let's find out.
It's going to be the Sea Host and Jaggy comp as well. Okay, so it's a Sea Host. I should have known it was a Sea Host team, Joe Biden Esports. That makes so much sense. So stiff competition up against Cherry Slush, but you know, kind of familiars with the names that we see from Joe Biden. So they're going to know ball for sure. Wukong ban right away. I was just talking about knowing ball, but now I feel a little silly. I don't know if Wukong is necessarily bannable. Odin definitely is. That I can get behind. And it does seem Joe Biden's going to be first picking in this scenario, so they get to take a look at what they want right away. I'm still thinking of characters like Aladdin. If it gets banned away, all right, you don't get to have that. It's fine. You know what? Nobody wants it. But like Neith, think about Ares is going to be banned on the other side. There's the Neith. What's left? Kali. Princess Bari, that went well last time, right? Kabrakan's out there, Pele's out there, thank you. Because all the things that I was like, wow, it'd be really cool if we picked this, started getting banned the moment I started going, oh, it would be really cool if we picked this. I'll put my clown nose on real quick.
Hey! Kick it off, buddy. Shock's on the map.
I love this. So Chalk, he's in such a, it's not a weird spot. It's a really good spot for the character, actually. Because you can go aspect, you can go non-aspect. Tank Chalk build right now, who lives forever, just stands in front of the front line. That's really good. You can still go full damage Chalk and kill people, though. And that just brings the threat of, I'm going to trade my life out with the mid laner. I'm going to kill the mage. And then I just get to have my own mage, right? So, and what is a Merlin going to do against a Chalk ult? I'm going to flicker away. No, I don't think that's a big circle. Hey, I don't think you're getting away from that big guy.
That's true. If you're like caught in the center of it when you start with the flicker, it's not going to have enough distance to get you out of its range. Hui, different story, has that hover, has that leap, so they can try to escape safely. Agni, the dash back to safety on their side. And the Vulcan, which kind of solidifies, likely going to be Agni carry, but who knows? Awesome Jake has proven that I can run support too.
And Vulcan in this patch can actually just kind of two-shot squishies. It's insane. You get the meatball, you get the back shot, you're done. Like, you're down for the count, right? No callbacks, no nothing. You'll see you later. You'll see this Vulcan back up at the bar at some point, and then you'll be like, oh, nice. So, just a lot of damage for Joe Biden Esports, but for this Cherry Slush comp that we see locked in, I mean, Mercury, Thor, it's a lot of what we're used to. The whole Yi is a little new. It's a little fresh, new pick. Cyclone Spin wants to get his hands on it, but like, Merlin for Benny Q, that makes sense. Thor could be going to either Cherry or Bobby. I can see Bobby running that Thor support, and Scream has been making this Mercury look pretty solid since its release. So it kind of fits this playstyle of, I'm just going to go farm the map, get super big, and then punch people in the face.
Pele going to be the last lock in there for Joe Biden Esports alongside that cab. Now, Cherry Slush, the past does not dictate your future. However, it does tend to repeat itself. So I do got to say, if Inbound is operating with Thor, got to make sure you operate better than last week. Played it, had a rough time landing those ultimates, and I'm just looking at Cyclone Spin in general because they were not having the easiest week in getting across their deeps. So make sure those suns are landing in the right spot. Make sure that you're all shining bright as you can, like the star in the sky that you are. What do you want to see for that last pick?
So there are a few options available, like the Hercules. Wow, they always beat me to it, or like right as I'm saying it, somebody clicks it. I just got to be a little faster. But Hercules, is Cherry playing the Hercules, or is Cherry playing the Thor? I feel like Bobby is playing the Thor. I don't want to talk myself out of this. I think Bobby's playing. I'm gonna operate under the assumption that Bobby's playing the Thor, and that he like visited the Shadow Realm for a second. You good? We're good.
Just for a second, we're good.
So Hercules brings a lot of tank and a lot of early pressure to the Cherry Slush team. So in solo lane, like, yes, you can do a lot of damage. Yes, you have the clear, but you definitely want Scream to show up if you want to go for anything too crazy, especially if you're going to be running up against a Shock. If there's ever a character that looks at Hercules and goes, oh no, all the early pressure, oh god, Hercules does so much damage. Whatever, man. Well, I don't care. Do you know who I am? I'm Shock Joe Biden Esports. Yeah. Don't get away from me.
Please.
Because Shock in that lane can just throw the axe out. Exactly. Like, he throws the axe out, throws rain out if he's aspect, or he just levels it 2. He just shows, cool, hey, I'm chilling, clearing wave, and going back to doing what I'm doing.
The poke damage that they output is something to be feared, but let's see if the former president can lead a Smite team to victory as well. It's no longer an election, so maybe got a better chance. Cherry Slush step up against them, and worth noting as well, I'll mention the same thing we saw in the last game. Benny Q, the only magical side of damage for Cherry Slush. However, Musi, knowing how much that sucker likes to rotate to solo, that damage is going to be everywhere on the map.
Yeah, and when you're playing a character like Merlin, you can definitely just throw some abilities out onto the wave and then kind of be done with it. But there's a bit of a shift here. Things have not gone the way we may have anticipated, because C-Host is playing Shock mid. So you're like, oh, okay, then who's our solo laner? Oh, Koa's playing Kabrakan solo. Oh, okay, so then who's our support? Oh, it's Vulcan?
Minions have spawned.
Okay.
Whoa.
So it's not how I personally would have shuffled things, but there are
Awesome
still
Jake?
benefits. Yeah, right? This is an awesome Jake move. I feel like Kaizo got a DM earlier today from Jake, like, yo, it'd be really cool if you did this today. And Kaizo's like, yeah, I would love to do that. Look at the way that they're positioned, too. Just all the way up there. Wonder what the game plan here is. Just try to bother them, take away camps, throw out the things. I feel like he's in danger.
I don't know if it's going to work. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if it's going to work out that great for you, buddy. I'm not going to lie. It's not like Vulcan's the most mobile god in the game. Has a Thumper turret out. Going to try their darndest, just harass and harangue Scream. And that's what Scream loves to do to the enemy. So a taste of your own medicine, but the bitter pill to swallow might instead go to Kaizo. Speed buff still on the mark here. Who ends up grabbing it? Kaizo might be willing to sacrifice their life for the claim. It does end up going to Scream. So a lot of time wasted, but hey, good poke at the very least on the Mercury.
That is a good call out. Like, Scream does like to hang out in the enemy jungle, so Kaizo kind of bringing that to this Cherry Slush team. I like that kind of energy, and more than anything, it's also keeping Bobby busy. Inbound is not like having a chance to stand next to his ADC, not a chance at all to get any farm for the most part. Like, now you got to do back camps in order to hit your level 2, in order to try to catch up. Like, sure, why not? I wouldn't be surprised if Kaizo never goes to dual lane. I am kind of familiar with the style of support play, where you look at your ADC, you give him a kiss on the forehead, and you go, hey, good luck. I'm going to go get some groceries. And if you never see me again, it's not your fault, right? Like, that's kind of what he's doing to Vayu, except he does come back.
Find some damage on the inbound. Only just reached level 2. Kaizo's still at level 1, worth noting as well. So we really are starved for farm here. But let's see if we can try to get the kill nonetheless. A rotation from the Pele. Soon to be answered by Scream, but Jaggy has to make their entrance now before the Mercury makes their grand entrance.
There's the hammer.
TP already expended. That's the call. Jaggy going to move on in, and Vayu burns the inbound away. Scream's present now, but only to watch the body drop. Joe Biden Esports take the first kill.
And you find the Thor hammer, you find the kill. Scream's gonna look for a bit more, forced to dash off. I think they want to fight.
I don't think you do want to fight. The Bee's forced, but the knockup already succeeded. One more auto could do it. The Ricochet doesn't find the stun. The backfire will get it, but one last dive on in. The Thumper turret does not have the range. Jaggy instead will be taken for change. Cyclone spin answers back the kill.
Kind of ridiculous that Scream was able to live through that. That was wild, but a lot of that is credited to the bounce that Cyclone was able to get off. Like, you weren't able to find like a crazy ricochet, but you found a little bit of damage there, and it does put the, you know, Jaggy down pretty low. And trying to get your get back in this game, you don't want to give Joe Biden Esports too much of a momentum advantage, too much of a confidence boost where they're like, yeah, we just took down first blood off of Cherry Slush. We're going to win this game, boys. Let's go. But if you're Cherry Slush, you're going to be like, all right, settle down. Relax.
Yeah.
Right. We're not about to let this happen. Take control back of the momentum, take control back of the game, reestablish the traditional Smite game patterns that you're used to, right? We're breaking out of the mold a little bit too hard here. You play with fire, you're going to get burned.
Unfortunately, I think that burn
Good
with that
steal.
Thunder Arc comes a bit early. So one of those rocks, one of those flame brands, will indeed go to Scream. And it really felt good to get that kill on Scream, too. You want to make sure they're behind early, because when the hell do you ever see that happen? Instead, it's our friend Code Fox behind their tier 1. Potentially a big invade on the right side, but Scream could be in trouble. Narrowly evades that knockup.
the grouping here. Kaizo, again, this support style of just leaving your dual laner out of the picture to go find everything else on the map. Basically, what Kaizo is going to be doing this whole game is either sticking next to C-Host or running around with Jaggy to try to invade, try to take camps, try to take farms. But if Cherry Slush just groups up, kind of like this, they might be able to respond to it.
Said they found a response on Vayu. Leaving them alone does mean they have no backup for when the pressure is applied. So it's a good kill there for Cherry Slush to leverage a bit more pressure than Duo. Now it's on the mid side around that camp. Storm Call does find good silence. They'll be able to dodge the turret's flame for a bit longer. Scream, though, does go down at Jaggy's hand. The knockup of just a bit off the mark. Merlin flickers to safety.
And again, we talk about how Kaizo's never going to be in that dual lane. You already said it. Bobby will. He's actually going to be in the air. Oh, they're looking for Jaggy.
That's scary stuff. You have to know that they landed. But the question is, can you evade? Great wall seals off one escape route. Not much mana to play with either. The TP back in, but inbound doesn't have much mana to talk about either, and could find themselves between a rock and a hard place. They will back to safety.
So Cyclone Spin's going to have a little bit of a leg up in the lane against Vayu. And with that advantage, we should hope to see, Cyclone Spin be able to press that and not give up too much ground. Kaizo is never coming back to dual lane. That's my prediction of this game. I don't think this Vulcan's ever coming back. He showed up once, gave Vayu the kiss on the head, and then said, all right, goodbye, right? Joe Biden Esports is trying to win this game through pressure in the enemy jungle and hopefully through pressure on objectives, right? The Gold Fury's back up. You have things like Vulcan ult, Chalk ult, you have the Agni is good for shredding objectives. I would really like to see them take a first crack at that Gold Fury, but you need vision to make it happen. Maybe you need a pick to make that happen first. And Cherry Slush, for the 2 times that they've died, there's been like 4 times where they didn't die when they probably should have died, right? Joe Biden has not been able to close out as hard on these kills.
See if they can do so on the Merlin this time around. Unfortunately, will not be granted it. Worth noting, you mentioned the objective play. Double Sunders for Joe Biden Esports does provide them a bit more pressure around those Pyro Pits, those Gold Furies, if the Kabrakan's also present. With that noted, do you want to see Koja Fox leave the lane early, or are you happy with them sticking by the solo?
Honestly, trying to bully out Cherry in the solo lane is going to be a pretty decent bet to go for. You want your Kabrakan to get a little bit more tank online, get a little more damage, and then show up to the coming fights. Just trying to hold Cherry in place for now isn't a bad play at all. So I don't hate the move of not rotating out as much and just kind of sticking around. Plus, because you have your team kind of in that upper right side of the jungle, you want Kabrakan nearby just in case things go awry.
Or just in case Pele comes by to visit. Earthbreaker already used. The Driving Strike not online just yet. Cherio makes a mad dash for the enemy's tower in hopes that someone else will kill him instead. Benny Q gets the kill down on Kaizo. Thor's in the sky ready to crash down on top of C-Host. I don't know if you're going to escape their all-seeing eye. It's an easy Anvil of Dawn and a 2-for-1 overall in favor of Cherry Slush.
Meanwhile, Cyclone Spin jumps over the wall. Shout out to Yi, but Vayu's giving chase.
The Suns will be able to block the path for a bit longer, but Vayu not want to let this one
Joggy's
go.
here.
Knows the dash is down. Sunbeam Bow is popped. Ricochet's off the mark, and Joggy is present as well. One last Pyroclast will finish the job. Cyclone is dead.
So the side lanes go pretty well for Joe Biden Esports. They're able to find a couple of kills onto Cyclone, onto Cherry, but this 3-man core of Benny, Scream, and Bobby still looks incredibly strong. And you're going to need that strength if you're going to stand up to this Gold Fury.
No Sunder for inbound. Going to make it a bit more difficult. Also, you have the Vulcan ult. Must be noted, it's a support Vulcan, but still a Vulcan nonetheless. Vayu secures that Fury for Joe Biden Esports. 8 minutes in, it's 4-4. Cherry Slush do nonetheless stand with a small advantage, but Joe Biden are doing a great job sticking in there and hanging up.
So Kaizo has opted for a Regrowth Strider's first item. Am I missing something?
It's for the sustain. When you get movement speed, you get heals.
Oh, that's right. The second effect on the item. The one, the Forgotten Child part of the item. So,
you mean Vayu? That's the real Forgotten Child.
Yeah, right? Just left alone. Where's my Kaizo? Where is he? Kaizo's like, I am busy. we're doing stuff right now. I'll come by when I want to. You know what's crazy about Rigo Striders? This item is so good. You could scratch away both of the passives or one of the passives, and that item would still be insane. 40 Fizz Prods, 3 mana regen.
Yuck.
I think it was like 15 cooldown. What? Yeah.
3
What? That's so good. You just have it on everybody. That's the item of all time. Boots are back at Smite too. You're building it every
Yeah,
game.
dude. Low key, they just kind of brought Boots back and gave him a different tag. Can't buy a pair of them for your son Vayu, though, who just wants those for their birthday. Just wants their father to show up. But you're right in the fact that this pressure that has now been established in this dual lane, you would think it would have granted that first Gold Fury to Cherry Slush, but the mid is where it's going down. That core of inbound Benny Q is working really well so far, and it's going to result in one more drop for Cherry Slush, now 5-4.
Kaizo's going to be in a tough spot here, because again, I mean, there's the ult, but...
Oof.
Yeah, it's...
Good luck, buddy. Oh,
Well-
dodges the Anvil of Dawn. Has the backfire. Meatball as well grants you a bit of time, but you're not looking for the damage, so you're buying time
Jaggy's
for
here.
Jaggy to become present, too. Goes to the
Jaggy's
backline
good.
looking for Benny-Q. That was a mistake! Jaggy
Okay.
quickly finds it out as Benny-Q with a flick of their wrist sends him and Kaizo packing back to Fountain.
Jaggy shows up, he's like, Kaizo, I'm coming to save you! Ah! Gone. Dead. Disappeared. Like, just deleted off
Can't
the
wait
face
for
of the
that
map.
YouTube
He hose?
short.
No, he's good.
Okay for now.
Takes a bit of poke
What is it? It was a 3-level difference between Jaggy and Benny-Q. Benny-Q is free farming here, and Seo's just shivering beneath tower.
So, we talked a lot last game about CC. It's important CC, you need it to be able to lock people down. Now that the novelty of this Vulcan support has worn off a little bit, I think you can start to see the reality of the situation here. What
Yeah,
is Vulcan support bringing to your team? Seahost is dead.
not a meatball. Yeah, it doesn't bring the knock up, so it
Benny.
doesn't really bring you all that much. Kaizo could find the counter kill, especially if Pele's by your side. Sonic Boom answers right back. Unfortunately, our mid laner's already dead. Jaggy able to beads away the special delivery, means they get their shutdown and they can walk away with breath still in their body. Koja Fox trying to make sure the same can't happen to Cherio, but with ultimate in pocket, certainly possible. Jaggy will go down in the mid. The beats forced out, but the life as well. Koja Fox answers back.
Bracken walls are super good for characters that don't have ways to jump over said walls. So Cherry, Scream, Bobby and Benny to an extent if they're able to pull away their movement abilities, and Cyclone Spin, similar situation, but like you just kind of get locked in by the Bracken. But that kind of bleeds into what I was saying before. That's your lockdown. You've got Agni Bomb stuns, that's pretty good, but the Vulcan, you have a knock-up, but more than anything, I feel like you're just an annoyance. In a team fight, if your Vulcan isn't one-shotting somebody, if your Vulcan isn't just killing somebody, what are they doing if they're a tank? Living forever, throwing out turrets and thumpers. That's about it, look at that. Benny Q took 0 damage. Benny Q just gained life from the damage combo that Kaizo just threw out. So, what was the play?
Watch Vayu
Vayu's
die in the left lane once again. Dude,
Where's
he's like,
my
where
support?
is my father? Where is my father? It's very similar, Musi, to what we talked about Awesome Jake before, as we see his spiritual successor get chased down by Cherry on the jungle. Oh god, Kaizo, that's rough. But the issue is,
boy.
you're a pseudo support. You don't have frontline. Shock isn't your frontline. Cherryo's building into Sanguine Lash, which, yeah, it's a bit of magical brats, but it really is not the tank item you're looking for. Zeos might need some. A good Storm Call to evade the CC of the Driving Strike will keep them alive for a bit longer. But your front line doesn't really exist, Musi, so when you're playing from the back foot, this comp can feel really rough.
Right? Like, Koa Fox is, in theory, your front line as, well, hold on, Jaggy?
Got some decent damage, the TP back from Thor. Kaizo, let's see what you got. 216 in the Sundering Arc, hold on. A few autos could finish the job. They Wind Sprite pursuing. COs will go down in the meantime. Meatball off the mark, that's okay. Your son's here despite you being a deadbeat to back you up. That's the real loyalty of a child. That's unconditional love.
Now Benny Q gets kind of brought down by Koa. Kaizo, again, the damage is just not there.
Instead, Scream's got it in spades. Pops 2 in the jaw. It looks for Gold Fear right after. Benny Q will go down. Koja Fox will manage to grab them. Kaizo just there for a bit of added accolades. This dad is an absolute deadbeat. Just down the side. Good job, son. He's the father who waits till their son gets nice and famous, and then is like, I was there the entire time. Cherry Slush, this entire time to go for that gold Fury, and will finally nab it, assuring themselves a nice 5,000 gold lead.
So, man, I really can't overstate enough how much I think these 5v5 team fights are going to start looking very rough for Joe Biden Esports, because Cherry Slush, I mean, you could make the same argument in the case of Bobby. We're like, well, you have this Thor. What is this Thor doing? Thor has oodles of CC. Thor's got a stun and an ult that can do crazy setup. Also, he's like fine with brawling. He's got a bit of sustain because of his Order team? Yep, Joe Biden Esports scoop up the Queen Naga. It did look like Bobby wanted to make something happen there, but you have the Vulcan also confirm it. Not too bad. But like, the Thor just does so much more than a Vulcan in a team fight, I feel like, when they're both tanks.
Storm Call, not going to do too much thanks to some great beads from Scream and Hot Pursuit. Torrent, though, does answer back with decent damage. Not enough. Cherry was there waiting in the wings as well. Volcanic Lightning and Hot Pursuit. Sonic Boom won't even get off the mark. The Nagas are dropped just to make this a bit more of an even battle, but a big boulder right back. Forces Jaggy to retreat. Thor's in the sky as well, can try to be in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Kaizo runs for their life. None left for Jaggy. Cherio driving strikes them back to the grave. Inbound, nearly dead, and Koja Fox will have their head. Kaizo falls alongside. And now the Dragon Fire is the only thing that awaits you. Not really the easiest way to escape, but the driving strike is off the mark. The Earthbreaker as well, so Koja Fox should be okay.
This bracket is, in my eyes, the saving grace for Joe Biden Esports right now. They are not too terribly far behind compared to their laning counterpart, and they are going to be that sole tank for this team. This does unfortunately put them in a position where this Cabrakan with limited mobility, but a lot of CC and a lot of tank, could just kind of get looked at by Cherry Slush, who has very non-committal CC. Think like a Thor wall. How much do you commit to a Thor wall? You press a button. Bobby finds a stun on somebody.
Think about it.
No, you don't even have to think about it. You just gotta be like, me put line on God. Yuppie. Bombs off the mark. Unfortunate for Vayu. But the end-all be-all is that when it comes to these team fights, this Cabrakan very much so runs a high risk of getting picked here. Because they can get into a fight. They are gonna have such a hard time getting out. And there's no peel. Again, there's no peel here for anybody. Whereas Cherry Slush has tons of peel. They can peel for themselves. They can peel for their teammates. They can just turn around and kill you. Like, I'm not saying we got diffed in picks and bans, but I will say that if this was a Vulcan mid, a Chalk solo, and a Cabrakan support, it would be a different game altogether.
Pele trying to play the game of invades here. Might not be one you stand to win, but a 2v1 looks a bit better. Found a bit of trouble. Doesn't have to commit to that wall, just drops it down, says, all right, see ya. Koja Fox, same story on the right side. Gonna get bullied out. Could be Seahost up next. They will continue to dive, force them to split their attention between the axe. You can't even TP to it, you're already dead. Left side, same story for Seahost as well as Kaizo. Inbound, drops down with the Anvil of Dawn. Not gonna be the most damage, but stalls for time. Can TP up to catch right back up with that Pele. Vayu, though, does answer back on that right side by taking out Scream, so it's not all doom and gloom for Joe Biden Esports. Inbound, looking to cut off their retreat, and you know have that wall in pocket. No Volcanic Lightning means no burst mobility. The tower's going to go down first, just as a show of their power before Jaggy topples as well.
So Cherry Slush are just kind of running over the map. I mean, we're just getting a lot of towers, we're getting a lot of kills. That's a crazy amount of gold to be putting in your pocket. We are not too far from the scenario of Cherry Slush just picking a fight around Fire Giant, getting it, and ending the game. That is where it kind of feels like we are headed towards, in my eyes. Just because it's a tough time to think about how do you foresee putting any of these players down. Cyclops wins half health. This might be your chance.
These meatballs, unfortunately, have not been landing. I think Cherry Slush are vegetarian. You might want to change to a more accommodating meal option. Cherio, bit up front, gets the stun, but that's not what's doing the damage on this Agni carry. Instead, Vayu's got to make sure they tiptoe out of range of that Earthbreaker. Wall finds the mark. Hab, too far up, like you said, using a great Sonic Boom. The double shot from Benny Q, as well as Scream, going to already wipe off 2 from the map. Now Vayu plucked up this time with success, and they're going to go down with the rest. Inbound will take the kill. Pull back in for Kaizo. Inbound watches with satisfaction from the skies before they dive back down, looking for Jaggy. That Phoenix Flame, though, is going to do quite a bit of damage. The DP's a bit off the mark, too, buddy. A bit of a blunder before your cool bro moment. Jaggy, at the very least, finds something for the team, but they're the last one left standing.
That team fight, the sequence of events there was absolutely disgusting. We started off with the wall on the Kabrakin. He got a crazy ult from Scream. Joggy, whoa,
nice!
trades out with Benny Q, shut down by Cyclone Spin, but it's gonna earn Cherry Slush at mid Phoenix. And you had Scream earlier with that ult down the mid lane. It hits 2 people. The boulder that came down, it was a sequence of events that just, my jaw was dropped. I was gaping at the screen. I was like, I can't believe what I'm witnessing right now. This is intense. And again, it's not exactly what I said of like, we're going to pick up right around FG and end the game, but like one team fight, one show of force with the CC that you have easily applied with your team comp, and all of a sudden you're just not worried about it.
Great
Cherry?
Cherio might have something to be worried about. Beads won't save him from the walls, buddy. It's the wrong relic. But nonetheless, I respect the college try. Now it could be Joe Biden Esports instead, looking for this Fire Giant, 2 Sunders, and a Vulcan ult to boot. Even if it's support, it's added confirmation. Cherry Slush, though, are present. Ultimate's in pocket as well. Do they decide to go for the fight, or do they just rip away at the objective? It seems that it's going to be the latter. Inbound makes their presence known, looking for value in the back line. They've got to decide what they want to do. It doesn't seem like Joe Biden are quite knowledgeable of what they should go for. Scream steals it away instead. It's on 4 members of Cherry Slush, and now they ground Vayu and Seahost to a fine pace. It's a rampage for the Hoi. Inbound dives back down. The dagger in Code Fox's pockets, but it's really Kaizo who's in all the danger. Double knockup comes out there from Jaggy. Cannot save your support. Can you even save yourself? All Kabrakin can do is watch, and now you got a front row seat to all the action. Dagger not even going to be expended. It's a deicide for Cherry Slush. They will take the game.
That's what I was talking about before. Ah, there it comes into reality. Yeah, Cherry Slush are just going to be able to scoop this up for themselves. And even with the confirm that you think you have with Sunders, with your Vulcan ult, what your Vulcan ult is hitting for pebbles on a Fire Giant. Like, I watched it hit Bobby for 216 earlier. You are not building any int. You are maybe putting an extra little bit of levels on that. So what are you hitting the Fire Giant for? 12? I don't think it's gonna pan out the way that you want it to. So Scream just scoops in, steals it, and then that's a wrap.
Yeah. That is indeed going to be the way the cookie crumbles. Not without some creative attempts from Joe Biden Esports, but they were looking a bit too sleepy at the wheel, so they will be put back to bed. And instead it's going to be one of our reigning champ teams, one of the top contenders, Cherry Slush, making a name for themselves. They return back to the OG name that bought them all that fear in the first place. But will that continue to be the case? Let's find out as we take a little quick break. We'll be back with the replays and the post-match recap too.
I'ma keep back when you fake like that. Had her at the game, I don't play that fact. I'ma keep back when you fake like that. You should let me go, no, you never come back. I'ma keep back when you fake like that. Had her at the game, I don't play that fact. I'ma keep back when you fake like that. You should let me go, no, you never come back. I'ma keep back when you fake like that. Had her at the game, I don't play that fact. I'ma keep back when you fake like that. You should let me go, no, you never come back. I'ma keep back when you fake like that. Had her at the game, I don't play that fact. I'ma keep back when you fake like that. You should let me go, no, you never come back.
shut. D&D, so don't call up. A few missed meals, so what? Crunch time about to crawl up. I'm a force under big pressure. Under pressure, they sprawl us. If you coasting with a mediocre, then any over you cold luck. I've been about the grind though. Got plenty of receipts too. My lower back tell me all the time what 12 hours on repeat, dude. But can't stop, but don't got breaks. I've been putting in years, dude. Ain't it funny how you get lucky when you work harder than your peers do? Guess I'm lucky all day. That's right. I guess I'm lucky all day. I guess I'm lucky all day. Know you wanna tell me that I'm lucky all day. Some king gotta say I drew oasis. They think I picked up the crown from the pavement. Well, if I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day now. Everybody around me gets gold things. Call it coincidence, so good omens. If I'm lucky, guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day. Guess I'm lucky all day now. Yeah, they wanna see my decline. There's a whole line of them, that's fine. I stay posted up in their minds and don't pay a dime of rent. I don't mix much with they kind. I ain't trying to blend the difference between I and them is Steinbeck of mice and men. Ooh, it's time again. Straps on, we live again. Upsetting they in position, but I ain't even got eyes on them. It's a me versus me exhibition. Me winning, that's repetition. When I retire, that's deposition. Untouchable, I'm the definition. I don't blame them, I rise, then I'm invisible. Came up as on a dog, and now I'm at the pinnacle. Some call it crazy, others call it a miracle. The only thing I know is that I cried.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. D-Lo here on the mic, right beside me, my friend Musi joining me in the booth. Tess, Mort, Almighty Eyes in the Sky, basically Billy, and Jithens, those men behind the curtain. Are you mogging? Are you mogging our audience right now?
Sorry.
I got a new chair too, if y'all don't mind. Anyway, we just had some pretty good macro maxing, if we're talking about the mogging that's going on here, from our friends on Cherry Slush. Musi, walk me through what we just saw in that game.
So macro maxing and a combination of just a little bit suffering in the picks and bans. I felt like we had a really solid draft from Joe Biden Esports. It got shuffled up in such a way that I'm not really seeing the vision too much of what we were trying to accomplish. It felt like we had wonderful pieces, just all in the wrong places. And because of that, we lacked frontline, we lacked, CC, we lacked the ability to do damage in a way that felt meaningful, right? And because of that, Cherry Slush were just kind of able to play their own game, find a couple of picks, and then at the end, just start beating down Joe Biden Esports almost with impunity.
And the thing is, I understand the logic. It's the idea of, okay, we are a team of good players, but these are a team of veteran, fantastic players. What can we do to, catch them off guard? The issue is, and you're seeing it right there, a lot of just missed technical abilities. You have to make sure that you're on the ones and zeros, that you're on the skill shots, and if you're not, this is a PvP game. This is a game where you need to have your abilities find your enemy, and if not, you're not going to get the success you're looking for. So I could see an alternate universe where maybe on that one gank engagement we saw on the left side very early on, where Scream also did die, and that meant that you didn't see Jaggy die as well, then maybe things all found their way to snap together. Unfortunately, they got snapped in half instead.
I mean, that ult that we see from Scream there, Cherio follows up with the boulder. This fight was just Cherry Slush W King after Joe Biden Esports, and they were just able to completely eviscerate everybody. If there's one thing I would challenge Cherry Slush on, it's the Thor pick for Bobby. Sometimes I feel like it hits, and sometimes I feel like it doesn't. You know what I mean? This time, It definitely looked like it was hitting, but more often than not, I also feel like I was watching Bobby not be able to hit things like the ultimate. The walls were a little bit off the mark. Need a little bit more consistency in that realm, where then you can really start to use this team comp to its fullest capability. This FG seal was definitely the nail in the coffin, though. I mean, it was the end.
It felt bad too, because Joe Biden, they got the pick, right? They took down Cherio, and they tried to leverage that into something more, and then they just got so flustered. They didn't know whether they should try to take down one target or should they try to take down the FG. They don't have the burn, like you were talking about, to actually even take down that FG, but they still gave it the good old college try, and they flunked. They dropped out. Their parents are going to be really mad when they see all that tuition money gone.
You can see Joggy did super well for this team. You got 7 kills. It's going to be head and shoulders above most in the lobby, but you're also looking at Cyclone Spin, who I know you were worried a little bit. You wanted to see Cyclone Spin perform a little bit better this go around. Well, they brought their A game for sure. I mean, 7-1, doing everything you could want from your ADC, and Benny Q as well. Benny Q on the Merlin, it's numbers every single time, terrifying. And you knew that this guy was in the zone. It was in one of the clips that we saw where he was getting jumped on by Jackie and Kaizo, and he like flickers in to get damage off, and then like he ends up dying anyways, but it sets up for Scream. Like that kind of aggressive mentality, that kind of movement kind of shows you that this orange, or not Orange Kiss, that's the last one, sorry, Cherry Slush team is definitely ready to play ball.
Absolutely. So they will be moving on to the bracket, and we can take a look at the landscape now, given what other teams might have accomplished or unfortunately failed to do. Clocked In versus Yummers. Wake Up versus Baile Inolvidable. Good to see them still stepping up. Smite 2 Bad Boys. We've seen them before up against Green Eggs and Ham. Okay, gotcha. Cherry Slush and the Wild Card Wonder Kids. Nice. Wow.
Green Eggs and Ham. Okay. I was like, where are you seeing Green Eggs and Ham? I see it now. Wild Card Wonder Kids. I've already said that I love the names in these teams, but it's so good, dude.
That sounds
I'm
adorable.
a big fan.
I'd watch that on PBS.
Wow. Welcome to the Wild Card Wonder Kids.
I miss Los Backyardigans, though. Los
Backyardigans, where are you?
Dude, they got canceled, I heard. And that's unfortunate, bro.
Damn.
They just didn't have the budget for the next episodes, but we got to see the next episode of our matchup here, which I do believe is going to be our friends on Yummers stepping up to Clocked In. Now, Clocked In, if you remember from last week, they did get beaten in the finals by Sunprod and the rest of Globe. So we'll see if it's going to be a similar story this time around. Yummers were knocked out before they could reach closed bracket, but it's some names you might recognize, names that you might say, this could be a pretty awesome match. Let's see if they follow in Kaizo's stead, which is already awesome, Jake's stead, of these atypical support picks.
Some big names. You got Haddix, Flavius, Awesome Jake, you got Sot, Daniel, against some very seasoned folks over from Clocked In, known winners.
Yes.
So Yummers, it's going to be another one of those teams who are like, okay, we got some really great players here, but Clocked In's been at this and going at it for a while. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how this pans out if Yummers can bring us, a little something new to the table. The Baron ban already, a direct shout out, like, don't give it to Jake. Don't let him have it. I like that. Already thinking about what's going to be our first pick, right? I think about Paul. You're going to think a few things. Hebo, not in the game. Think of some new things. Aladdin, Pele, characters that can just dive in on top of people, blow people up, and then die. And then at some point in the game, you're just going to stop dying. Paul's just going to start killing everybody instead. So the fact that this Aladdin's going to be open unless Yummers takes it away. If they don't take it away, that's a first pick, by the way. That immediately gets locked in. Or it's going to be the Pele.
Clocked In have a bit of a roster switch up, right? We see, instead of Happen for the support, it's actually Speak No Evil, the former champion of last month's circuit.
Oh, it is.
So you've got a bit of momentum. So the Baron 70 being taken away is definitely a shout out to Jake, but it does take one tool that Speak No Evil I know loves to play, those sustain supports. I wouldn't be surprised to see Afro come through here as well. But it all depends on what Yummers' last ban is, and it's going to be that Aladdin, wish no longer for our friend.
So, and that's got it. You have to take away Aladdin against Paul. You can't let him have it at all. So, instead, we're going to be giving Hydrogen Hou-Yi. A little bit of alliteration there. All right, I'm a big fan. Oh, you know what? This could be a Hou-Yi mid. I'm pretty sure it was Paul that was playing Hou-Yi mid not too long ago. I saw it on one of their streams or something along those lines. It's in my head for some reason. So I'm wondering if that's something we get a chance to see. But now we get to have things like Kali, Princess Bari is still open, Neith as well. So if Daniel wants to pick up a Neith or a Bari for themselves, that's going to be right around the corner there. You also have picks like the Kabrakan, very powerful in solo lane, very popular right now. Chalk is still right there. There are so many good characters right now in the game where you're kind of like option paralysis. What's the best choice? So Kali first pick and then the Merlin. I'm kind of on board with both of these.
That Kali could flex the jungle, but I'd imagine it might be Carrie. We've been seeing her oftentimes in that lane, being awfully scary. Shock is the counter pick alongside that Princess Bari, which Musi confirms your theory. Actually, well, maybe not. Which one between these two do you want to see step up to mid?
I am an int Bari believer. I feel like Bari should be in mid with an int build. That's kind of my, sauce of the day, your Musi sauce points. Because Hou-Yi as an ADC, I feel like just brings quite a bit in terms of objective shred. You're able to build things like Audibo. You got Devos is still pretty solid to pick up. So the build is really nice for an auto-based character like Hou-Yi, who kind of relies on abilities every now and then. Being able to lock somebody down with your stun, your knockup, and just burst them. I'm kind of a big fan of that.
Big fan of this. Probably Haddix, Serb. We've seen that before and how well Haddix did with this, getting some really crucial stuns paired alongside the Merlin as well. So we're actually getting a bit of a glimpse into the last time we got to see Yummers. They stepped into Baile Inolvidable and were not able to find the victory, but they did have some really good fights, some moments of golden opportunity that hopefully they can snag that lightning in a bottle and reapply for later. Athena picked up alongside it.
So Athena's going to give this Yummers composition a lot of global presence. Anytime anybody wants to try to find a 1v1, there's going to be an Athena there as well. The Athena will be coming out of that support lane more than likely, so you won't be able to Athena ult for objectives like Gold Fury unless you're ulting away from base. But looking at things like Pyromancer, like solo lane ganks, there's still quite a bit of pressure you could put onto the map. And also you have this taunt that's going to be really good for peel and initiation, which Yummers has a ton of.
This is interesting from Clocked In now. I'm seeing the Achilles Ganesh. And Achilles, I typically think jungle. Ganesh can also operate on that role. So I've got to imagine that's where we end up seeing those two go. No? Agni is going to be the last pick for Yummers.
Agni, I feel like it's going to be over
Agni support?
ADC. Agni support? No. Well, I mean, no, I don't think so. You got the Athena's right there, and the Kali's right there. Wait, hold on. Well,
Athena jungle. That's what I'm locking it in. Athena jungle, Kali carry, jungle. Agni support. Bring it back. I want to see it again.
Baby. Oh, you know what? Actually, it is awesome, Jake. I think you might be onto something there.
That's what I'm saying.
That's literally, yeah. I remember now. That's crazy. That's a crazy call out from you. I'm going to buy in. I'm buying those stocks. Agni support. I'm in that. When it comes to Clocked In's comp, though, you've got Shock, Achilles, and Ganesha, which is going to be another one of those, a pool of gods that can kind of swap wherever. I feel like we give Karmic Shock. So Shock to the solo lane. Tagveer, Achilles, jungle, Ganesh support. I feel like Ganesh support is not as strong as Ganesh solo, just because Ganesh with the aspect does a ridiculous amount of damage. The Dharmic Pillars do so much. But what having your Ganesh in support does do is set up for early pressure into Gold Fury because of those Dharmic Pillars. It also makes it so that if this Kerberos tries to jump on top of you and look for an ultimate, if this Athena tries to dash up to you and look for a taunt, you just hold out the Ohm. They dash up, they get silenced. Cool. Jump on them, kill them, delete them. And there is a lot of jump on them potential from this Clocked In team, be it the Chalk that can throw out an axe. Princess Bari has very easy non-committal abilities. Just throw out the balls and shoot them out there, right? Paul is like doing whatever they want to do. And then Achilles as well has to be a little bit more aggressive. Their melee character, all their abilities are definitely right up in their face, but they can get there in the blink of an eye if you're not careful. So I feel like Clocked In has a healthy mix of engage and a bit of reactivity should the time come. But when it comes to like CC, Yummers is coming out on top and then some. Between Taunt, between Kerberos Ultimate, between Agni Bombs, even Merlin's got the Black Hole, Kali Stuns, right? Whereas Clocked In, some of their CC is situational, right? Hou-Yi needs a mark in order to be able to get their stun. Their ultimate has to be used if they want to try to get a slow. Shock has got a slow, giant slow field, that's decent, but like, where's your lockdown? You're really looking at Achilles or Ganesha to be able to look at somebody and say, hey, I got the Ohm, I got the dash, I got the shield bash, I'm in there. Can we try to follow up here? Whereas Yummers is just like, hey, one of us is here. Can we just burn a beads real quick? Yes? Okay, cool.
I do want to say, and further expand on what your point is, that Clocked In kind of have a great composition for if they're playing ahead or if they're behind. Their reactivity, like you mentioned, their counter punch is kind of nasty. Big silence from Ganesh, big silence from Shock. You no longer have the ability to even cast your abilities. And even if you do, Bari ult can save us all from death in the first place. So if you're Yummers, I don't know if I even want to let them get to that team fight phase before we get a few kills on the board, but it really does depend on where these picks all go, because with this team comp, with the players piloting them, anything can happen.
There's a lot of, what do you call it, ambiguity that's attached to both of these teams. Honestly, we have to scratch our head a little bit and be like, what is going on right now? Because if you locked in stuff like this, pretend that Princess Barley is in Smite 1. In Smite 1, you're kind of looking at this like, what's going on here? What are we... I feel like I should know what's going on, but like, what's going on here, right? Whereas Smite 2, it's definitely just like, they could be anything. They could, that could be, who knows what's going on, right? Merlin support, lock it in. Don't lock it in, or don't lock it in if you're up against me in a ranked game. That'd be kind of dope. I want SR, I need it. But do you want to say it? Should I say it?
We got game coming at you in just a moment here. Clocked in v Yummers. They will be stepping up to see if maybe we get that support right on back. We'll find out shortly. So we hippity hop on in. There we go. D-Lo Musi back on the mic. Everyone jumping for joy. Awesome Jake back on the Carroll County Support College. They got that online degree. They say, I'm your support for today, guys. Don't mind me. War banner in pocket. They're ready to go.
I'm stoked. I'm stoked to see Awesome Jake run back this Agni support. Like, again, you lack your front line, but Agni is different from some of the other, supports we've been talking about today, where we're like, I don't know how I feel about this, and that their CC is pretty easy to apply. Step 1, Fire Wave or, Bomb. Step 2, Smog. All of these things are giant abilities. Very easy to hit. Plus, Awesome Jake has the added utility of having anti-heal in their kit. So Karmic, who is going to be in that solo lane, won't be able to heal as effectively. Anybody building lifesteal won't be as effective. So it's a good pickup here for Yummers. You called it out, mile away. Haddock's over there in the solo lane with that Kerberos. Solid matchup into Chalk, just because you kind of limit the amount of sustain that Karmic is able to get in lane. But again, I don't know if Karmic struggles too much against the Kerberos. You just don't fight him. You don't box him. You don't look for too much. Not a big deal. And then we do have the Glavius Athena jungle. I love this so much more than an Athena support, because now you have real global pressure. You could be standing in solo lane, get a gank, ult over to duo, start the process all over again. This character can deal a ridiculous amount of damage. If you go for like a one-shot build, it's going to be a question of, do you have beads? No? Gray screen. Gray screen immediately, right? It just makes this Athena such a threat to be stressed out about. Plus, this Kali being able to be in dual lane means that she's going to be in what I say is her best role. Being able to hold left click, the ranged autos are crazy, her ultimate gets a lot of value, and she just does so much damage to players, to objectives, PvP, PvE, everything is on board. So Sop being able to play that is going to look really good for them. Clocked In's going to have kind of a tricky game on their hands.
Do you have beads? I only see 2 pairs for Clocked In. Achilles instead opting for the blink, and the double sunder is back from Clocked In. So they're trying to leverage that pressure early around these objectives. Expect maybe a gank on that dual lane side to come to try to get that Gold Fury and convert it shortly after. But also worth noting, Musi, it's exactly what you predicted. Bari in the mid lane and this Hoi Yi in the left. Under a bit of pressure here from potential engage. But what do you expect to see from both of these picks going to their respective positions?
So when it comes to Bari in the mid lane, it's going to be, again, that ticking time bomb of, we just got to get this Bari to level 20, we got to get her some items online, and then she's going to show up and start dominating people, right? And in Bari does so much ability damage. Early gank.
Speaking of Weevil, a bit of trouble. What a great triple taunt. Don't even need the ultimate to get the damage across. Hydrogen has to kick their little legs through the air before they dash back to safety. Tegvir has got to use that blink as well defensively rather than offensively. First blood to Yummers.
That's what I love about this early Athena pick. Oh, Hydrogen.
Oh, God, those beads have to be expended instantly. It's a dash forward from Speak No Evil, back from the grave, but might be shortly right back in. The dot's applied, and it's dead, too. Speak No Evil once again joins the kill board.
That is a tough start for Clocked In to suffer 2 kills. They're dipping in again. Are you seeing this?
Hydrogen, I don't know if you got any air left to breathe. You might need to put one more molecule next to some oxygen, and you'll be just good. But they're going to be fine for now. as they are able to retreat back to that tower. And like you mentioned, this is a rough start, especially when you're going against an Agni support, man. That feels rough to see this crazy meta shakeup pick actually succeeding against you.
I mean, it does so much, and what I really think was doing a lot of work was that triple taunt from Glavius. I mean, the stars aligned for that giant cone ability, right? Like, it was nuts. So Tagveer taking an aggressive step forward here, I kind of like this mentality, right? Keep Glavius on their toes, try to force what you can out of them, but I feel like you bit off more than you could chew.
Yeah, Yummers are the ones that are looking to put a bit more on their plate. Stun instantly immune by Glavis, finds the double taunt. Rotation coming in, though, from the Shock Storm call on top. Bari ult makes sure that Glavis reaches the grave, as Tagveer is able to escape. Does not have a level 5, though, which means Haddix is welcome to try to pursue. The Ghastly Breath does pretty decent damage. The stun does not find the mark.
The level 5 difference for Karmic makes all the difference in the world in that rotation where it looked like Tagveer might have been caught out. I love this forward aggressive positioning from Yummers, just trying to see what else they can push after they get that early lead. But I mean, this is already I feel like the last couple of games we were watching, D'Lo, they were slow, they were paced, they were measured. Yes. It was kind of like, okay, we're gonna go for that. Not this one, right? These guys came out of both of their sides of the arena swinging. They're like, we gotta kill these guys. They need to be dead. I want their body on the floor. Dunzo, right? Jake dashes in. This is that aggressive stance I was talking about before. Like, I don't think anybody's going to be ready to give up ground. I'm terrified of what a first Gold Fury looks like, because Glavius has a couple assists under their belt. Tagveer's still able to keep up in farm, though, because they just have that knowledge to make it happen. But Glavius can go gank solo lane and then show up to dual lane, right? So I wonder how Tagveer responds knowing this Athena could be around the corner pretty much everywhere. I think if you're Tagveer, you have to be the initiator, you have to be the aggressor. Let the Athena play that reactionary role of, oh, my team's getting jumped on, I'm gonna ult over, right? Take that step forward and see if you can find somebody and kill them before the Athena ult goes off.
It is also really scary to note that Solo Troll is the one who has both kills in pocket. Makes this Gold Fury all the more possible. You see Awesome Jake wrapping around the back once more. We're on this left side to try to find some cheeky stuns. The knock-up in trade, and Athena sends that as the call for action. Already the dash is down from the Ganesh. Good silence, though. Buys them a bit more time. Not enough. Glavis takes them down. Hydrogen answers back by having the other supports head. Awesome Jake will fall in trade. Now Tagveer is present, but doesn't have that global rotation ability, which means a bit too late to the party. B's forced out by a nice ricochet stun. Nonetheless, a 1-for-1.
Tagveer is going to be on the back foot unless they decide to be the first one to fight. That's just the nature of this Athena ultimate. That's how that's going to be the whole game. Speak No Evil taking a few tumbles here, but I think it's important to note that if you're the support, you're kind of okay with that. You're not going to lose too much. In fact, Speak No Evil is what looks to be pretty much tied with Awesome Jake, who has not had so many deaths. Early in the game, you can stumble a few times and still come out the other side, looking fine. You still have the value from your Dharmic Pillars. You're still a Ganesh, so you have Dash, you have Ohm. Those things are not conditional on whatever level, how much gold you have. You still bring value to the team. It just comes down to how long can you stand in front of that damage. Like, that's where it starts to get really tricky. If Speak No Evil continues to fall down, then it's going to start to look like a bit of a problem.
It is looking like a bit of a problem in terms of the farm game. They're going to lose their purple buff to a successful invade from Yummers. I do think Speak No Evil is trying to find their own ways to respond. They have a Magi's Blessing, but it's not up right now, so instead it's going to be beads from the Hoi Yi, the pillars from the elephant. That leap back to safety will ensure that Hydrogen and their elephant pal can stay alive. Once again, Tagveer, though, late to the party, and an Athena rotation thanks to that ult from Glavis. Daniel, though, in a spot of bother. I don't know if you want to stick around.
No, you're laning up against Paul on this Princess Bari. Like, Clocked In are not too worried about their dual lane. They're definitely not worried about their solo lane. I mean, Haddix and Karmic are in the snooze lane of a lifetime. Neither of these players get to play the game. They get to fight each other. It's just Honkshu, right? Classic solo lane. Mid lane, though, things get kind of dangerous, because you have to find a way to deal with Paul. There's been so much aggression in the dual lane, just like right now.
Yeah, gets the Suns down, though. Tries to answer with a kill of their own before they lose their life. Just not enough time. And Awesome Jake's doing a fantastic job. I don't know, maybe Carroll College is where it's at. Maybe you should be looking at an online degree.
You have a lot of CC. Pairs well with Solo or Troll. Who's able to just get the damage out. Plus, they had the man advantage there. They just catch the Hoi out. And there's not a whole lot they can do.
Jade Scepter, baby.
There it is. That is Jade Scepter.
Or sorry,
Staff of Mirrodin.
There it is.
That is, oh yes. Oh, this is what they did last time too, isn't it?
Yes.
Double dash.
Yes, it is. The double dash.
Like, it's so
In
crazy.
and out.
A double stun.
It's yucky.
Hello?
It's yucky. It's yummy. This Naga
There's a knockout
be
there.
trying to be the first course. Speak No Evil has to dash back to safety. The double taunt still finds them nonetheless. Double bomb right afterwards. They're going to apply the pillars, but not for the objective. Just trying to save their own life. The Merlin pulls them back in, and Daniel will disassemble their molecules. Speak No Evil's already done ski. Hoi Yi in the back line going to be slowly having that noose tied around their neck. Karmic is here to provide a bit more backup. That torrent damage off, evades the stun from the Noxious Fumes. Hydrogen still alive with a decent amount of health to boot. The fight's got a bit split up now. Glaive is dead. Solo Troll taken out by Paul on this rotation. Stygian Torment going to be immuning that CC with the Fatal Strike. And now Daniel not sure if they want to step up at this point. Haddix has to flee for safety. That stray dog's going to get picked up by the pound if they can't escape.
Fight getting split up there really does hurt Yummers. They all wanted to be next to each other. Now Speak No Evil's back and catches Haddix.
There's no chance in hell for this puppy to go back, but it makes sense. The Underworld is your home after all. Tegvir does grab that kill. Makes it 5-5 here, 9 minutes in. No Gold Fury obtained, and that means that the gold just about even Stevens all across the board.
And suddenly clocked in. Do not care as much that Speak No Evil died so much in the early game. And none of the past matters, because that's a dead Gold Fury. And the hands are clocked in. And again, we were waiting for Paul to show up to these fights. We're waiting for Karmic to show up to these fights. And that is just game changers. That gives you AoE damage, AoE, woo, hello.
Sun's dropped on top of the pillars. So many things that can manipulate the geography of the battle. That being said, Athena manipulates the numbers game. A taunt back in, Speak No Evil is already silent. Glavis, though, in a bit of trouble. Tegvir's got a spear of their own, and they use it well to hew Glavis down to the ground. Paul takes down Daniel beneath their tower for the killing spree. This Bari's 3-0 right alongside their Achilles in arms. This is starting to look scary.
So Glavius ended up taking a tower shot there, which is why they just got completely bursted down. And I think something that's worth noting too, the Hoi has only died like the one time. They've actually been able to mitigate their losses a significant amount. Sot's under a lot of duress here, forced to jump out. Tegvir makes the rotation just to scare off the Kali. And for as many times that Speak No Evil has died, it has given Hydrogen the chance to get away, to like make space for himself so that he doesn't have to lose out on farm. And because of that, they're only a little bit behind Solar Troll, who they're level 10 with like 3 kills. You would expect that the gap would be wider, but Hydrogen has been able to keep up.
Can I say what's so funny? I mean, it's like Glavis versus Tegvir, Karmic versus Haddix, and then it's like Paul versus Daniel. It's just like two guys. Like, how'd you guys get here?
That's
Who
just
are you people?
a school ground fight. You have to come over here after lunch and recess. Paul and Daniel are gonna brawl, and you're like,
Yeah, that's actually
how old
what
are
it
you?
sounds like. Dude, like, how did you get here? Nonetheless, they are killing it. I mean, especially
They are
Paul.
brawling.
And you're going to see it once again. Could be trouble for the Athena. Tegvir takes them down, not to be outdone by Paul. Says, I'm 4 now. Ha. Paul's going to have to wait for their chance to get back on the board.
This Bari build, big fan of it, because it unlocks items that maybe you didn't really have access to before. Seeing things like Polynomicon and Chronos Pendant. And what I like about this is that Bari is a character that doesn't have mana or anything like that. So being able to just have items that synergize with spamming abilities and autos, which is what this character already does. You throw out an ability, you throw out the auto, boom, Poly. Your Chronos Pendant is ticking in the background, so you are just gonna have everything back up really quickly. Paul is able to just press buttons on top of you, and you can do nothing but cry. I don't know who invited Haddix to the dual lane here, by the way, but I feel like the bouncer's about to kick him out.
Open invitation, but it seems like you might have lost your goodwill with the establishment. You will have to respect the boundaries established. Instead, it's a Pyromancer taken down by Yummers. Actually, a great response to try to reverse the flow. knowing that you have that global pressure. Glavis tries to apply some with the taunt. Ball in trouble now. Can try to step up, but instead gets burned away. Shut down by Daniel, and Paul will fall.
Got a little too big for the britches there, right? Got a little too sure of yourself, but it'll be the first time that Paul falls down. They had to back anyways. Not too stressed out about it, but that does earn Yummers quite a bit of gold to start to close a gap here. The Speak No Evil tries to defend their purple buff. Looks like they'll actually be able to confirm it, but I don't think Tagveer wants to round the corner here quite yet. It's going to be interesting. What Karmic killed Solo or Troll?
Dude,
Troll,
what is with this lane swap?
You are a dual
that makes
laner.
sense. No, it's his name. He's solo or trolling. He's doing both. He's doing both right now.
I love that.
Rough.
No, that's Haddix. He's a dog.
Oh, okay, good point. My bad. Woof. Dang it.
Nope. Yeah, there again.
Next time. It's fine. Nonetheless, solo or troll, it seems like we're doing a lane swap. Haddix is just here to stay.
So, what does this bring to the table here, right? You're able to have a lot of big, beefy boy pressure on the left side. You've got damage in spades. Like, Haddix and Awesome Jake should be able to clear camps together, clear waves. Not a big deal. You're able to show up near the Gold Fury. But what a lot of this brings for this Yummer squad is, in theory, a chance for Sot to farm without too much harassment, right? And also start setting yourself up for rotations for Pyromancers when they respawn again. You can have your person who clears out objectives closer to the objectives that you want to do. But I feel like Gold Fury is still incredibly valuable at this stage of the game. Like, there's only been one taken off the board. You still want to get extra pips. Fire Giant hasn't spawned yet, so it's a little bit of a risky move, a risky trade. It really needs to pay off for Yummers. They need to get a lot of gold to solo or troll.
Haddix did back, and Clockton have got quite a bit of vision, so they might be aware of the numbers game. That being said, despite their objective shred, they don't want to risk it for that biscuit quite just yet. 15 minutes, 9-7. Clocked in, do stand with the kill advantage and the gold too. Not by much though, just about 1k to their name. Karmic could try to change that. How does this Shock v Kali matchup look like now?
Terrible for Kali, honestly. Karmic is 3 levels up and Shock. Like, what is this Kali ever gonna do except die?
Yep, in fact, we get a live demonstration, or maybe a dead demonstration. Solo or Troll just missed the lane a bit too much. I don't know, buddy. It might be duo or die at this point.
Like, what? Kali? Okay, so Shock has more than a few tools to deal with Kali. You got the Reigns, you got the ultimate, and now that you killed the Kali, you can just gank duo. Nobody here can do anything.
Awesome Jake. Athena could try to arrive to the scene, not before they reach the corpse of Awesome Jake. What a great Fatal Strike. That shield will do nothing for you. Fatal Strike to catch right back up. Glavis in trouble. The Ricochet a bit off the mark. That's okay. We'll add one body to one body. That makes 2 for the board. Clocked in. Stand strong.
So now you just give up a free Gold Fury because like, Sot gets completely decimated by a tank Shock every day of the week. And then you're able to make that rotation and just clean up everybody on the left side because you lost all your damage. Daniel finds Paul, which is huge, but Paul says, that's fine. My team gets the Gold Fury. So Clockton are going to have their second Gold Fury this game and are just going to feel really good about everything overall. I don't want to call a lane swap like that an outright mistake, but I feel like maybe we didn't take into account just how much damage Clockton has with Shock and Achilles.
Pyromancer might have been one of some. Karmic just steals it away, says thank you very much, appreciate your time and patronage. Clocked in, stand with that global gold advantage, stand with all the objective pressure too, and now they start to leverage it. When all these teams are together, because we haven't really got to see too many 5v5 fights besides that one little taster on the left side, what does that look like?
So Yummers is still gonna have a ridiculous amount of CC with their team. You got Awesome Jake, you got Glavis, you got Haddix, like, that's a lot. Stuns, taunts, stuns again galore.
Hydrogen.
And Hydrogen? Stun,
beating some of those stuns right now. And the Sunder on top. Trouble afoot. Haddix is going to bite their head off there. That rotation ability was just too much to deal with. 1v1 became a 3v1 before you knew it.
Well, if everybody's going to be on the left side of the map, though, that does mean that Clock didn't have an opportunity here on the right side. Speak No Evil misses the dash onto Sot, so they're out. And not enough damage to take a look at FG, unfortunately. But back to that 5v5 conversation. Like,
Yes.
if you notice the build so far for Clocked In, if we, kind of check in on how that's going, no Talisman of Purifications, you called out earlier. There's only 2 beads here for Clocked In. They do have more than a handful of CC immune ultimates, though. The people that don't have beads are the ones that have CC immune ultimates, except for the Ganesh, who needs Sunder to confirm. Whoa, damage.
Oh my god,
Ooh.
Paul just absolutely murdered Daniel
Whoa.
and is going to take it down for a triple on top of Awesome Jake. Get a real degree, they say. I'm the chief around here.
Okay. Whoa. So, in
Ow.
Bari, huh? If you weren't believing before,
said
you're
it.
gonna start believing now, because that is a ridiculous amount of damage. And Paul is just able to hold left click now on top of a fire giant. Karmic's gonna go shove off 2 people. Maybe Tegbeer joins.
I need help. Karmic has a double storm call. Put up though by Stygian Torment inside the tower's range, but the tank from Tegbeer is going to ensure their safety. Solo or Troll can't say the same. They go down. A Sunder and a Pyro Bomb with a flash of lightning. Fire Giant applied to all 5 members of Clocked In.
That is disgusting. And what could Yummers do about it? All of their damage got completely boomed by Paul not even like 30 seconds ago. So that's tough. That's very tough. You can't get caught in a corridor like that. Giant circles from Princess Bari and their ultimate and their abilities. You've got Speak No Evil, who has the ability to just
Great
ohm
silence.
on top of people and shut them down. It was a crazy silence. There was nothing that Yummers could have done. You also get a Queen Naga here for Clocked In. So Karmic just solos it like a boss. That's nuts. So, about that 5v5 Delo, I think it's going to look a little bit differently now. Because before, we were kind of under the assumption that Yummers and Clocked In were, they're pretty much even. They don't have to stress out too much. We can still look at this like a team that can step up to Clocked In. Not anymore, right? Now you're playing defensively. Now you're on the back foot. You're looking to see if maybe you can find a pick and then fight a 5v4. You have an Athena, you can make that happen. Or you can try to find Awesome Jake.
Not going to be successful, but the silence is a really good thing because the Staff of Mirrodin, it's all nice and shiny, but it doesn't matter if you can't use abilities at all, right? Now rotation coming in here. The Ricochet forces Awesome Jake to not back. Glavis being distracted as well by Tegbeer, who's got that Magi's Blessing, so no taunt will save you just yet. Not even going to be applied. Paul takes their head and now continues to charge down this left side. Awesome Jake's got to make a mad dash for safety into enemy territory. Tier 1 crumbles.
So from this stage, Clocked In are just going to walk up this left side, try to take the left side bird so that their next Fire Giant pull, if it gets to that point, will be a lot safer. Probably you go Tower Bird here or Tower other bird. Goldfear's not a bird, but walk with me. So
I got you. It's got wings.
from this stage, I mean, Glavis is going to respawn, so Yummers has a chance to look for a fight here, but Karmic's going to walk up and ult somebody, and that's going to be that.
Speak No Evil's got colors up as well. Karmic, Torrents in. Finds Storm Call on 2 at the very least, but where's the damage to follow up as they still stand strong? Pillars applied, the dash back, and the Athene ult's not going to find anyone. That left side bird is going to be burned away. No kills on top, but that's A-okay. Clocked In can just make it happen again.
Karmic makes so much space, but he gets taunted in, picked up by Haddix.
Wow, what a great Stygian Torment. Solo or Troll finally gets some vengeance for that solo or trolling a bit earlier. And now Clocked In actually got a hip-hop back to safety since they don't really bear the numbers game, even with that FG buff to try to risk it.
You don't have the numbers game, but you do have a significant amount of damage, unless Speak No Evil gets picked off too.
It's just a bit too tanky. This Elephant's hide is quite rough skin, so Yummers wisely decided to back off, knowing that Clocked In were ready for a fight. You saw instantly, they raised their hackles when they saw the Queen Bee got attacked.
Speak No Queen Bee. You know what I really like about Speak No Evil's build? Not only do you have this talisman finished up for them now, but this Ansile does a lot of synergy with Ganesh because you pop it, you throw out your 1, and then your 1 silences. And you're like, oh, nice. Neat. And then I ohm.
Yep.
You're just silenced forever. But this Gold Fury is getting picked up by Yummers, and there's nobody really here to stop it.
Ivy battling Awesome Jake, and Glavis gonna grab that Fury. First one for Yummers. Will there be a fight after is the question. Seems the answer is no. Clocked In say, all right, you can have that one. 22 minutes in, 17-10. Clocked In do still stand with a pretty hefty advantage, about 5,000 gold, but Yummers are clearly not out of things just yet. What do you want to see them do in this late stage of the game, especially since Athena doesn't really have global rotation abilities when everyone's packed together. Uh-oh, might be just take down Daniel instead. Try to save Daniel with that ultimate. Not going to be obliged. Shields do not matter in the face of Tagveer.
Okay.
A great blink back for safety.
That is crazy movement from Tagveer. I mean, at this point, if you're Yummers, you're definitely just looking for a pick. And you have a team that can make that happen, just sink a lot of CC into somebody. You see Dharmic Pillars kind of come out near the top end there. Pyromancer's just getting worked down by Clocked In, but Paul and Speak No Evil kind of shove off anybody that wants to try to step up to that. And if you're Yummers, you're trying to find a crazy taunt, a crazy ult, maybe some setup from your Agni, your stuns, just trying to burst down somebody before the rest of the team can collapse up with them and react to the fact that you've jumped on top of their team. We talked in Picks and Bans how this Clocked In composition can be aggressive, but they can also react very well when they get jumped on. So you have to find a moment of just, hey, there's 1 or 2 people here, boom, dogpile them, get them. This is the chance, this is the shot, this is the moment. Or maybe you try to argue around like a fire giant or something along those lines. It's a sphere of negation for Karmic. That's super based.
They're 4 magicals.
Yeah, that's like the item of all time for this solo later. That's crazy. More healing, more magical prots.
Crap.
That's one of my favorite items in the game, by the way. I love Sphere Negation. It's 85 prots. It's so good.
Genji's guard, Sanguine Lash. That dude is never going to die unless Sot has something to say about it. And I don't think Sot's really been speaking up too much lately. You can tell Karmic feels emboldened by it. Steps up to Awesome Jake. But those flames are nothing more than a tickle. Just turn up the thermostat a little bit. Thank you. I was feeling a bit chilly. Appreciate it. And the range is going to heal all that back up. You're right. They need to find a pick, but who the hell do you even freaking pick? Tagveer's 8-0's got a Magi's Blessing. How do you pop that bubble? As FG, the tension's going to pop around that. Clocked in, started up. But you can tell they really just got one eye on Yummers trying to approach. They want to fight.
I mean, Haddix has a long-range stun you can try to get off. I wouldn't want to use Taunt to pop a Magi's. It's just because it's kind of dangerous. I think Awesome Jake is going to be the Magi's popper here with the Smog. With the smoke combo, it's going to be the best way to go about that. Tagveer's hiding in the bush. They're waiting to bait in Yummers.
Great damage already. Dives right out of the flames. Still has that bubble intact as well. The Suns drop down from the Hoi-Gi. Some decent damage already applied. Yummers, the fight split up once again, and Haddix is split in half. The first one to fall. Karmic will hew down Daniel, lifeless to the ground. Solo or Troll takes down Speak No Evil. The Athena only to join the body count. One more for the funeral pyre, and Awesome Jake's going to have to light it ablaze before they dash back to safety. And Clocked In, only bearing one body on their side. They're pretty happy with the trade.
They're going to walk up mid lane. That's a T2. That's a bird.
Left side. They might go for end.
Yeah, I was about to say, this might be it, D'Lo.
Oh, dear God. Awesome Jake, now's the time to really prove that that degree's real. It's legit. They dash back in. They're looking for Paul. They got a Cersei's Hexstone. They find the stun, but they can't get the damage. And now you're decorating the end of Tagveer's spear. Divine deicide, but Jake did buy enough time to save the game.
That was insane play from Jake. Go straight for the problem child. Go straight at Paul. TKO. And that is a crazy play from Jake, especially because that could have been the game. There was a ridiculous amount of fire mains, archers specifically piled up on that left side Phoenix. That would have been more than enough to take down a Titan. And you know for a fact that Clock didn't have the damage to be able to burst it down, but now they have to take a look at this fire giant instead. And Yummers respawning could try to contest it. That was ridiculous from Jake.
Man, this, you just want to believe this Agni support can take a game. Clearly Jake does, but streams yet to see it, neither have we. FG is what we're seeing instead. About to go to all 5 members of Clocked In. A Pyro Bomb will secure it. Yummers can do nothing but watch.
Pyromancer's going to be around the corner for Clocked In as well. Ancient Gold Fury available. Luckily for Yummers, they've still got a couple of tier 2 towers that Clocked In will have to burn through before they can do anything else. But we are back to thinking about how do we fight? What are we looking for? Long-range, non-committal CC from Agni is going to be our best bet to take down things like Magi's. Maybe try to force the beads if you can. Taunt has to be the thing that's used at the very end, right? Like, that is the coup de grace, if you will.
trouble in the mid lane. Awesome Jake being poked out. Left side, though, a good taunt on a Karmic, though, who's literally in the sphere of negating all the damage you try to spit at them. Solar Troll the back end, the one person who can kill Karmic, but is instead looking for the Achilles. Mid-Bird going to be going down after that mid-tier 2. Hydrogen responsible. And Solar Troll waiting for their opportunity, but I just don't think it's going to come.
You have to try to stay very careful in your positioning too, because if Sot walks up, they could just as easily get turned on. Remember, you have Ganesh and Achak who can just shut you down with attack speed debuffs and slows and silences.
Damage from the fire bombs. Hydrogen's the one who's more poked out. Haddix, the one tank for the team, has got to try to soak up that damage, but it's too much to bear. Paul will instantly take them down. The Barial traps him inside the corner, and so much damage on top of Sot, who's now dead as well. Charging right through that vortex. Speak no evil, does not care. You will be silenced, you will speak no more. Hydrogen drops Awesome Jake. Glavis goes down too. Daniel, the sole survivor, but not for long. It's a deicide, it's a clocked-in victory.
That was a ridiculous way to end. I mean, Karmic and Paul just get active in the back line, drop down ultimates, and then everybody just disappears in a blink of an eye. Yeah. Health bars, bodies, friends, families, no survivors at all. Clocked in just scrub clean the entire map of their presence.
And that's exactly what we want to see from a team trying to reclaim their spot at the top. We'll see if they can continue to drop the bodies as we continue to wait for those replays coming up. So stick around, a little recap action after the break.
I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Push you let me go, no you never come back. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Push you let me go, no you never come back. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Push you let me go, no you never come back. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Push you let me go, no you never come back. Dawn's up and my door shut. D&D, so don't call up. A few missed meals, so what? Crunch time about to crawl up.
Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. D-Lo here on the mic in the wake of a Yummers' unfortunate loss. Despite their creativity, sometimes just can't beat raw skill and aggression. Clocked in will take it. Joined in the booth with me here is my friend Musy, Almighty Eye in the Sky, Tess, alongside the Morton Man, basically Billy and Jithens, those men behind the curtain. And Musy, again, same story here. Very similar team comp, right? It was the Serb, it was the Agni support, and it was an unfortunate loss nonetheless. Is it the same idea as we take a look at the highlights and lowlights that you just need more tanks to spank with? I can't hear you, buddy. you mute. I'm sure you're giving great
Totally
points,
mute.
but give them one
So,
they can hear you. Totally.
I think in this instance, it wasn't quite the problem that they were running into, where it was like, oh, they just need more frontline. They definitely had a bit of a frontline with Haddix, and in fact, the playstyle of the comp was definitely like, use big CC, find big damage afterwards. I think one of the things that kind of went awry for Yummers was the fact that Paul was not checked like the whole game. There was so much focus being put in full lane and putting down Speak No Evil, who's happy to die because it means that Paul just gets to live. And Paul was able to get to late game almost uncontested. Paul died because he kind of went a little too crazy sometimes. That's when Paul died. And not being able to put the focus on the damage carries did end up leading Yummers to a position where they were like, yeah, we kill people. No, you killed Ganesh, and Ganesh was happy to die. Whereas Karmic, again, totally unchecked in solo lane, didn't have to worry about anything, was able to make rotations with this chalk that just lives forever. The damage, you pointed out, 4 magicals with 1 physical, and it just meant that Karmic never had to stress about anything, right? Yeah, sphere negation, that's how not stressed we are. So ultimately, Clocked In was able to just kind of bounce back. The only person that died on their team was Speak No Evil, like 6 deaths. Nobody else was really touched. It was like 2 deaths across the board, not even. So yeah, it was kind of a rough play.
It's like we kill people. No, you kill elephants, actually. That's really about it. Get some good
Big
ivory.
game hunter over here.
Don't get a victory, though, sadly. Poachers get stopped. That's Karma right back at you. It's Karmic, actually, right back at you instead. Taking a look at its slash lines. Dude, 11-0 from Tegvir is disgusting work. 11-2 from Paul, same story.
11-0 and 11, like the assist too. Tagvir was just in that when it came to getting kills for this Clocked In team. And it was interesting too, because we're like, oh, Glavis gets to have
the rotation.
Crazy pressure, the rotations. And we saw it, and we're like, okay, it's doing some work. But I feel like the targets just weren't there. We weren't really getting too much from the rotations. Like, how many Gold Furies did Yummers get? None. They didn't get any, right? All the objectives, as a general rule, went to Clocked In. Yummers was able to take a Pyromancer at one point, but at the end of the day, Clocked In just had their macro on point. It felt like when they were fighting for something, not fighting for kills, but rather fighting to set up for objectives. And I think that really comes down to the difference makers for good teams and great teams.
What we're seeing so far a lot of today is experimentation up against these industry standards, right? Clocked In. What do? We try to zig where you expect us to zag. We go with this Agni support. We go with this lane swap from Solar Troll, and sometimes experimentation results in things exploding in your face. Though, that's going to be Yummers out of the bracket. Clocked In will move on. And speaking of, take a quick look at the landscape here. Stop and smell the roses, as Mort would say. We can stop and take a look at what we're going to be looking at next. Clocked In up against Wake Up. Baile Inolvidable have danced their last two-step, and it's Cherry Slush with the Smite 2 Bad Boys.
So that'll be an interesting one to get our eyes on. Who's on the Wake Up team? They're all the way over in semifinals. I'm really curious to see how they do up against Clocked In. The finals for today are going to be pretty interesting. But of course, before we get that, we got to see between the Bad Boys and this reinvigorated Cherry Slush team. It'll be interesting to see how well.
Tempo, I do believe, is the one leading our friends on Wake Up. So hopefully trying to keep the tempo up, trying to keep the vibes alive. But yes, we'll be against Smite 2 Bad Boys as well as Cherry Slush. And this is a match we've seen before. Smite 2 Bad Boys feels like they're always the bridesmaids, never the bride. They're oftentimes getting eliminated at the semifinals side of the bracket. P's and B's coming up here. Well, maybe they can find some crazy little tech that we haven't seen yet that can take down these Smite staples. We'll find out shortly.
So, again, talking about P's and B's, let's talk about what we got to take off the board here. Thinking about Aladdin, and thinking about things like Pele and Kali, Princess Bari, right? Cherry Slush, I'm wondering, do our bans against them look a little bit different? Obviously, Aladdin has to be one of the bans because of Scream, but are we also thinking about things like Mercury, or maybe even a Chalk? Or are there any things in the mid lane we can ban away? Granted, you try to ban out Benny Q, you're going to find yourself in a really tough spot because that man can play almost anything. He's kind of, you're like, cool, we banned out the Hecate, and then we banned out Merlin, and then we banned out Neith, and you're like, cool, I'm going to play Anubis. And you're like, whatever, Kukulkan, right? So trying to think, you just take away the super broken stuff, right? Or you try to let it through so you can have it for yourselves. I think Ares could be something we take away too, between either of the teams. Or Odin.
I'm noticing amongst all these bands, Afro and Uller and Aladdin and Neith, picks. We don't want pick comps. We want team fight, which makes sense for Cherry Slush. They are a team that operates so well as 5 or as 4 when Scream goes to split off and do God knows what when they like to split push down some towers or such. So I'm not surprised to see these bands come through. Mercury's a good call-out. Scream's been certainly favoring that this week as well as last, and maybe trying to, once again, enable that split push play that Scream really does implement so well. Pele is certainly an option, too. There's still a lot of good stuff on the board. Odin's just not going to be one of them.
Yeah, again, you have the giant cage. Walls are super tough to play against. You're forced to pick up Shell. Anti-heal being the state that it's in right now, being able to completely negate healing is super strong, so not something that Cherry Slush are really interested in playing against. And then there's the Ares ban as well from Smite 2 Bad Boys. Don't want to let anybody have that. So Cherry Slush have a couple of options available here to start things out. I think they opened up with a Merlin last time we saw them, but they were second pick. So, I mean, they could pick Merlin. They could get their Mercury. Chalk is still available, but the Merlin is going to be the lock in there for Cherry Slush.
Makes sense. Mosswall loves that god too, so taking it not only away from Mosswall, but putting it in Benny Q's hands just feels great. Bari's left open though. So is the Hui, who we've been seeing first pick quite a bit, actually. It doesn't always guarantee victory, but it is a really solid god, alongside that Bear and Samity for some added frontline or potential mid.
So, and Baron could even go over to the solo lane if you really wanted them over there. Very flexible character, does a lot of damage, especially with their aspect. Yes, you deny yourself a little bit of the healing, but you add up so much hysteria, it makes it super easy to kind of suck people in with your ultimate that much faster. So I don't hate these two picks, but it does mean that Bobby could lock in a Sobek here, and it would look really good for their team.
Shock and Guan Yu, tons of sustain potentially from Cherry Slush. I want to see Baron Samedi go non-aspect support because slow immunity up against Merlin, Shock, Guan Yu for your entire team, if you hit a Consigned Spirits, feels so good.
It's a lot of healing, and you're going to need a lot of healing in this sustain battle between Shock and Guan Yu. I mean, Bobby on this Guan, again, so here's the only thing that I don't like at Guapan, and I say it again and again and again. Not a lot of CC. You're a one-button wonder. Like, you have so much healing, and you have so much, like, cooldowns that you can offer to your team, but not a lot of CC, so you're very much reliant on what your team can bring to the table. Smite 2 Bad Boys will not have this problem. Bacchus and Fenrir and a Baron Samedi, roots, stuns, knockups, Ragnarok, right? So much that's so easy to apply so quickly and so consistently that Cherry Slush has to kind of stay aware of the amount of CC that this team's going to have.
The call out you made is what the call out's going to be. Mercury picked up here by Cherry Slush. I'm curious to see where this Fenrir decides to go. Just I'm also curious where Musi decides to go. Where that guy head off to. Just to check on what the picks are going to be up close and personal. But Fenrir is the look. Aurora's been known to play this in support quite a bit. I still want to see Baron Samedi just support just for the sake of making sure that they're sharing the love with Consigned Spirits. Kali is the last one for Cherry Slush.
So there's a lot of late game hyper carry here for Cherry Slush. Between the Mercury and the Kali, you get these characters on board and they are just shredding through objectives and shredding through people. They just need to be able to be given the chance to stick on to somebody. Kali less so. You have ranged autos, so you're not as stressed out about that. But again, where is the lockdown potential that we need to make that happen? I think Cherry Slush is not going to be looking for big fights as much as they're going to be looking for ganks from Scream and then using those ganks to find things like Gold Furies, like Pyromancers early on in the game. I feel like Scream maybe shows up Cherry's lane once early game and then completely just hangs out near dual lane so that we can really put some pressure on that Gold Fury.
Smite 2 Bad Boys, speaking of pressure around objectives, Vulcanol, Hoyul, big circles that can really mess up a Cherry Slush attempt at taking one of those objectives for themselves. Also worth noting, once again, I'll say it, 4 physicals. Your magical, though, is Benny Q, and that is going to be quite the boon to your side. Can Cherry Slush continue their dominance, or Smite 2 Bad Boys end up trying to rough them up the bracket? We'll find out as we hippity-hop into game. Musi, asking for your opinion in terms of just who you favor overall. Looking at the comp, which one seems more cohesive to you?
So I am leaning a bit more towards Cherry Slush. And I say that even as I like kind of admonish them a bit of like, oh, I don't like your setup. You know, you don't have a lot of lockdown, but I tell you what, they do have a lot of sustain and a lot of healing. Or, well, and a lot of damage. Sustain, damage, and healing. There we go. I got it out there.
Bingo.
Basically, they're looking for long engagements, big fights that take a few rotation of abilities to really get through. So, or they also could just throw out Benny Q damage, Merlin poke, back up, conviction, go back in, right? They're not really playing to lock down some people with CC and you know, completely blow them up. They're just looking to hang around for a bit and then try to play that long game, the war of attrition, which Smite 2 Bad Boys should be able to kind of counteract that a bit. You have picks like the Bacchus, like the Vulcan that can just blow people up, but if you're not able to find those moments of engage, it's going to be a tough position to be in if you're Smite 2 Bad Boys. But what Cherry Slush do and how they've always played has been early Gold Furies, early macro play. And I feel like this team, this composition leans into that pretty heavily because you have this Kali and you have a Mercury. Like, that is a dead Gold Fury if I've ever seen one. It does not get to survive very long for this world. And then when it comes to team fights, you just have Cherio that's just going to be running at them with this chalk. So Smite 2 Bad Boys definitely have to see if they can maybe be the first ones to fight, be the first ones to strike in a team fight. You know, Twig's going to be looking for Ragnarok's going to be looking for jumps in. You have crazy aggression possible from Aurora. Ramakami can do a lot of peel, you know, from their Baron position, that kind of backline, not a backline tank or a backline support, but like just throwing out rapid ups and heals. They're going to have that aspect. So they're not going to be able to offer healing to the team, but what they're going to make up for that is a crazy amount of damage in a team fight.
Great beads there. Or rather, great beads pull from Scream on top of the Vulcan. Mosswall in this mid lane going to be under some pressure now. Got to make sure you're watching your back. And also worth noting, in that solo lane, it is indeed the Baron 70 with that aspect. So I think that makes your matchup great against the Shock. I only fear for the fact that you don't have slow immunity for the entire team when you really could use it. It's a lot of soft CC from Cherry Slush. Now it's hard damage from Twig. Overextends with the leap, just trying to get back to safety, but applying that pressure to Benny Q, certainly no complaints with that. You want to try to supply as much as you can to this Merlin, who's been a problem for any team that steps up against them. So if you are the Fenrir, once you hit that level 5, is the mid lane where we're trotting off to?
Well, we can take a look at the relics here, right? And everybody has beads except for Inbound. And then you have to think about who's going to have those CC immune ultimates. Merlin does not have that. So I would agree. Trying to take Merlin out from the mid lane is going to be one of the better things you could try to do. Slow down Benny Q before they get a chance to really get going. Or you could try to do that to Cyclone Spin and see if you could slow down this Kali approach. But if you can win the game through mid lane, I feel like that'd be a really good start. Scream already, like I said, taking a look at this dual lane.
This is trouble for the Bacchus. Suffered a lot of damage there from the Kali. Trying to catch up, has that special delivery, tosses him right back into the Scimitar Blades. Rory, it's a bit more poke as well. The dash won't be online for a bit, and a good stun for Peel from Tito's side. Keeps their support safe.
And again, you don't have nearly as much CC. I think you said it pretty well. Soft CC to try to get people. After Scream's dash, if you're not able to kill the Bacchus immediately after that, the Bacchus gets to walk out and lives.
Yeah.
So we're really waiting to get a little bit more itemization online for these characters, or try to
not die to minions. No,
die to Chaos
Tower instead will get the job done. Cherio maybe just extending a little bit, sees the puppy dog, the Grim Reaper coming for them, but instead opts to die on their own terms. A roar. On their own terms, trying to put a stand here by the tier 1. Level 5's about to be coming up, but Cyclone Spin doesn't care. They want this purple buff invade. Will they be granted it? Tito says, all right, fine, have it, you bully.
I mean, again, just trying to get to the level 5, like you said. More gold to this Kali who wants to be skyrocketing themselves towards that late game. Because once Cyclone Spin gets some items online in the hands of this Kali, they'll just be able to completely shred away anybody who stands in front of them. You've got Cherio on the chalk, so you don't have to worry about Reigns coming down on top of you like we were seeing last game. Like, Cyclone Spin should have a chance to not free cast, but feel pretty safe in front of Smite 2 Bad Boys.
Benny Q.
So long as...
No, Twig reverses it. Look at Benny Q's health. A sliver left, and now it's Scream instead. Finding the damage on top of Mosswall. Gets that dash, the one hard CC you have. Unfortunately, no follow-up, and Vulcan's got a bit packet of their own. A meatball back to safety.
So you try to win through that mid lane with that rotation over there. Vulcan ult was used. That's a cool animation, by the way. What a cool skin. Yeah. But unfortunately, Benny Q is a slippery character. You have to realize, like, you're not only just trying to pull beads, you have to pull flicker as well before you can really start to look for that hard engage. But I like the idea. I like the thought process of just trying to put pressure on Benny so that they don't get a chance to get online. And it helps your Vulcan out as well. Mosswall is playing a character that on this patch can absolutely two-shot most squishies late game, right? I feel like both of these teams scale very well towards the end game, where they could just look at somebody and then they die. So it's a scary position to be in. But now that the Gold Fury has spawned from Twig and from Scream, I think it would be very beneficial for both of the teams here to really start to put more pressure onto dual lane so that you can try to get a couple of kills before you take a look at that bigger objective.
Just feels bad that you let in with their first foot forward, and instead you get first blooded. And not only that, but you put it in Benny Q's pocket. Top inbounder, Smite Series founder. That's the MVP right there. You do not want him to be running away with that Merlin. There's a reason they top locked it, though. It's because he performs peerlessly on this pick. But now the question is, do we decide to make mid lane where we stick? Or will it be, like you said, left lane instead? Look at that eagle soar. Beautiful.
Just all the way through the skies and everything. And even though we did just suffer him, I feel like, no, hold the thought.
Benny Q just going to say, hey, it wasn't just for show. I could do it again. Unfortunately, the tick damage, just barely not enough. This time it's Mosswall living on a sliver, but it just shows already. Level 8, you still cannot 1v1. You're even Q with them in levels. You cannot 1v1 Benny Q. Not without a death wish.
It's a tough spot for sure. You've also got the Jade Scepter, which saved Moswell's life, not only because of the effect there, but also the extra health attached to the item. Absolutely, you were on slivers before. Definitely needed. Twig looks over to the dual lane.
Oh, the Unchained is off the mark. If you can't find that stone, what a great dash back from inbound. Probably saved their life, honestly, since you didn't want to find that Ragnarok, since you didn't apply the CC. Just great work by Cherry Slush, wasting this dog's time.
So, at the very least, Twig is showing up in that dual lane, trying to put some pressure on that side of the map, showing up, showing face. But Scream, in turn, is going to be hanging around this mid lane. They definitely want to kill Moswell. It feels like Benny Q is like, yeah, I kill this guy. If you just hit him with one ability, he's pretty much dead. So Scream, knowing that, is like, all right, cool. Maybe I can like throw out a little bit if I can make it happen. But with the scaling pick that you have with this Mercury, you're definitely just trying to get your farm online, trying to get your items up so that you can be more effective, kind of reaching maybe more towards that mid game. And it's interesting because this isn't usually what we're used to seeing from Cherry Slush. Usually, you think like last week, a couple of weeks ago, at this stage of the game, they're already looking at a Gold Fury. They're doing a second one right now. It is a little bit different for them, where they've just kind of taken the back seat, have decided that, you know, 10, 12-minute mark is where we're really going to start to shine, when we're really going to start to get active, once we can start putting pressure on things like Pyromancer and Gold Fury at the same time. Once we can get Cherio out of this lane and rotating out, that's going to be our chance to really start looking for bigger fights.
What world are we when we're first building Devo's Gauntlet on Mercury? Does that make the punches hit harder? I think he's still got bare hands, but hopefully pick some brass knuckles maybe as a second item and get a bit more oomph in it. Trying to look for a fight in this mid. Sonic Boom's charged up, and you can tell by Benny Q's very aggressive pathing. Inbound's also wrapped around that top side. Sonic Boom, though, only finds CC immunity from that Fenrir. The bombs are on the mark, but now Moswell's left all by themselves till the duo arrives to the scene. A flop off the mark. Moswell dead already. Aurora takes down Inbound in trade, and the Nagas join the fight as Scream waits in the backline saying, kick their ass, go! Twig is going to go down. Benny Q falls to Aurora's hands once more. Double for the Bacchus, a dash on forward, but Bacchus floppuses back out to safety.
2 for 2 between the two mid laners and a jungler for a support. So Cherry Slush are pretty okay with that trade. It could have gone a lot worse for Smite 2 Bad Boys, but Scream had unfortunately missed the dash there. And Cherio is actually in a tough spot.
Yeah, the Storm Call is going to actually be shrugged off in terms of the CC, but the damage is still good. Scream, in the meantime, takes down Tito as well on that left. Baron not going to be able to pursue any further. Cherio's A-okay. Now Cherry Slush staying with a 4-2 lead 9 minutes in and a 1,500 gold lead.
So now Aurora and Inbound are going to box out in the mid lane, but Inbound getting jumped on by this Fenrir. I mean, the Fenrir does not have ult, so Bobby's okay, they'll get out, but the gold has started to creep up a little bit for Cherry Slush here. As they finally took the initiative in that fight, it was interesting to see, but I wonder how far they can actually start to push that here. I feel like Benny Q just constantly is able to poke out Moswell, and that definitely leads to some tough spots for Smite 2 Bad Boys here, where they'll never be able to fight with a full health bar. And Benny Q, again in that last fight, have been, flicker away, Twig, gonna back off.
Dude, no one has been able to get their CC off. I feel like everyone is doing such a great job playing around these leap engages from the Bacchus and Fenrir both. When have we seen many knockups? I have barely seen any. That could be technical skills of each side, but Inbound dashes forward instead. Doesn't find the cavalry charge, but that's okay. Benny Q gonna be able to finish off where they left it. And that means Twig goes down. Aurora gets snapped in half right after, and a Gold Fury picked up by Cherry Slush.
That's the Cherry Slush I know and love. That's the one right there that just does a Gold Fury out from underneath your nose. Not even underneath your nose. Smite 2 Bad Boys knew about the Gold Fury, but couldn't do anything about it. Like, exactly. Sword just shink. Congratulations. You are now Voldemort. Like, so you have Scream. I'll tell you what Devo's does. It gives you a bit of sustain, a little bit of power, and also because Scream gets the last hit on that Gold Fury, they get so many more stacks towards their Devos, which helps jumpstart them and get them online.
Wow, that's smart.
So it's because of the way that the stacking works. You get a stack for getting a minion, but you get multiple stacks for taking out like bigger objectives and stuff like that. And then you also get to get the rest of Cherry Slush online because you're winning fights. You're out there, you're doing it.
The boy who lived come to die. Benny Q takes down Aurora. That's an unforgivable curse right there. Not much mana for Benny Q. That's okay. Sonic speed comes through. Not going to find any targets, but looked awfully cool. Inbound in a bit of trouble, but Twig even more so. Has to force the Phantom Shell. Becomes a ghost right after. Scream will have their head. And these Jade Scepters, they're awfully flashy. They're awfully nice to keep yourself safe, but you're bleeding slowly every single time.
We are in a tough spot for Smite 2 bad boys because Cherry Slush have taken their momentum, they've taken their gold lead, and now they're just kind of walking around with it, right? Catching out anybody and trying to jump on top of Cherry Slush at this point without having anything to directly fight over, I think is going to be a tough situation to put yourself in. Just because if you're lacking the damage, you're going to really feel that with the fact that Bobby's right behind you with the conviction, having the healing to keep bumping them back up. Like, Aurora is going to be the person with the anti-heal. So does Fenrir, I think, as well on the Seething Howl, but it's just not enough, right? Bobby's able to keep up with the anti. He's got the Heartward Charm as well, so he Conviction and Convictions again. He's super fast. He's got the Striders. This Guan Yu pick, again, one button wonder. You press the heal button, and your team wins the game.
Tier 1 goes down the middle. This is what we talked about last week, actually. Malum, or you even a little bit. We all talked about the fact that inbound on these backline support picks feels better. When they're being overly aggressive on the Thor, it sometimes just doesn't click. Now, Pyromancer falling into place here. Cherry Slush look to take it. Aurora does step up, but you look a bit tipsy, buddy, a bit unsteady on your feet. Mercury's here to straighten everything out. Looks for Mosswall first off before the stun can even finish. A Jade Scepter, though. Good knock up on top. Mosswall still not able to survive. Made you look, and now you can't look at anything but black. You're dead ski. Surrounded by 3. Aurora able to leap back out to safety. But hot pursuit. Cherry Slush, we got all that soft CC, but they're not going to take you down with kisses and kind words. Benny Q drops down 2, and the jungle's invaded right after.
So, Cherry Slush, huh? It looks like they're back, they're active. They are not taking anything from anyone. They lost that last week. They did not get the chance that they were hoping for. And not this time around. They look very clean, look very coordinated. Feels like Bobby's always where he should be, next to anybody with a low health bar with this Guan Yu pick. Scream has been able to get their farm on expeditiously. They are 4 levels up over Twig at this point. And Benny Q in a similar situation, 2 levels up over Moswell. The deficit is growing to such a degree where Smite 2 bad boys, mentioned before how they're a scaling team comp, they are now relying on that late game scaling to do anything in this game, because for the next 6 minutes, unless Cherry Slush screw up, they are not finding too much in the ways of kills, in the ways of damage, in the ways of objectives, unless they're able to catch somebody off guard, right? Look at this max exodus to the left lane. Maybe they catch Cyclone Spin.
This could be your way forward, but Cyclone Spin has a leap forward instead. Bacchus finds theirs on top. You gotta make this kill happen quick, and they will. Cyclone Spin goes down. It's a start. Mosswall has it in pocket as well. That feels good. What can you do with it? Go for this gold fear potentially next. Guan Yu is stepping up to the scene, and Shock has made the TP trip on over as well. The entire family reunion is here. Smite 2 bad boys want to try to get some pressure, try to get something big on the board, but it's a Sonic Boom instead. Only finds a Roar, but they're going to drop the Fury nonetheless. Stormcall in the back, evaded by most, but there's no damage on top of Cherio. They live through it all. Now the fight's all split up. Baron pulls you back in to coalesce just a bit more, but maybe you shouldn't have chosen Benny Q as your target. Cherio takes down Mosswall, and the Consigned Spirits keeps Baron up for just a bit longer. Cherry continues the fight in the back line, trying to look for Tito. Couldn't use that damage, Aurora, because now Benny Q's the one looking for your grave, and they'll be falling in there shortly. Ragnarok, just for a bit of added movement speed, as the dog is going to be able to escape beneath that tower. Remikami wishes they could say the same. Another double for Benny.
So the fight gets super split up there for both teams, and it looks like because of the numbers advantage, Smite 2 Bad Boys should be able to come out on top. But again, think about the fact that Benny Q standing next to Bobby, neither of these players are ever going to die. The Guan Yu healing is just too much. It's on too low a cooldown because of the charm there. Like, it makes it so that when you use your... It makes your next active healing ability cost 0 cooldown, but like at half damage. And Guan Yu says, I don't, half damage, isn't doing any damage, I don't care. Cheerio and Screamer are able to stand next to each other and do whatever. Cherry Slush has this classic, like, a front to back comp, basically, because Shock and Mercury are going to be up causing havoc, and you can't kill the shock. You can try. You can absolutely give it your best shot, but it's not happening. Because Fenrir is the only one with physical damage. FG
being taken up here. Storm Call up in the front lines. Cyclone Spin just got it back as they do end up taking the Cherry Slush on all 5 members. Cyclone takes down Aurora right after, picking up that nice little dagger and a kill alongside it. Easy pickings. Now Shock going to try to continue the pursuit. Benny Q takes down one. Scream finds Twig. Everyone's winning their individual scraps,
is that the
leaving
game?
no survivors. That is a deicide. That is Cherry Slush advancing forward to look for some burns.
I mean, they steal FG, they kill everybody, Aurora's up in 7 seconds, that's a level 11 Bacchus. Do you care? Do you care about a level 11 Bacchus? Cause I certainly don't. This could be well more than a mid-bird. They're going for the big kahuna.
Oh, 4 seconds up for Twig. No ultimate in pocket, though, is going to make it an awful lot more difficult to flop back defensively. Could have used that CC instead as the Titan starts to get whittled down. A good Unchained finds 4. But you're going to need a lot more as they have the bees and dip right back down to the fountain to clean the blood off their back. Aurora takes down inbound. Benny Q drops them in trade, and Cherry Slush will fell the Titan. They move on to finals.
I mean, that was start to finish Cherry Slush written all over the walls. Like,
yeah, man.
It was ridiculous what they were able to pull out there. Benny Q is too smooth on this Merlin. Scream had some pretty solid rotations. And again, it just felt like the mid laner was never challenged.
Overall, beautiful work, pristine, prime. Exactly what you expect of some of Smite's top names. Now, we get to take a look afterwards just a bit at some of the recap action. So don't you dare go anywhere. More Smite Prime action after the break.
Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, better stick it in the WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat, what's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake. On the first date like a clown at a birthday. Too late, gotta wait, cause I'm first rate. When you're back down from the beach, you're a lightweight. We got gold chains. To what we got bold claims. Oh, what we got old ways. You got no change. You swinging in the park, not me. So what, you got nothing OG. You're grinning with a face on screen. So what you got, see, spitting venom on me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. It's the peak, it's the pinnacle, it's the grand finals of the first week of this August circuit. It's D-Lo and Musi on the mics, Tess and Mort, almighty eyes in the sky, Jithens and basically Billy, your men behind the curtain, and you watching at home. Now, Musi, we just got to watch at home, or rather, wherever you might be. We got to watch a pretty gosh darn good game from our friends on Cherry Slush. They did take down the Smite 2 bad boys. Once again, always the bridesmaid, never a bride. They advance on to finals against Clocked In. Walk me through the story of this game.
So honestly, if we want to get super real with it, it was another case of the mid laner was just not challenged at all, and Benny Q got to do whatever he wanted. He was up there, he was aggressive, but he had his team behind him, and Inbound was able to offer a crazy amount of support, a crazy amount of healing as well. And because of that, this Merlin damage was just off the charts, constantly going off, constantly dealing a ton of damage. And while I feel like Smite 2 Bad Boys had a significant amount of CC on their team, so much lockdown potential, they just were never given an opportunity to use it to the fullest extent. These fights were always split up, and split up fights seemed to favor Cherry Slush more than it favored Smite 2 Bad Boys, because while they had some damage and some lockdown potential, it was never on who it needed to be. I feel like this fight really exemplifies why Cherry Slush won this game. Bobby and Benny Q fighting their little hearts out, health bars unmoving. Cherry and Scream up at the front running at the squishies, and still Scream's full health. That's even without Bobby. So Cherry Slush just were not threatened at all this game.
This is actually a great precursor to the fight that ended the game, which was that amazing 1v1 Bonanza deicide that Cherry Slush managed. Because these are just players that individually and as a team are so technically proficient that you really need to make sure that if you're Smite 2 Bad Boys, you're either ahead or you're playing as 5. And you were neither of those things. Look at how split up this fight got. You got Benny Q slaying it in the left, Cyclone in the mid, you got Cherry just moving out on the right side, murdering anyone in their path, and the Titan was just going to be an easy, inevitable conclusion. But we're still not done with our day just yet. No, Cherry Slush have got their toughest opponent of the entire bracket here today. It's going to be Clocked In, a match we've seen a few times before in that last month.
It's going to be an interesting one this go around, especially with the way that this patch is. I feel it benefits players on both teams. Like if Bobby's able to get their Guan Yu, they're going to look really good. If Paul is able to find something along the lines of like a Pele to be able to just run at people, both of these players enjoy playing things like the Merlin as well. So even the Princess Bari was looking incredibly good for Paul. So picks and bans is going to be really interesting this go around. It's going to come down to like, who gets Aladdin? Do we just ban it off the board right away? What are we doing about picks like Odin and Ares and Baron Samedi? There are players on both sides that would enjoy those things.
Gonna take a quick look at the bracket just to show you the chaos that resulted in what got us here to this final matchup. But indeed, Cherry Slush, step up to Clocked In. Worth noting as well, I do want to make a note, because those who are wondering, hey, where's Sunprod's team? Where's Globe and the rest of the gang? That would be the Father, the Son, and the Holy Globst that was eliminated by Green Eggs and Ham very early on. And I want to point out the fact that now you have Speak No Evil on this Clocked In squad. That might just be the difference maker. Support play always goes so understated, right? It's not the person who's getting the Divines, the Godlikes, the Pentakills. But their presence is so important. And Speak No Evil might damn near be one of the best supports Smite 2's got right now.
They are getting constantly better. I mean, I was introduced to Speak No Evil as the one player that made Ares look good when Ares wasn't very good at the time, and made it ban worthy. And as Ares started to get better, Speak No Evil started to look really, really good. But, you know, you're still keeping it in your back of your mind like, yeah, Ares merchant, Speak No Evil. No, they are anything merchant that everything. You put in their hands. Like, they are super strong. They are getting even better at the game as time progresses. So it's been really fun to see how Speak No Evil has been kind of like rising through the ranks among support players to be able to stand up there with the best of them.
And now you're facing down this modified, potentially even upgraded Clocked In comp. It's not going to be a cakewalk here for Cherry Slush. Even if it's the old name, is it the old game? Is it going to be you guys dominating just like you were in your heyday? Let's wait for P's and B's to find that out. And Musi, you talked about how interesting this draft is going to be. What do you want to see? If you were like just going to give everyone a smorgasbord of what's realistic but still practical, what do you think these picks are going to come down to?
So we are really looking for a couple of key picks for a few key players. Chalk is going to be something that both Karmic and Cherry will want to play. So that's going to be something that's going to be argued with over in the solo lane. And that's why it is immediately banned away from Clocked In. That makes a lot of sense. You're going to see something along the lines of like an Aladdin probably banned as well, because Paul and Scream both want it. Scream's been playing this Mercury. I don't think he wants to shove off of that anytime soon, but you definitely can't give Aladdin to Paul. We're still looking at characters like Ares. You cannot let this Ares go to Speak No Evil unless Cherry Slush is going to try to pick it up first. And then we're also considering things like the Pele. Is that ban worthy at this stage? You know Paul's going to be able to pick it up. Maybe we take away a Merlin. There's the Odin, the Aladdin taken off the board there so far in the bans. It's really going to be interesting to see where picks like Kali and Princess Bari fall down. I feel like we let the Bari through, give that to Cherry, or give that to Clocked In, but see if maybe we can get the Kali to Cycle and Spin, or a Ho Yi that has been first picked by Cherry Slush. They're not first picked by Cherry Slush, but like very high prio for a lot of the games that we've seen. I'm really curious to see how that goes, but the Merlin ban from Cherry Slush is interesting. I wonder if it's going to be an Anubis. Yeah.
They don't want Clocked In, because they were going to. I'm 100%
they were going to. 100%.
They're going to top lock that Merlin for Paul, take it away from Benny Q. So Benny Q has been playing that very consistently today, so maybe we see the Hakate back out, the Kukulkan. Bit risky. You have to make sure there's a good comp centered around it. Hoi Yi, safe, centered. We've been seeing this Sunbreaker all day as that top lock. Doesn't change here. Hydrogen's got a real one.
I mean, what does this leave out for Cherry Slush? Princess Bari, Kali. I think Kali is going to be an easy pick. Oh, the Neith. Oh my gosh, we get to see a Neith. This character's broken. She is nuts. And a Bacchus.
That's interesting.
So, remember we were talking about a second Hoi Yi. Wow. I didn't even know you could do that. That's, I mean, that's a double bargain right there. Doesn't get much better. What's better than one Hoi Yi?
BOGO. 2 Hoi Yis.
Oh, yeah. 2 Hoi Yis. Oh, it's a Baron Samedi. That makes a bit more sense.
Very similar.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Speak No Evil. Probably on it, too.
Interesting. Okay. So, you'll be able to have a neat, like a backline support for this Baron, a lot of healing offered, a little bit of peel. You got life of the party. It's pretty solid, but Cherry Slush's team is so aggressive. Bacchus could be in the hands of Bobby. I almost want to see it run by Cherry.
Me too.
I don't think I need to remind us what happened when we saw John Rowing play Bacchus from the solo lane, the devastation that caused. I imagine screams in the comms right now like, that's broken. Can we get that? Can we have that on my team? Because, like, that's crazy to deal with. Like, you have this Kali here for cycle and spin. That's kind of what I was thinking as well. If you can't have Hou Yi, we're going to give Kali. It's a lot of damage coming out from Cherry Slush. A lot of burst and sustain damage. Between Neith and Bacchus, they can just kind of blow somebody up, but also Mercury and Kali can take away an objective.
Nemesis. Tegvir loves these really aggressive double dash picks, whether it's a Susano or a Nem. No Achilles this time around makes sense. There's no shields to eat through. Bellona. Disarm on Mercury, disarm on Kali, disarm on Neith. Even Bacchus can nerf a lot of that damage coming out if it indeed is run with Aspect. Kukulkan, Musi, I'll let you take this one from here.
So, okay. Kukulkan mid. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Where are they going? What's happening here? Is it a Neith solo? Does Cherry play Neith solo? Or is this something...
I've never seen it.
Is Bobby taking us for a wild ride? Is this Bobby's wild ride right now? Because
Did Awesome Jake
who is going where? What is happening? It's a little head scratching. I'm not gonna lie. I think Cherry solo with the Neith is ideal here because you get to have the global presence from the Neith ultimate. The problem with it being in the solo lane is that the arrow takes so long to travel all the way over to duo. Mid lane Neith seems to be one of the better options, not only because you could build a crazy burst mage build, but also because when you decide to use that arrow, it can go either side with equal distance.
Well, Musi's only one way to find out where all these gods find their rightful spots by hopping into game. Grand Finals best of 3 starts right here, right now. Clocked in, Cherry Slush. Never mind, we're not here. No, you didn't see anything, guys. Let's just keep talking about the comps. So, Musi, we've done our theory crafting. Let's talk about the other side here. Clocked in, it's a bit more traditional. It's a bit more simple to understand. What do they bring to the table?
Damage, and more damage. And again, really good fights around objectives and burning down things like that Gold Fury because you have Nemesis and Bellona. If you lack the ability to get away from these characters, you're going to be in a really, really tough spot. I worry about Cuckoo specifically. If they get hit by the Wrap It Up, that's a dead Cuckoo. That's a dead noodle because he got Dash It from Nemesis, Ult from Bellona. There's a crazy amount of engage here where the Nemesis and Bellona are going to be kind of chilling up front. You know, they can tag team fights themselves, and because you have things like disarm and shield stacks from Bellona, trying to box against her is going to be really tough. And with items like Vital Amplifier being added to the game, Bellona is able to do quite a bit of damage in their own lane. Even things like the Regrowth Striders, because what's important to note about the way that Scourge works for Bellona is that it's not lifesteal, it's a heal on hit when you're in the whip form. And it's not like it was in Smite 1 where it was 1, 2, 3 on the third you heal. It's a heal every single time. So you are constantly proccing Vital Amplifier. You're constantly proccing your Regrowth Striders off of cooldown. It's a lot of movement. It's a lot of damage. And Bellona still offers you all the wonderful things with that Eagle's Rally, Prots, as well as extra damage for yourself when you're inside that banner. It's great fighting around things like a Fire Giant or a Gold Fury. Just put the banner down, you start brawling. Right? And you have Hou Yi and Princess Bari as well. Crazy circles and crazy damage. It is... Oh, it's Cuckoo solo. I should have guessed that.
Yeah, sure. Just like, but why? Walk me through. You should have guessed it. I certainly can't understand it. Wrap my head around it.
Well, imagine what kind of way does Cherio play solo lane? You got 2 options. They're playing Chalk, and they're just a super big tank and they're living forever, or they're playing things like full damage Ganesh or full damage Hades, full damage mages, quote unquote, where Cherio will just farm in lane for a bit and then walk up to a team fight and just completely blow somebody up. That's what this Kukulkan is doing right now. It is confirmed for objectives. It is a lot of damage. It's area denial with the tornadoes, but this does put a lot of pressure onto Bobby. We were talking before about how Bobby looks really good on backline supports. Bobby's not going to be playing backline supports. Bobby's playing frontline. So this puts a little bit more pressure on top of Cherry Slush to be able to be the people that are aggressive. You have to go in. Like, you cannot be the ones that just kind of sit around and wait for stuff to happen, right? What Cherio can do in this solo lane, though, is exactly what they're doing right now. Kukulkan is unmatched and clear, right? You throw down the tornado, you're chilling. That's super, super safe. Like, when it comes to mages versus, you know, melee characters like Bologna, the matchup kind of looks like either Cherio uses an ability on top of Karmic and then can't clear the wave, or they use an ability on the wave and they can't box Karmic. But from a character like Kukulkan, you kind of get the best of both worlds, because Bologna is trying to stand in front of those minions in order to get their clear going. But also, Cherio's not really looking to fight Karmic to begin with. They're just hyper-focused on clearing waves, maybe rotating out at some point to look at a Gold Fury. I think Cherry Slush is really just looking to play around that late game. Scale super hard with your Cuckoo, your Neith, your Mercury, your Kali. Like, just kill somebody out of nowhere is going to be the game plan.
Bede's already down there from Hydrogen thanks to a very well-timed Bacchus flop. I'm curious to see what Tegveer is going to do in terms of this dynamic between him and Scream. Invade seems to be the answer. And also, having this Cuckoo in the solo lane, does it present more gank ability for Tegveer? Can I have a question we save for another day? Scream tosses Tegveer into the wall. Gives damage on top. The Bede's forced off to immune that slow. But the Bell, who does it toll for? Not quite a death just yet. Benny Q backflips back to safety.
Both of these teams should be putting quite a bit of pressure on both mid laners. Paul and Benny Q are monsters in their roles, and you cannot leave them unchecked at all. And when it comes to things like, you know, this dual lane, between both, I feel like they're kind of content to chill. Yeah, Bobby does have potential to jump on top of somebody and maybe look for a kill, kind of like what's happening right now. Scream is dead.
Paul takes that first blood inside the jungle. This Bari pick on Paul is the scariest thing ever. Karmic, maybe in a bit of a scary position themselves, suffering a bit of damage from that danger noodle. Working on a disarm matters not to a Cuckoo. They don't care at all about your Scourge.
Not really interested. And well, also Karmic gets to build right away into something like a Lash if they really feel like it. Or
that's true.
The Vital Amplifier we were talking about before is still a popular choice for Karmic. Again, solo lane is a little weird just because Cherio is not really interested in actively looking for fights, just kind of incidentally dealing damage to Karmic because they accidentally walked into a tornado.
Yeah.
That's kind of how that goes.
Oops.
When it comes to, yeah, like, when it comes to like early kills, early fights, I'm expecting a lot around this mid lane. Paul and Betty are constantly going to be taking shots at each other to see if they can get the other one to fall down. Once this Neith hits level 5 like they did just now, that opens up the map in terms of who can die. Scream's going to go try to hit level 5, ult on top of somebody, make that rotation, and Betty Cube will have the global presence to get that last bit of damage that Scream can't do to finish off the kill.
And that's great too, considering who would be getting the full credit for it. Benny Q, you want to try to feed them up, especially to counter that first blood pressure that Paul's already started to develop. Going back to what I was talking about before, that Cuckoo being in solo, where does it fall in terms of making the Nemesis's job a bit easier to gank? Do you decide to try to rotate over and break the noodle in half, considering it does have slow immunity, but it's a long stretch of lane to walk down back to tower?
So Cuckoo recently got a change where if they use their movement ability inside a tornado, not only do they get the dash, whoa, double jump.
That's big damage on the Speak No Evil, and Cyclone will indeed reward it with a kill on top. So far, inbound proved me wrong. I can do just as well up in your face as I can in the back line. Paul trying to apply some pressure here to Scream once more, but Sonic Boom is charged up, which means you have a clear channel to escape. Where do you take it through? It's going to be in the back line of the jungle. Switches on over coast to coast, and Scream's out there.
Crazy amount of damage over there in the dual lane, but looks like the damage is not done. Speak No Evil. Scream takes the back camp and he'll be able to get out of there. Talking a bit about can the Nemesis gank solo. Long and the short of it, yeah, but I wouldn't just because the Cuckoo is a slippery noodle. They can get the dash off. They still get the movement speed after they dash. Not listening. They're still going to try to go for it. Cherio's low, so maybe they could just dive tower as well, but that's a dangerous endeavor.
Let's see if we can find it. The dash as well as that speed boost right after. Tegveer's like, shoot, Musi, why didn't you tell me earlier? We just did, silly. Neith ult comes in right after just for a bit of added insult to injury. Cherio is safe.
And then it's exactly what I said. Although Cheerio coming back to lane is a little risky here. But it looks like they're going to be okay. Now, because there's so much pressure put it on that solo side, Scream is able to try to keep Paul in check as best they can. So it's kind of like a give and take. I'm kind of waiting for somebody to take that first crack at the Gold Fury.
Oh,
I mean, we had a crazy kill. Uh-oh, Cherry.
This is not looking good. Cuckoo is trying to escape with as low health as possible, but will be able to get back to safety. Cyclone spin, similar issues. The stuns drop on down. You are not invincible. You are dead ski. Hydrogen finds a stun on top, but Bacchus will be able to get back to safety. So at the very least, it's a good answer back from Clocked In.
A little bit of a back and forth here between the two teams. Clocked In dueling, showing that they also have kill potential, especially when you have things like that life of the party to pull somebody in. Like, do you have beads? Yeah? I don't think I care, right? Because you also have Wrap It Up. Kali's only got the one lead. And if you can lock her down, all the better. Hydrogen with this Ho Yi, because you've got the sun that spawns inside that ultimate, shapes the geography a little bit, has the ability to deny movement. Ultimate from Bona!
No life! Cheerio just got absolutely torn apart, and the Sonic Boom will not save you. In fact, you might have wanted to use that to escape instead. He'll take the easy way back, walks to safety beneath that tower. What an amazing coordinated engage by Clocked In.
I don't think Cherry or I were ready for that, but when you don't have bees, you have to stay extra careful. Bologna can and will just ult on top of you. It does so much damage all at once. And keep in mind too, Karmic isn't running the aspect, so if you get the bludgeon damage on top of that as well, you get more damage depending on how many people you hit. So Cheerio has to stay super like passive. Your game plan isn't an aggressive one. It's I'm just gonna clear waves and get to my late game, right? By taking the tumble there, by making yourself look appealing to gank, you're gonna put yourself in a position where you're just gonna be super behind as the game progresses. But yeah, this is classic Cheerio. Cherry will just die like 8 times in lane and then show up at the end of the game and one-shot somebody when they play these types of picks. So I feel like they're not too stressed out about the kills, but I worry about giving Tegveer any kind of advantage.
Solo lane seems to be where all of the action is at. It's a dash forward aggressively from Cheerio just to spit on them with the Zephyr. Karmic will survive. I love the idea of enabling this Bologna because, again, it shuts down so much just with that disarm. It's something to worry about. But now you got to worry about this invade. Bacchus is trying to be a nuisance. And I do believe that steal was not successful. Karmic able to escape, but to get back to your tower safely. Default incoming. The dive as well.
Good ball.
To immune the CC and plants a flag on top. Great double stun. And Clocked In take advantage to grab the Gold Fury. You might grab the kill. Karmic just can't do it. Cheerio counters out that objective.
And look, Scream's super low. Benny Q's forced to walk away. I love that macro frame from Clocked In. And if you're Cherry Slush, you kind of should know better, right? Because that's the way that Cherry Slush plays. Once you reach a certain point in the game, if you put extended pressure on solo lane, you have to kind of acknowledge the fact that you're giving up that Gold Fury. Because any team worth their salt is going to make a play for that gold the first chance they know that they're going to have a man advantage. Like, Karmic makes the call. I've got Bobby here. Cool. Pull gold. What are they going to do?
Yeah.
Fight us? We have a man advantage. We have a man advantage. We don't care. Fight them. It doesn't matter. So, Clocked In now start to pull ahead a little bit. And Karmic doesn't care that they died. They got gold. They're like, cool, W.
Yeah. It is a bit of a shame they lost the tier 1, but we might be getting some more violence here on the left side. Closes the coffin snugly around Cyclone spin. Speak No Evil on the Baron, I think, is such that in my opinion is when Ares not available because it's been banned away every single gosh darn time from this poor guy. Baron is now what I think of as the hallmark Speak No Evil pick.
It does so much for Clocked In. Wrap it up, life of the party, just sucking in anybody. And you also are not you're not rocking the aspect for Baron. So you're getting that slow immunity. You're getting the healing that you need. So it's a bit of sustain as well for Clocked In. And of course, you got those regrowth straters on deck. So Speak No Evil is able to keep themselves safe by having a bunch of movement speed available to them. It's a good start here from Clocked In. And they scale pretty well towards that late game because Paul is on this Princess Bari. And for all the action that's been happening on the map, Paul again has not been acknowledged too much by anybody, which is a dangerous thing to do.
Yeah.
You can't let just Paul sit there and farm and do whatever he wants to do. That Bari is going to come online. When it comes online, it's going to hurt really bad all at once. We will not talk about Bari for like 10, 15 minutes, and then suddenly in the last 5 minutes of a game that we are in, it's just Bari.
Yeah.
Like, that's how it goes. You don't want to get to the Bari point. You gotta shut that down like this.
Big gank on top of the Bari. Kukulkan is present as well. Paul's got nowhere to go. The Bari ult's already expended, but a two-step back away, not going to save you. Benny Q finds the ultimate. Spirit of the Nine wins just to really make sure he's dead. Speak No Evil does arrive to the scene, tries to bring back in the Cuckoo, stalling for time to wait for Tegvir to arrive. Bologna's going to be there in 20 seconds or so, but will we see Cherry Slush disengage beforehand? A good beads to shrug off that slow. Same story for the Bacchus stun as well. Consigned Spirits gives good heals. Hydrogen gives good damage. Cherio's dead as well, but not before suffering quite a bit. The winds barely keep Hydrogen alive, but Mercury's lurking for more.
He's got the mark on. Disappear here. Hydrogen backing off. You can see Tegvir still wants to find the fight against Scream, but unfortunately they're going to back off for just a sec. Cherry Slush look for
Karmic's here though, getting slow on top. The dash to try to save it, but the dot's already applied, and that's going to be one more body stacked up for Clocked In. Tegvir is going to make that fight swung in their favor just a little bit more. Benny Q misses a very crucial spirit arrow that keeps Speak No Evil in good graces. Break down that fight. That was very chaotic, and it lasted quite some time.
So Cherry Slush kind of dumps everything into Paul in the mid lane, and we use the Cuckoo ult. It's a little bit off the mark, and I feel like that's worth mentioning because having that ult when the Nemesis tried to walk up to Cherry would have been a very handy tool to have in your back pocket. And I think you pointed it out pretty well. We are playing against the time of when does Karmic show up, right? Like, I heard the Knights were coming to town, right? And all of a sudden, at the end of the episode, there they are. And you're like, oh crap, Karmic's here. And Cherry Slush stick around just a little bit too much. They wanted to go back in. They wanted to look for that re-engage because the health bars were so low. But once Karmic shows up, that's game over. You got to take a step back, right? And after that, Cherry Slush, like I said, take a step back, go back to farming, go back to do what they got to do. At the very least, though, you kill Paul. That puts Benny Q a little bit ahead, so maybe you can try to replicate that magic.
What that started with was a massive gank attempt. All hands on deck to try to kill Paul. Now it's Hydrogen under that same level of pressure. A great sonic boom, all that global pressure. Cyclone Spin takes them down. No need ult even necessary. 12 minutes in, about to tick over to 13. 6-4 in favor of Clocked In, but a Pyromancer now taken down in favor of them as well. Going to make that about a 2k gold lead. Can Cherry answer back with a Fury?
You have Cyclone Spin sticking on it, but Clocked In are scooping around that bottom left side, but the rotation from Cherio as well.
Lono's not going to be present for a bit more time. Once again, it's about stalling until waiting to see if Karmic will take part in the fight. Speak No Evil is going to be the first one present. Has that coffin shut down, but the Consigned Spirit's already used. That means Speak No Evil just going to add to Cherry Slush's coffers. A Gold Fury on top. Overall, they're pretty happy with that trade.
They are stoked, and that is the type of plays I was looking for from Cherry Slush earlier on in the game. It's so weird to see Cherry Slush not prioritize these Gold Furies as early as they were in previous matches. But I do feel like a lot of that has to do with the fact that Clocked In's early game was looking really, really good. I mean, you had Tegvir that was applying pressure to Scream wherever they were going. Karmic, a lot of focus put onto the solo lane, where it felt like the Bologna was able to come out on top. And the dual lane's kind of like, I don't want to call it a toss-up, but both sides have kind of had their moment to go crazy. Now, a Neathald on top of Hydrogen, can't find anything beyond that, but it's just a reminder to Clocked In that, hey,
I'm coming.
We could get you at a moment's notice. We are coming. Last time this Who Ye Got Bacchus flopped, there was a Scream ultimate right around the corner and they died, right? So it's about putting the fear there, putting that thought of, is this a time when I die? Do I have to beat this? What happens now, right? Cherry Slush continuously asks the question of, what are you going to do when I jump on top of you? Can I get your beads? And if you say yes, they back up. They're like, cool, beads gotten. We're going to be back in like 30 seconds to jump on you again and try to kill you for real, right? Count down the days.
It's scary stuff out there when you know that they've constantly got your number arranged and changed. Now, sort of the mids is what we've been talking about here. And Benny Q up a little bit, 1-0 versus the 1-1, and also up about half a level. What does that convert to, though, in the team fights? Neith no longer has that global pressure. Does she still bring the same level of boom? We'll have to wait to find out, as the right side is where all the action's at. Karmic tries to ward off the invaders and actually does grab their own blue buff, steps back, satisfied.
Neith is one of the strongest mid laners in the game right now. She brings nothing but boom, right? What she will lose a little bit in global presence as team fights start to become a bit more frequent and she's like present for them. She makes up for the fact that she can just completely destroy somebody if she has a couple of weaves. Even if she has one weave.
Yeah.
Squishies die in front of Neith. They don't get the chance to operate. They don't get the chance to play the game. Clockton is going to have to stay a little bit careful of their position, making sure that you don't die. Karmic getting ganked in by Scream.
Great body block. Tosses him right back inside the tornado. The rally, going to try to keep him alive for a bit longer. Here comes the Neith. It's just a reminder of your impending doom. Inside a tornado, they'll meet their end, but Karmic does have the last laugh, taking down Scream from the grave. Tegvir's present as well, and Speak No Evil's coming to try to wrap up that noodle for later. Consigned Spirit's a bit off the mark. Tegvir prioritizes the farm. I want to prioritize the fight, because inbound's here now as well. Gets a bit of extra action there with the ultimate. Pulls back in the Kukulkan, but finds the stun on the box instead. Speak No Evil's awfully low, and now they're brought down to 0. Cherio takes that kill. Rotation comes in from Paul, looking for inbound. Will grab them as well, 2 for 2 so far. That tower is not going to save you quite just yet, buddy. No tornado means no dash, so Tegvir can try to catch on up. Dodges through the Zephyr, double dashes forward, sliced and diced. That spaghetti noodle just got broken in half. Every Italian mourns, and so does Clocked in as Tegvir goes down too.
I mean, you saw the Nemesis South bar. At first it was there and then it wasn't. Now we have a bit of a dual lane scuffle. Neithal comes out to save Cyclone Spin's life, but Hoi-Al was not enough to secure away their own purple buff. So Cyclone Spin is able to walk away with that. A lot of fighting over in the solo lane, but fortunately, unfortunately for both teams, nobody's able to look at a Pyromancer or a Fire Giant after the fact. So we're just kind of resetting. We're poking out. We're trying to see what we can pull from people. What does it mean when we gank? What does it mean when we look for these fights? How are they trying to fight? If I learned anything from that engagement in solo, it's that Karmic is disgusting with it. And you should expect Karmic to reliably be able to dodge things with their ultimate.
When we fight as 5 here as Cherry Slush, are you concerned about the fact that we only have Cherio rocking this full damage cuckoo and that inbound's the only one to soak up damage? Is that a concern for us?
So, I would say, yeah, you should be a little worried about the 5v5 because it kind of brings in a lot of things that maybe you're not used to. And I think you're more worried about this.
Paul, once again, subject of so much aggression. The Barial ensures a bit of safety, but maybe use a bit too early. Kukulkan still in pocket. Ult economy going completely away to Cherry Slush, but at least no bodies drop for Clocked in.
Doesn't look like anybody's quite ready to back away from this, though. Cherio makes the rotation over, and it looks like we're kind of sticking around. Gold Fury, Pyromancer, and Fire Giant are all up and available. And Cherry Slush are all grouped up as 5.
Whoa,
Karmic is going to get caught out.
Big ult there on top of Karmic. The Eagles rally to try to escape. Consigned Spirit's a much-needed heal, but not going to be enough. Cherio takes down their solo opponent inside this massive team fight. Now Cherry Slush can just instantly convert that to some Gold Fury pressure. They rotate over. Will Clocked in respond is the question? Likely not.
They have a man advantage, but also, you mentioned it before, the ult economy of everything getting traded out here. Cherio will have their ult to confirm this if they want to. There's the whole yield.
Inbound is going to be able to take it for Cherry Slush. Second Gold Fury in their name. Not really too much to follow up on at that point. The disengage from their team is also quite competent. Walk us back, though, to these fights. Why are Cherry Slush just always seeming to be ahead of the game? They're always leading foot with these engagements.
Well, think about who are the main aggressors to fights. We're looking at Bobby and we're looking at Scream that are kind of getting these fights started when they make the rotations over. Benny steals the Pyromancer.
Yuck.
That's gross. That's disgusting. And Cherry Slush, because you have these engages from Scream, from Bobby, and they're usually working in tandem, and they're isolating one person at a time. Paul's dead too.
Yeah, that Barial's just not going to save it. Inbound showing the true power of the Bacchus pick. Good stun from Hydrogen. Unfortunately, the tower goes down. That's great play from Benny Q, recognizing the tower is the real threat, not just the Hoi-Yi. 20 minutes in, 9-10. Cherry Slush taking the lead up with the kills. The gold, too, about 5K their way. Sonic Boom on top of Speak No Evil brings big troubles there for the Baron. They're caught between a rock and a hard place. Going to retreat back to the loving arms of Karmic to ensure safety. But do you want to let that blue buff go? You might have to just watch it go down. Bacchus under a bit of pressure from the Bellona. Not enough, though. Karmic, you might be wandering into a trap. Best be careful. Cherio lies in wait.
Disarm. Here goes Cherry. Poking on a little bit of damage, but Scream's just going to try it back at least.
Instant beads tossed right back in that tornado. Heard you like the wins. But now it's a bludgeon right back. Spin to win. Scream goes down. Intoxicate could result in Bellona's end, but the heals are just too much to deal with. And that flops off the mark. Unravel as well. Tegvir goes down to the back line. Can Speak No Evil complete that kill? Answer's going to be yes. Unfortunately, it means you die alongside your solo. It's a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Slush.
Benny Q ripped out the ultimate, was able to find a bit of extra damage there too. Cherry Slush will come out on top. And that fight didn't even have to happen. Karmic could have let Scream go. They are able to kill him, but at what cost, right? Tier 2 in the solo lane side is being looked at while Paul is still trying to take down this Tier 1. These fights for Cherry Slush look so good because Scream and Bobby are able to hard engage, but also think about what kind of damage you're throwing out as Cherry Slush. Giant Cuckoo Tornadoes, as well as giant Weave procs from Neath. It is so easy to land all of this damage, and it does so much, and it will only do more as the game progresses. There are so many scaling picks for Cherry Slush between the Cuckoo, the Neath, the Mercury, the Kali. Like, they're all so ready to get to the later stages of the game that we're already in. Like, they're pretty much online and ready to go. And now they've been able to get back-to-back Gold Furies, a Pyromancer, more kills in the solo lane, another Tier 2 tower. The gold is going to constantly start to spiral out. Now we're starting to think about things like Fire Giant. If you're clocked in, you're also holding out for your scaling picks. Paul's level 19. They've got their items online. They're just short too, but at this point, the Princess Bari should be hitting pretty hard. You have the CC. It might be time just to try to find somebody and take them out. It's time to play like a pick comp, right? Karmic goes in, wrap it up from Speak No Evil. I don't care who it is. Be it Cherry, be it Scream, be it Benny, be it Cyclone. Take away one of the damage carries so that your job becomes infinitely easier.
Just feels like Cherry Slush are always dictating the when and where of these fights because they have that Merc ult. I feel like so many times we've seen Scream just blisteringly speed across the lane and instantly result in the death of at least one member of Clocked In. So what do they lead with? How do you start a fight as Clocked In if you're trying to get things going?
I mean, wrap it up from Baron. Once you get a root off, you can start using Life of the Party. Tegvir has their ultimate as well. Pyromancer goes away at Cherry Slush. Like, Tegvir could take a look at this Bacchus, ult them, and say, cool, he has 0 prots, kill him, right? Now we can tread down that tank. That's another option that they have available. Even Hydrogen could go for a pick there too if they find a stun. There are options. The problem is Cherry Slush just kind of has so much damage, they don't care. They're like, oh, you're going in? Bye. There's the door.
Yeah.
I'll see you later, right? You can try again if you want, but I'll tell you something right now. Not going to go the way you want it to.
Scream left side. Might be going down, but the ricochet is off the mark. That would have been really good to catch that dash. Ancient Fury up for the pickings. A big objective. Would only result in the weakening of Tier 1s. All 3 which are up. There's so much global gold available for Clocked In. They just got to reach out and take it.
Honestly, like, the fact that all these towers are up do give me a bit of hope for Clocked In. If they can get those towers, they can tie up the gold, but I don't think Cherry Slush is going to give them that opportunity.
Inbound, wrapped up like you asked, but the leap over the wall is the first call. Great Sonic Boom,
There
finds
you go.
2. The Suns collapse on down, but Tegvir starts by killing Benny Q for the first time. Scream alongside it, and now Inbound jumps in, but I don't think you realize your backline's already dead. Spirit of the Nine Winds goes and fits no one, and the Tier 1 will fall as well. Clocked In, they heard your calls, and they've answered your prayers. They're back into the swing.
It's about finding a couple of people out of position that you can just jump on top of and kill them. Cherry Slush wasn't in a position to defend that because they weren't all grouped up as 5. Now it's a Fire Giant being picked up by Clocked In. Cherry Slush don't have the Cuckoo ult, but they do have Cyclone Spin.
Still scary stuff. You decide to focus on the fight. What a great consigned Spirits, though. Instantly heals back everyone to full. Now you can win the sustain game. Bari ult down as well. Means further poke and also good zoning from Paul. But you got to stay alive. Cherio in hot pursuit, uses the slipstream. That could be a bit dangerous, but the tornado is so well placed. Now Paul's got to try to beat their way back to safety. No safety granted. Cyclone takes them down. The fight's gone awry. Clocked in. Do they decide to stick by this FG? It is rather low after all. You've done all the work, but can you finish it?
Oh, no!
It's taken down for Cherry Slush instead, but Cyclone will die alongside. Inbound still present. Karmic still low. Dagger used there by Speak No Evil to bring them back to full. The fight on the right side goes a bit better for Clocked in as Cherio gets sniped in two. Speak No Evil still alive. Some portal combat here on the left, but Scream's lurking in the back wings. Karmic has the banner, but the beads is the instant response, and there's no way in hell you're staying alive. One last bully, but no! What a great wrap it up! They're turning it around, they're spinning to win, and they got the heals too. Sorry, Scream, you've spoken your last. Turn back around and face me. Inbound hops back in to try to save him. What amazing plays from both ends of the support spectrum, but does anyone die for it? Tegveer in hot pursuit decides to just leave the chips where they fall. Look for inbound instead. The easier, softer, squishier target. A leap over the wall will not save her from the double dash. A couple more slice and dice as this Bacchus is going home.
Wow, what a ridiculous chain of events there. That's crazy. Cherry
Holy
Slush
crap.
steal the FG, but only Scream and Betty Q are going to be left with it. They're going to use that to take away the Ancient Gold Fury while in turn Clocked in. Look at the Pyromancer, but Karmic walks up to the Ancient Gold Fury.
This is dangerous. Can they finish the job already? We've seen objectives go down. Hydrogen steals it. Oh, sorry, Rad, that was a Pyromancer. I got completely bamboozled, but it's Benny Q instead who grabs it for Cherry Slush. Left side, Sonic Boom charged up, but members waiting on all parts of the lane. Do they decide for the call to action? Round that back, the wrap it up, the bit off the mark. That means Speak No Evil. You got nothing left. The Bari ultimate just a second too late from Paul, and they have to watch as their support goes down.
So now we can break down the chain of events, right? Surely,
Okay.
gamers, you'll let me do it? So that Fire Giant took a while to burn. Scream falls to Hydrogen. And because of the slow burn, never mind, Karmic's jumping over the wall.
Spirit Knight wins off the mark again. Karmic will be able to survive for a bit longer. The Neathel on top of the Nemesis ult. Benny Q will fall. Tegveer takes them down. They are burst apart in a blink of an eye. Bacchus tries to continue to pursue, but there's really not too much of a point to it at this point. Clocked in, man. They're finding these errant stray picks, but Cherry Slush, I feel like, just have the grander picture in mind.
That really is what it's boiling down to, because Clocked in is able to like go back in one after the other, trying to help out the other one, see if maybe they can turn something around and find a kill. And that can bite them in the butt sometimes and can get them killed if they're not careful. They've all lost the Fire Giant that they just earned, that they stole away.
Yeah, man.
So you, at the end of the day, you're like, well, I guess they don't have it, and that's good. But now we're kind of back to where we were before. But at the very least, you deny Clocked in that chance to get back into the game. And with an Ancient Gold Fury pickup from Clocked in and this Queen Naga right around the corner, the left and the right side birds are exposed and debuffed.
Worth noting, I mean, we talked about how Clocked in can get back in. That global gold still so tantalizingly available. And in my opinion, they've sealed it. It's a 6K gold lead for Cherry Slush still. 3 kills up for Clocked in about 30 minutes into this game. I'm convinced that Clocked in have not necessarily their hand, or not both hands of the steering wheel, but they've got at least a pinky. And that can become the entire fist wrapped around if they just start to coalesce a bit more. Reel in a bit of that wanton aggression, and also just make sure some of these ultimates are finding the right targets. Who are you looking for first? Like, Benny Q is killable. Do we just instantly need a gimp to the Neath, or is it inbound always because they're the first one step forward? Who do we try to take down first to ensure that our plans come together?
Benny Q or Cherry are going to be some of the earlier picks I would look for, just because they deal so much damage. And they're able to deal that damage really, really easily. And killing them would have some grander implications on the map. You kill Cheerio, that is one less Spirit of the Nine Winds to worry about when trying to go for an FG, right? You kill Benny Q, that is one less ridiculous character on the map that you have to deal with, because she just does so much damage, right? I'm looking at those two.
Yeah.
Or Cyclone Spin. Can you kill Cyclone Spin? Then Cherry Slush can't really look at objectives. Like, it becomes very difficult to do so. Yes, you have Cheerio, but like you need that sustained damage from your colleague to look at things like FG, Gold Fury, Pyromancer, which is picked up and Clocked in. Might want to fight for that.
Instantly unleashed. Yeah, instead they're going to look for the God picks. Karmic dropped down to about half. Got to make sure you're staying safe here. Some Consigned Spirits, though, could restore that back up nice and easy breezy. Tegvir does have that Magi's Blessing to shrug off a bit of that CC. You might need it for this Mercury, who instead decides to dash up, looking for Speak No Evil. It's a 1v1, not one. You stand to win. Hydnemian popped in. Pyromancer dropped. Cherry Slush going to take that one in spades.
They're going to look for a disengage here, which means that Clockton could take a look at the Fire Giant, and Cherry Slush has to reset as well. Yeah, they have to reset. They can fast TP back in, but FG already falling down a little bit more than half. Could be trouble here.
Dangerous work. Ultimate not online for Cherry either, so you don't have that secure. This could be everything for Clocked In if they can try to actually secure it and get it in their grasp. The Suns drop down, separate the fight. It's a big silence and the Sonic Boom on top. Hits two, but Cherio's the first to fall. Benny Q and Cyclone Spin right after. Speak No Evil is a worthy sacrifice to the cause, as Inbound will fall last, but there's low health bars here for Clocked In. Got to finish up this FG and make sure Scream's not here to steal it away. Only down a half, and Tegvir so tantalizingly low alongside Karmic. Scream's not willing to let this one go that easily. Hydrogen knows it. The rest of the team as well, unsure if they stick around the objective or try to put down this gosh darn speedster. They've opted for the latter, but can you succeed? The Barrier ensures no one will die.
Whoa.
Save for the jungle. It's a D aside and FG. 4 Clocked In.
Remember when we were talking earlier about how we don't talk about the Bari until way later in the game?
Yeah,
It's Bari, 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 Bari.
You did say that. Bari.
Welcome to Bari, 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 Bari.
Bari,
Because,
Bari.
oh my
Bari.
God, Bari. And you know what's crazy about Bari getting all of the assists and the kills there? Because of the Spirit of Desolation, she gets to have the ultimate back up in time for when Scream decides to go back in. It's disgusting how much damage that character does as well. Like, that was gross. It felt like everybody grouped up for Burial, all the damage came out at the same time, and just Cherry Slush got completely boomed. Scream was in a position to maybe try to find a couple of picks going in there, but with the Bari back ult, with the Bari ult back online, what are you gonna do? You just lose. Now Clocked In gets to look at an Ancient Gold Fury as well. You got FG, they got AGF. All that global gold on the map, so tantalizing there. It's looking pretty achievable right now.
33 minutes in, 23-16, Clocked In. We said they were not down and out, and indeed they've proven it. Queen Naga to boot. They got all the siege tools necessary to start winding down these tier 2s. Look, that's the thing, Musi, all 3 tier 2s up. So much global gold still available. Inbound looks like an awfully tasty appetizer. We'll start with him.
Down he goes. Down goes the left side tier 2 as well. Screams charging ultimate and goes in.
Whoa! They know the dagger's down, but are you about to be out of it as well? Sniped out by Hydrogen. What a great fear no, or what a Speak No Evil rather. And the suck right after will result in Scream's end. Benny Q will fall alongside. This very well could be the end call, but those tier 2s mean the Titans a bit buffed up. In the back line, jumps Karmic, trying to bring the damage where it may fall. Consigned Spirits keeps them all healed up and brings Cherio down. Spare the 9 wins alongside Solicus Flynn's damage. Takes down Tegvir before the colony falls on top. It's one more deicide. It's one more victory for Clocked In. They take game 1.
Bari got online.
Bari got
online. That was a crazy team fight at the FG. And then it looks like Cherry Slush just ended up tumbling again, kind of plat diving for their teammates one after the other, and then ultimately dying. And those staggered death timers lost them the game.
Bari. We'll cut to break and talk more about Bari. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium. Back at the peak, back at the pinnacle. Game 2 of Grand Finals coming at you for the first week of this August circuit. D-Lo behind the mic, Musy joining me in the booth. Almighty Eye in the sky, Mort and Tess keeping the prod lights on the cam steady. Men behind the curtain, that's basically Billy and Jithens. Please make sure to thank them as well. Now, Musy, Game 1 clocked in, locked in. It started off a bit shaky, but they found their feet. They found the boots beneath them. And I'm just talking about the regrowth Striders. Walk me through the progress of that game.
I mean, you could kind of wrap a lot of this up with the singular word of Bari, especially towards the end of the game. But there was 30 minutes of gameplay that happened leading up to that moment that I think we need to address before that happens. Starting it out with the fact that there was a lot of pressure being put over on top of the solo lane, trying to support Cherio with this Kukulkan solo pick, where maybe it felt like you could have left this Cuckoo to their devices of just trying to clear the lane by themselves and put more pressure on the Gold Fury, which the first one went the way of clocked in. Cherry Slush didn't start getting them until they were able to get their carries online and start leaning a little bit more towards that late game. What really ended up hindering this Cherry Slush team was the fact that they had a crazy wipe at FG, where Paul had the fattest ultimate this side of Smite game, and then clocked in with that FG, take ancient Gold Fury, and unfortunately Cherry Slush kind of bite the dust a little bit around that left side where they get picked off by clocked in, and then they just go in one after the other, except for the last two, Cherio and Cyclone Spin, who kind of held back. Like, Scream tries to play the hero here across the left side. I feel like if you hold off and maybe try to fight the 3v5 like this, that's the game right there. Because with that, it's plat chat. It's plat dying going in after one or the other. Cherry Slush are definitely better than that. I think they just kind of had a lapse there, and clocked in, capitalized on it perfectly.
They were used to setting the tempo, right? They're used to waiting for Paul to just be, you know, la 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 beneath that mid-tier 1, and then all of a sudden, boom, Screamo, and then boom, Neathel, and then boom, they're dead. But no, what do you do when they're knocking on your doors now? All of a sudden, it's the moment when the final girl in the horror movie, she gets a weapon, and the slasher does not know what to do about it. And that's how the Scream movie will end, at least in that game 1. We still got another chance for our friends on Cherry Slush to come back in and prove their salt. Now, look at these slash lines. Hydrogen. I don't think we got to talk enough about how well his Hoi did. It was the first pick for a reason, after all.
Hoi is one of those picks right now where you want to give it to your ADC. It's just incredibly powerful. The jump, I swear to God, is frame 1 off liftoff, so you're able to avoid a lot of damage.
Great out of shield option.
Yeah, no kidding. Like, it just does so much for this team, and especially because you're able to go this crit Hoi build as well with the learning and bow. You get a stun and you get the damage off. Those shots are going to crit. Does so much. The sun that comes down with the ultimate that is able to block people off. Look at the Cherry Slush composition. Cyclone Spin, Bobby, Mediq can get around that sun, but Scream and Cherry cannot. And those are the people that are going to be up in the front lines that are trying to make their grand escape after that initial engagement. So I feel like, yeah, Hydrogen was able to do quite a bit of work, but really got to give the laurels over to Paul. But also I'm thinking about Karmic as well, who was doing quite a bit in that solo lane to attract the ire of both Scream and Bobby, and was able to stay alive for a ridiculous amount of time using that Eagles rally to avoid so much damage.
Going back to our friends on Cherry Slush, who didn't come with the victory, I want to throw actually credit to both supports. Speak No Evil had some amazing that one play we saw back-to-back like generational peel from Inbound and Speak No Evil was insane, and they have been on their good timing. Inbound, I feel like today has had a pretty solid run, and again, prove me wrong. I can run these aggressive supports. Shut up, D'Lo. Got you. Okay. P's and B's coming up next. What do we need to see from these teams? What adjustments do you want them to make?
So I don't know if I want to run back the Cuckoo solo again. I know that's something that Cherry likes to keep in the back pocket. It's very fitting for his playstyle. But in this meta, it does kind of feel like you want a couple of front lines. Leaving it all up to Bobby to be the engage, the person that soaks up all the damage. I almost want to put Bobby back on that backline support and let Cherry play something up front. That means probably trying to look for something like an early Chalk, if possible, in your draft, because that is going to be one of the premier tanky solo laners for your draft. When it comes to any other adjustments I would make, honestly, Scream on the Mercury has been doing super well in the past. It has done well already today. Seeing it take a tumble like it did, I don't know if that means that we move off of it right away, or if maybe we try to look for something else. Obviously, if an Aladdin presents itself for Scream, you're taking that in a heartbeat, but there are a lot more options to maybe consider.
Well, we can take a gander in the P's and B's. Pele was left on the table in answer to what you were talking about with the jungle, and also Cabrakan was left open for solo, but Cherry did opt for something a bit more unorthodox and kind of got smacked for it. So wouldn't mind having the Mountain Breaker back. We'll find out if that's going to be the case. Man, I would love to see Aladdin back, but it's like Founder Series all over again. We're just like, everyone's like, I'm going to start booing any moment now.
Right. Well, and you have to think, both teams want Aladdin. Both of them do. Like, Paul wants to play Aladdin and Scream wants to play Aladdin. And Scream is gnarly with Aladdin. You cannot let him have it, right? So being able to just take it off the board is strictly beneficial for both teams at this point. Because if you don't get the first perk hit for Cherry Slush, you kind of hung out high and dry. I almost wonder, too, if Merlin gets through, if we try to prioritize that for Benny Q. They did pretty well underneath, but the way that they have been moving on this Merlin pick so far today and in the past has been just exceptional. But it's another one of those picks that both teams are going to be arguing over it.
There's a lot of those. It's interesting. Like, it's kind of like the kindergartner when they have their favorite toy. Like, they'll just break it because they don't want anyone to play with it instead. Is what we're seeing with the Aladdin. The Nemesis target ban. They're trying to ban out Tegvir right now. Susano and Nem both. What does that leave open that we didn't see before? Merlin banned away. The Ares is left open on the table. That was banned prior and now is available for Speak No Evil to take up. And you can imagine they're rubbing their hands together like a housefly waiting for the pick to go back to clocked in.
There's also a Pele that could be picked up if we wanted to see Paul run the Pele mid again, or if Tegvir would be so curious for it. Oh yeah, I think it's a good call out there too. Like, are we giving that to Cyclone Spin? But think too, Princess Bari. Kali, also still open. Are you going to get Paul Bari again? First pick sucks. Like, there is so much that you have to think about. What is the single most important pick in this game? Because I guarantee you clocked in is going to take the next two best things, and you're just going to sit there with your hands in your pockets kicking rocks like, dude, I did not want this. This is a terrible position to be in. But I think at this point, you're either looking at Hou Yi or you're looking for something to give Scream in the jungle. I don't think if you're running back the Mercury, nobody's going to take that away. Got to be the Ares. Yeah. Take that away from Speak No Evil. Don't let him have it. He's just going to run back the Baron.
He's pissed.
There it is.
He's pissed. He's mad. He's angry. Hou Yi is going to be the pick in response. Here's my issue, though. You know the Ares running support. Why are you picking your support right after? It's not like there's a second wave of bans. I'm a bit worried about that. I don't think we necessarily should have gone the Baron. Sun Wukong. I see you raise an eyebrow. You're probably happy about that one. Alongside the Honor.
I like Sun Wukong as a character. I don't know how well they're going to be able to perform in the game as a whole. Sun Wukong, to me, lacks a little bit in the damage department for anything in like mid or anything like that. Like, yeah, they can do a bit He got lifesteal, he got in scaling. It's pretty solid. I want to see it in the solo lane. I want to see it go to Cherry just because what Wukong can do is live for a very long time. And having that extra front line, having somebody that can be the Ox, the Tiger, not Aspect, Wukong, you've got clones, ultimate. If Cherry can be an annoyance up there to help buy more time for Scream, I think that would be the best pick for him.
Bar.
It's back. I mean, and if we can leave that alone where it is, D'Lo, and just kind of hold on to it until that 20-25 minute mark where it becomes super relevant for us. But you know, for those of you watching at home, it's on the way.
Oh,
you were so excited.
Who's messing with me right now? Because these are both very unorthodox picks. We've seen it already so far from Cherry Slush. Hecate making its debut in the series, in the stream today. But Achilles, we didn't talk about that. Clocked in, rock what? Tegvir was deathless on that, 9-0 prior.
Yes.
Loki is going to be the call. I've seen Scream perform very well in this many Smite Prime months ago, though. How does Loki fit into this puzzle?
So Loki is in a weird spot in Smite 2 where they're not the strongest pick you can have, because you have to imagine, you know, how does Loki going to be playing in team fights? Are you using him to try to pick off stragglers? There was even a period of time where you would just throw out the decoy and that was the majority of the damage that you'd be looking for from your Loki. Their poke was really strong. I think what Scream is going to be looking to do with this Loki is try to find and isolate this Princess Bari, or maybe find and isolate this Hou Yi before they have a chance to really get away. Bari might be a little bit more of a likely suspect just because her movement, her ability to get away from the Loki isn't as significant as that ridiculous frame 1 jump that Hou Yi has to get away from danger. But beyond their ability to try to pick somebody, Loki in a team fight is not as strong as maybe, say, an Achilles in a team fight, a Susano, a Hunbats. There's not a lot of swing capability from this Loki. It's, I need to kill them. If I don't kill them, I'm kind of a sitting duck. I'm putting myself way out of position to make something happen here. And his getaway tool, being able to go invisible, is kind of shut down. Think also about the fact that one of the strongest items in the game right now, that Lash, is a constant mystical mail effect. So this Loki is going to be always spotted out either by Karmic, who's more than likely going to be building it. Like, it's, I worry about this Loki pick. It's a choice. I'm curious to see how it works out because traditionally it's just not that strong.
I'm worried. The frame 1, like what you mentioned, genuinely is so impactful. Assassinate comes through. The CC is not applied until after the initial hit. That takes time. Time that a Hou Yi can use, especially one of Hydrogen's caliber. If you look at Clocked In, their core 3v3 is the exact same of the damage dealers. Rather, the damage dealers plus the support. It's Baron Samity, Speak No Evil, Hou Yi on this Hydrogen pick, and Princess Bari in Paul's pocket. What have Cherry Slush drafted you think that changes the flow? Why can they now deal with these nuclear warheads that Clocked In has?
So if the Wukong and the Ares are going to be the tankier options, they'll have people that can come out and try to space out either Paul or Hydrogen from trying to get too deep into fights. You also have a crazy amount of CC burning, or beads burning rather, from the Ares. And you can threaten it a bit with the Wukong as well, but that open the gates too from the Hecate is going to be really needed because basically what I see in my head is you have Cherry walk up and be annoying as a Sun Wukong. Very easy to do. You show up, you hit your Master's Will, you Ox form through some people, you ult, you're out, right? At this point, Clocked In has hopefully used some resources on top of you. Now you're going to have, Bobby walk up and rip a no escape. You're going to be like, how many people can I pull in with this, right? Who has a CC immune ultimate from Clocked In? Baron Samdi and Achilles. Everybody else is going to need beads or some talisman of purification or a Magi's blessing, which we know that Tegvir will probably pick up for themselves, but they already have the CC immune ultimate. You're not really thinking about that too hard. Then Open the Gates is going to come through and scoop in anybody who doesn't have a way to get out of it. And that's a big circle. That's a big pizza pie. And on the toppings there, you're going to have Cyclone, and I'm hoping Scream, if they're going to be back there with their team, maybe try to as like a follow-up or up there harassing to have the damage to be able to finish people off before they can sustain.
Match point for Clocked In. Can they take it, or do Cherry slide their way back into victory and try to get the reverse sweep? We'll find out as we hop into finals. D'Lo and Musi back on the mic. Morty, Almighty Eye in the sky, keeping the cam on. And all of us with bated breath wait to see where's the focus going to be this time around. Solo was where everything was popping last time around, but the damage now dropping in mid instead.
I do like the fact that Cheerio will be running the Sun Wukong. I am not sure how I feel about the aspect. There is a part of me that does not like giving up the variety of animals that makes Sun Wukong feel so impactful at multiple stages in a fight, right? Because of this aspect of transformation, when you use an ability, when you use your animals, you're locked into that animal until you're able to use your ultimate, right? But you get the added effect of, you know, your Master's Will gets more things going on, right? So like you go Ox form, Master's Will has a knockup, Master's Will being the second ability, that's a giant circle, right? You knock people back. And then if you go Tiger form, you get more attack speed, you can box a little bit better, right? And then if you go Eagle form, like it says, the 2 non-ultimate abilities have a reduced cooldown. That's especially handy in the mid lane. When it comes to the solo lane, you're Ox forming, you're getting knockups on your Master's Will. That's kind of how that's gonna break down for Cheerio. But imagine how good it would be to have, you know, Tiger form available, Eagle form available, all of these things in a team fight. Giving that up, to me, is not worth it for these extra abilities. Classic Sun Wukong is the way to go, in my opinion. And to lose that, I feel puts Cheerio in a tough spot, especially up against a character like Kabrakan, who with their ultimate can just shut down a Sun Wukong if they don't have their own ultimate in turn. Walls are going to be really important for these team fights. Benny Q gets caught out by a wall. Bobby gets caught out by a wall. Scream gets caught out by a wall. Cheerio gets caught out by a wall. It's one after the other. Karmic's going to show up to fights with this Kabrakan and potentially shut down a lot of people.
Showing up to the mid lane, Tegvir forces beads off Benny Q rather early. A good pull of the resources, but Paul is rather poked out as well. And you can tell this is where the attention's been lying. Lurking in the back is Scream. Dancing Blaze begin, but not going to do too much but shrug off the slow shot through the wall. Paul letting him know, hey, I'm still there to defend my jungler, but Scream says, while you're clearing that wave, I can do what I so please. Tegvir having to flee the barber shop. A little bit off the top is what you asked for. It's a bit more than a trim you'll receive. That health bar looking awfully low, but Scream eating some poke as well, just from the jungle camp. I'm curious to see if there's anyone rotating to the fight. No, they leave the jungles to their own devices. No bodies just yet.
I really like the way that Benny Q plays Akati. Big fan. Because, and this is in tandem too with Scream's Loki pick. Scream's going to be able to walk up in Viz, and Benny is going to be able to throw on that shield, get a quick burst of damage there. That kind of aids Loki in finishing kills. You ult in, you have Benny Q around the corner, throw the shield on, that's another big pop of damage, so that maybe you can get that last burst of damage to finally put somebody into the grave, right? And that is the way Benny Q has always played this Akate. They hang back, they're like throwing out constant abilities, they're always super good at hitting that first one too, especially when they get the mez off. That's a death sentence for anybody who isn't prepared with something like a beads or some way to get away, because you know the stream's going to be right around the corner to put them down, right? I still don't have a lot of faith in this Loki pick, but I can kind of see the ideas here. I can see what's brewing, and in the context of a team as a whole, I can understand what they're going for. Not only do you have Benny Q that kind of works with this Loki, you also have Bobby with the Ares chains. I mean, how are you going to get away from a Loki if you're crippled, right? It's just not going to pan out for you. And the problem here is that if any of these pieces fall apart, I really worry that Scream won't have a chance to perform with this pick.
I do see double Sunders from Clockton, which means Karmic is vulnerable to those ultimates that we talked about earlier, speaking of the Ares impact later in the game. So keep an eye on whether Karmic's able to survive these fights. Are they the first one to go down, or are they the first one to engage when it comes to the grander scheme of things? Pincer movement being placed here as Scream's farm gets a bit threatened. Consign Spirits off the mark, but I do like the fact that Clockton are really trying to show a force in the situation where Scream is invading their jungle. Now instead it's being put on their head. Purple attempt will be sniped away. No, instead inbound, I believe. Actually got the steal off. That's got to be frustrating.
So Cherry Slush leaning into a play style that we were used to seeing from them in earlier weeks. They're spending a lot of time in the enemy jungle, trying to strip away jungle farm, keep people as low as possible. You can even see Cheerio gets the first blood on top of Karmic. They're arguing over this red buff.
They actually will get the Fatal Strike right back, so Tegvir at least answers it back in like fashion. Does not feel good, though, to see your cab go down like that. And that means that Cherry gets a bit better end of the trade. Tagveer, though, starting their deathless run already. Dang, nice ricochet, dude. If you can make that happen, I'm worried about Hydrogen. I gotta say, not 4 clocked in before Cherry Slush. The fact that they went so crazy in the last game and really not too much attention was thrown to the duo, you gotta hope that changes, right?
Well, with inbound having chains available, if they can cripple this Ho Yi, it won't matter how good that leap is. They won't ever have a chance to get it off here. So looks like Tagveer in a spot of bother.
A lot of damage dropped on top of it. Body blocked by the Umbari, but the ultimate going to be dropped to try to keep them safe. Kabrakan steps up. Benny Q tries to get the mez off, but you're a bit more than dazed. You're dead. Now Scream in also the same spot of bother. The bells toll for the funeral, but it's not going to find a mark. Instead, Cap can just invade on through. Good rotation by Karmic.
Early rotation by Karmic, too. The comms for this clocked-in team are definitely in sync, knowing that if you can get an early kill on Benny Q, it's worth losing a little bit in your lane. And in fact, it is going to put Karmic just a little bit ahead over Cheerio. But like I was talking about before, if we can find a way to cripple this Ho Yi before they get a chance to take flight, as it were, or chase after them, because if Bobby's able to walk up and get their beads, take it away, then pop the no escape, it doesn't matter how far Hydrogen gets. They're going to be pulled right back into all the damage. The problem is, a lot of this is a lot of if statements. If we can do this, then we can make this happen. This works if this has already been struck off, right? We need to take their beads. That is the big thing. And now that we're starting to hit level 5s across the board, Cherry Slush definitely wants to be the aggressors and try to strip as many resources as quickly as possible away, while also dancing that fine line of, if we overcommit, we very likely die.
Gold Fury, the commitment here
I
from
love
Cherry
this.
Slush. Clocked in are aware. And that pillar's actually going to be able to shred it down just a bit faster. Open the gates, just trying to ward off the jungle, but Tagveer steals it away. Don't love it anymore if you're a Cherry Slush fan, especially the death of inbound, decorating the end of Tagveer's spear. Benny Q might just be up next, but a great pillar stops Paul's flow. They step up nonetheless. Hydrogen goes down, or rather takes down Scream, and the bell bounces around, but will not ring Benny Q back into the grave. 2 kills, an objective on top. This Achilles is flawless.
The Sunder was too early from Bobby. It was just too early. And that enables Tagveer to walk up and take it away. That's so unfortunate because Tagveer doesn't even have a Sunder. They just did that, like, with an ability. That's
just built different.
Unfortunate. And then the rest of Clocked In just get crazy kills and crazy farm. That's a really detrimental blow to Cherry Slush. That's going to hurt the mentals. You're on match point for Clocked In. A mistake like that so early on in the game is going to cost big, but you cannot let it get to your heads. You have to start rallying and think, what can we do from here? I like that Gold Fury pull quite a bit from Cherry Slush. That harkens back to the Cherry Slush that we've seen a couple of weeks ago where they were just on top of these objectives. When that Gold Fury respawns, I want to see them on top of it once again. Don't let that slow you down because they were shredding that Gold Fury. You have this on her with their passive, it shreds prots. You have a lot of damage from your Hecate and from your Loki. Like, it's right there. It's right there. You just have to be a little bit smarter about the confirm.
The kill on Karmic, not there, unfortunately. Cherio does pursue. It's decent poke off with the ultimate, but not enough to force Scream beneath the tower. In fact, it's rotation from Speak No Evil instead. Assassinate on top of the Baron Samity. Begins getting to work with those 2 blades. And with the Staff Slam on top might be enough. An Ox form forward, a Wind Sprite away. Tries to get beneath that tower, but unfortunately the Cab cannot save you. Speak No Evil will go down. Now Karmic could be in trouble. The Dancing Blades once again, the rotation from inbound. It's 2 kills in favor, but the counter from Scream, from the grave. Karmic has a little laugh and also has got a kill on the Loki.
Unfortunately, Scream was tanking the tower there in order to finish off that aggression, and that's going to end up costing them their lives. You saw the rotation there from Bobby as well. There's no Gold Fury on the left side of the map, so while there's no Gold Fury up, there should be a lot of focus, a lot of pressure being put on the right side. Kill Karmic. Try to put Cheerio back ahead and use that to put yourselves back in an advantageous position in terms of gold and in terms of leveling. You can trust Benny Q to be okay for the most part in that mid lane without adult supervision. You're playing Hecate, you're up against Abari, right? You should be able to just keep your distance and throw up a shield if you need to. You have your ultimate to get away if it comes to that. So until that Gold Fury's back on, get in their jungle. Try to take the fight to them. I love this positioning from Bobby. Just trying to get active. And even an early rotation from Benny.
No surprise, Benny Q loves it here in the solo lane.
No beads.
No escape, no beads. It'll be a bit of an issue, but the triplicate vision this time doesn't apply any CC, and the cripple doesn't really mean too much to a Cab who can be slow immune at a moment's notice. Still no beads, didn't check it for a second time. That means Karmic's got no business staying alive. Great rotation, didn't even need the solo laner for it, because they're in the mid lane instead. Cherio's bullying down Paul, but might be getting a bit more than you bargained for. Somersault Cloud, you consider going back in. Buying more time for Scream to engage? No, instead, they decide to cut their losses and retreat back. Good work overall by Cherry Slush, but they're still fighting for a bit longer. The Fatal Strike not going to find that threshold. The beads expended by Cherio. Sanguine Lash as well. Everything must go. Overall, Cherry Slush get the better end.
Excellent sequence of events here from Cherry Slush. Like I said, go bully the solo lane. A little bit of a lane swap, too. It looks like Cherio was just hanging around in that mid lane. Now the ult-in from Scream.
Trouble in the waters. Paul gonna go down. What a great kill by the Loki. And now Invis, but I think they might have heard you. Get out of it. Tegvir's looking for you. They see you, in fact. The decoy gonna attract their ire for just a moment, but they are angry. They're charging up. Tectonic shift and a big fat bash from the shield. Scream goes down.
And Scream lures clocked in all the way over to the solo side of the lane. Guess what's up, D-Lo, and guess where we're at? It's the Gold Fury once again pulled by Cherry Slush. They have bounced back in the best way possible. Bobby's gonna walk up now and try to keep away Speak No Evil, but Cherio's right there to do damage.
The Hoi Yi knows it's happening, but can they actually do anything about it aside from watch Speak No Evil go down, which they will at Inbound's hands. And this entire time, Gold Fury is still being whittled away. No escape. Are your beads up? The answer is yes. But in terms of getting the Gold Fury, it's going to be a big fat no for the steal. Cherry Slush get there first, and even the kill board 6-6.
That is so good. The last few minutes of play from Cherry Slush have been absolutely on it. Somebody shook them awake. And I almost wonder if maybe they weren't as clocked in as maybe you would have expected them to be, but they are in it now. And I really love the picks that they have. I'm still a little shaky on this Loki. I don't know where we're going with that, but I'll tell you what, Benny Q on this Hecate is disgusting. It is gross. It is going to do a ridiculous amount of work. And that little lane swap there puts Karmic down yet again, and it puts Cherio back in a position where maybe now they can start to box this Cabrakan a little bit more. It puts Benny Q in a position where they're actually ahead of Paul and able to maintain pressure in that middle lane. So now we have to start thinking about things like this Pyromancer. What else do we want to fight for? Or what else are we arguing about? And seeing the Pyromancer picked up by Clocked In sees that they want to try to burn it down, but guess who's right around the corner? It's Benny Q.
Alongside Inbound, the two big fat beads burners. How many do you have left? Only the pocket for Tegvir is going to keep them safe. Drop down to 1,000. It will indeed be taken by Clocked In. The bar ult on top. We're looking for kills afterwards. Inbound gets a chain on top of the cab, but they're just okay with it. Fight spills out into the jungle as well. It's a rotation from Cherio, but looking awfully low beneath that tower. Cab's been taking it the entire time. Benny Q takes their life in trade. Tegvir dropped low, open the gates, finds no one, and the Hoi able to frame one exit from that chain. Cherio takes down Tegvir. The first time the Achilles has tasted death on this stream. Hydrogen might be doing the exact same thing. A plate for you as well. Benny Q serves up the double kill.
And it's all done without the on her. Speak No Evil is going to end up falling to Scream. Cherio looking to see if they can find a bit more, but health bars are so low at this point, and Paul is still full up on it, so it's a little bit of a risky ask.
This is dangerous work for Clocked In. That fight just, unfortunately, wasn't necessary for them to take, and they got smacked up for it. Take the pyro. You are down a bit in gold. Just be happy with what you have. Count your blessings, lest they be counting bodies right afterwards instead. 13 minutes in, now 10-6. Cherry Slush have firmly taken control of this game. You can see that gold spike, 3K their way. Now, Clocked In. We've seen them on the back foot before, Musy. What can they do to get back in the swing?
So, you have Karmic. This Cabrakan wall still does quite a bit in terms of shutting down certain characters from Cherry Slush. The problem is we don't have a great answer to Bobby's ultimate, so we need to see something like a Talisman of Purification so that Karmic doesn't just get pulled and killed on cooldown by Bobby. You also have Tagveer, who has their ultimate. They can do quite a bit of work just taking one kill after the other, and we're still waiting for Paul. We're still waiting for the Bari. The Bari. That's still right around the corner, right? Clockton is just holding on to the late game. They have come back from worse deficits than this. They have come back from worse deficits from this and then immediately won a game afterwards. I don't know if they're at the stage where they're like, we need to start scrambling for answers. I think it's, we just gotta try to slow things down so that we don't lose as hard until we're ready to win.
This is going to be a tough divot to climb out of, but I'm certain that Clockton can grab the shovels and get digging out of the ditch. But look at the way that Cherry Slush is maneuvering around the jungle. They're starting to death ball. They're starting to gather, and it's what you mentioned before. This Loki and this Loki, best of freaking friends here. They love hanging out next to each other because that 1-2 combo of that Dispel magic with the Invis is so hard to reckon with.
I mean, you don't realize that there's a mine standing right next to you until you walk over it, and all of a sudden your health bar's gone. There's a Loki next to you, and they just start dealing a bunch of damage on top of your head. You also have the blink here for Scream as well. No beads, so if you're clocked in, you're definitely noticing that. You're like, cool, if I can find a way to just get one stun off, that's a dead Loki. They're not going to really have too much that they can do to deal with that. I'm really happy that Cherry Slush have another front line for them this go around, because they were definitely missing it last game. Like, Cheerio, in a bit of a troublesome situation, you're not that tanky.
We'll find out if they can stand the rain. Unfortunately, can't stand the pain. Tagveer gets the execute, gets the big shutdown as well. That's got to feel good. Might have one death beneath your belt, but you're still playing absolutely aces, buddy. Gold Fury, second one here for Clocked In on the mark. Cherry Slush are aware, but the man disadvantage might be answered back if Hydrogen goes down. They're very low. Has to leap back to safety. You don't have that on her. You don't have that Hoi Yi. You can't shred it down. The Nagas are going to be the last remnants of that attempt. Clocked In just decided to cut their losses.
Cherry Slush is happy to shove off Clocked In from that Gold Fury. You lose your Soul Laner, but you don't lose too much after the fact. Unfortunate, they didn't have the chance to take down Hydrogen all the way, but a TKO will end up being everything you need in that scenario. But you can see up in that left side, you have Cyclone Spin and Scream still seeing if they can poke and prod around a bit. Deathball is a pretty good word for what we're starting to see form here for Cherry Slush, because they just have a lot of easily applied CC, especially once you get Cheerio involved, of just, I'm going to Ox Form in, get a knock up, and then all of a sudden I've got my On Her Pillar, my pin, Bobby's right around the corner, we're looking at a Gold Fury, and Clocked In, they're not in a position to step to it. Looks like Cherry Slush just back off right away, though. I think they wanted to try to bait in Clocked into a fight. They're not looking for objectives, they're looking for kills.
Karmic was present, and instantly they're like, okay, whoa. Things got a bit too serious, guys. Wasn't expecting the solo laner to show up. And granted, having that tier 1 on the right side, sometimes it can mean that the solo laner feels emboldened to stay behind and try to answer back. Or sometimes they're like, well, my tier 1's gone. There's nothing really to lose, so I might as well just rotate as well, which we're kind of starting to see from Karmic, now present in the mid lane as well. When does the next fight break out, though, is the question. Does it come from a big open the gates from Benny Q or a big no escape from inbound? Certainly doesn't come from a miss wrap it up, I'll tell you that much. Chains on the mark. Gold Fury up potentially to bat. Here comes the no escape. The open the gates to follow up with a CC. Didn't layer properly. The bees weren't able to shrug off both. Now the wind sprite in. This is all falling apart. The Burial on top. And On Her is going to decorate the head on their mantle. Hydrogen goes down to the back. Scream will take them out in trade. Overall, it's just both carries that will fall.
Benny's under a bit of duress here as Tagveer goes underneath the tower, finds the kill, a shutdown on top of Benny Q. Now it's inbound and Cherry looking for their re-engage.
Supportal combat once more, chained up, can't find the third, and instantly he's got to turn back because it's actually count at 1, 2, 3 members they're going to be facing up against in just a moment. Good consigned spirits to grant a bit more sustain. Cherio does take down Speak No Evil, but inbound falls shortly afterwards. Form of an Ox to try to escape. You got to try to make sure you get your way out quickly because that Fatal Strike's going to catch on up. The shield bash down, the Burial on top. That's one dead Cherio.
Cherry Slush we were so grouped up, we were so deathbally, and then we were not anymore. Clocked In separates the fight incredibly severely. I mean, you had Scream kind of off on their own adventure over on the left side, same deal with Cyclone, then they try to come back to take a look at that Gold Furry, which is now being picked up by Clocked In. And Benny Q was alone, all by themselves underneath that tower. No help from the rest of the team as Techveer was just able to walk underneath it and eliminate them. Definitely, if you're Cherry Slush, it's time to bring it back in a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Individually, these players are very strong. That is true on both sides of the team, but playing together is going to be how you actually win these engagements. And especially because it feels like Cherry Slush's team composition is very reliant on having everybody there to make sure everything goes well. When the open the gates, no escape combo didn't hit the way you were looking for, I feel at that point you kind of back out a little bit. You back out, you regroup, you don't look for a hard engage like the way that they did. And Paul was able to come around that, like, from the right side and knocked a couple of folks into that, you know, column just below the Gold Fury pit. That pinned people in there, it did so much damage. So Clocked In were able to isolate Cherry Slush and just take them off the board. Paul's online, by the way, just as a heads up.
Bari. Get ready for that, folks.
It's time to talk about the Bari, because now that this character is online, now that she's got the damage here, level 18, she's got the Ratatouille, the 4 items. Those 4 items mean that she's ready to rock and roll. Now that Paul's ready to rock and roll, you could expect that they're just going to be walking up and trying to pick fights with people. If there were ever a character that you need to kill now, if you are Cherry Slush, it has to be this Bari. This Bari needs to die before anybody else if you want to survive these engagements. Or if you are going to let her live, you cannot group up on top of each other. She just gets so much value from people standing next to each other because her abilities are giant circles. You will get hit. You are going to die. The Loki's one job, I feel, in this matter is going to be finding a way to slip through the cracks and kill Paul before Paul has a chance to do whatever they want to do. And right now it seems what Clocked In wants to do is a Fire Giant.
Cherry Slush did grab that Pyromancer in the meantime, so each team's got a bomb to boot. It's already been dropped down to half, and Cherry Slush has got to act really fast because Clocked In are looking for the objective, but maybe looking for the kills on top. Dispel Magic, though, eats through a lot of Cav's health bar while preserving Sun Wukong's. They enter the pit, but are we looking for the kills or the objective? Pulls back in inbound after no escape isn't hit, but the Open the Gates brings back in one. The Bari ult will save him for a bit more time. Not enough, though. Paul's the first to fall. Benny Q's responsible. Carmen goes down as well. Cherry Slush are grinding Clocked In to a fine pace. Techveer will go down, and Speak No Evil follows. It's a deicide and a Fire Giant for all 5.
That is exactly what you wanted if you're a Cherry Slush fan. That right there, being able to wipe it all. You take the FG, Cheerio buys enough time, pulls Karmic away from the fight, pulls the Kabrakan and their attention away just long enough for the rest of Cherry Slush to be able to walk up. By the time Karmic tries to get involved into everything, it's a little bit too late. And more important than anything, Paul dying. That's the stage for Cherry Slush to be able to fight without fear of Bari saving people's lives and dealing ridiculous damage. And Paul was in such a weird spot too, that bottom right section of the Fire Giant pit, all alone there, right? So Cherry Slush had a couple of stumbles, but they are able to capitalize there. They find themselves the mid Phoenix and the right side T2. Ancient Gold Fury is going to be respawning soon, so if they're able to pick that up, it will expose the side lane Phoenixes for them to be able to walk up and take. But I feel like we've seen this movie before, D'Lo. And,
yes,
you know, the ending was a little bit unexpected, where Cherry Slush will start to take control of the game, dictate paces, start making big pushes. They wipe once, and then they wipe again, and all of a sudden the game's over. So if you're Cherry Slush, definitely playing with a little bit more patience here, not trying to overextend too much. You have to offer yourself a bit of, not leniency, but don't push it too hard. Take your guaranteed victories, your guaranteed wins. And if you're Clocked In, you're looking for a similar situation. You're sitting on a Bari that is ready to go with all the damage in the world. Techveer is still in a really good spot. Karmic's still in a really good spot. And Hydrogen is not in the best of places, but you know that they can perform. Ancient Gold Fury was confirmed by Cherry Slush there, and Pyromancer over to Clocked In. So you still have avenues to play around with here.
Still got some gold on top. Cherry Slush, like you said, stand with the lead, but we've seen this film in theaters before, and now we get front row seats to the IMAX light show on the left side. Phoenix, which is weakened by that Ancient Fury they just picked up. Sun Wukong's chasing down Paul. They know Paul's not part of this fight. Cherry Slush are going to want to start it soon.
Paul's going to be able to join in with their comrades just in time, but the minion waves are in there. Cherry Slush looks for the fight.
Open the gates. It's going to be the first ensemble, and already pulls back in one. Trouble for Speak No Evil. Death as well for the Baron. Up in the sky, Somersault Cloud right back down. It's going to be the Tectonic Shift to force them back in. The Barrier ult as well. Cherio will not survive, but can the members of Clock to get back to Fountain? The answer is yes, unless your name is Kabrakan. Benny Q with the double kill. They're fighting inside the throne room. Left Bird's already been burned away, but the Titans got some damage to reckon with as well. Cherry Slush already got what they came for. You don't want to overextend. You got to play it patient, or maybe just put your chips in the center. Paul's dead. Hydrogen follows. Tegvir's been snapped in half. It's going to be a near deicide and a game 3 guaranteed by Cherry Slush.
That could have been a moment where Clocked In had forced Cherry Slush to back up, but Paul walking up the way that they did and the Loki ult across the map, boom, right? With Paul dead,
wow.
Clocked In can't stop Cherry Slush from walking up.
That is crazy to see, man. A Loki is going to be leading our friends on Cherry Slush to victory. We got a lot to talk about, but we're going to have to save it for just a little bit. Don't you dare go anywhere. Game 3 of Grand Finals for the first week of August Smite Prime Circuit coming at you right after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where the plays are always premium, our players are peak, and the tension is palpable. Game 3, grand finals of the first week of the August circuit coming at you. Who's bringing you the action? Me and Musy. Joining me here in the booth, Tess, Almighty Eye in the Sky, alongside the Morton Man, Jithens, and basically Billy, your men behind the curtain, and you watching at home, eager to see who becomes your Week 1 champ. And me eager to see when Musy will unmute his microphone. Well, hold on. You got it? Huge.
I thought so.
There
This time it wasn't. So
there
I have like two things. I've got one that's like on a microphone controller, and then I have a different one that's in the thing. I always do one or the other.
It happens, buddy.
It happens.
This game. Let's talk about it.
It was a good one. It was a barn burner of a game. This was solid. And it really did feel like Cherry Slush, by the simple fact of having Cherry on a god that can go up and fight people with Bobby, like, did so much for them. Being able to put pressure on Paul, not letting Paul be able to free cast, do whatever they want. Like, that was the difference maker. That was a game changer for Cherry Slush. Now, if you're clocked in, I don't think if you need to change your game plan as much, but definitely, like, understand that Cherry Slush, when they feel confident, are going to be going for those early Gold Furies, repeat plays on top of Gold Furies. Once they respawn, they're there. Knowing where they're going to be when that Gold Fury isn't up, it's going to be that solo lane, so you can kind of move some people over there to maybe try to fight them a bit in that early game, so that you can get to that late game. Once you get to that late game, you just got to keep Paul alive. Protect your Princess Bari, because they do so much damage.
There's a lot to be said about the adjustments Cherry Slush made, because again, it was the same three-man core. It was Paul and Hydrogen and Speak No Evil on that support. They had adjustments though, right? You mentioned the fact that we saw a second front line. Cherio got a bit more tank to spank with. That feels great. But I also love how much displacement was on Cherry Slush's team. You want that Barial to save your teammates. It can't if you're pulled out of it. Open the gates and no escape is such a potent combination that it instantly just forces you to shudder beneath your bees. And if you don't have those, God help you.
It is a tough spot to be in. And even the Loki was able to do a little bit of work. I don't know if it was the end-all, be-all. Like, I'm still a little bit shaky on the Loki pick, but hey, at the very end, it was able to secure the kill on Paul. That's the kill that won you the game. So, you can't really argue with results in that aspect. Overall, it panned out really well for this Cherry Slush team.
Absolutely. On the other side of things, Tegvir on this Achilles still performed rather well, but it's what Scream always does. And we saw this last week, even though Sunprod's team quite literally won the game, was consistently out-farming Sunprod. You can get as many fancy kills in your slash line as possible. I'm sure your KD ratio looks great. You know what looks better? A big fat W. That's what Scream plays for. Farm. It's always about the bigger picture. It's always about the mad dash to level 20. It is worth noting, you're looking at the damage numbers, you're scratching your head, you're saying, man, Cyclone Spin, 3K, huh? Yeah, because it's all on the freaking objectives instead. That dude was just autoing Gold Furies down like nobody's business.
And to your point about like farming differences between Scream and between Tegvir, if you look at the minion damage, Tegvir had like almost 8K, whereas Scream was sitting at like 33K. All this guy did was farm.
Yep. All you need to do sometimes. So, that begs up the question. Changes. Once again, we saw the evolution, the adjustments from our friends on Cherry Slush. Now you're looking at Clocked In. You're looking at them and you're saying, what you got? What adaptations will you make to evolve and stay on the top of the food chain?
I feel a lot of the changes that need to happen aren't necessarily happening in picks and bans as we mosey on over to those. Yeah, good timing there. But
nice.
It needs to happen in the game. It comes down to the macro play, because that team comp was solid. It was a good team comp. I don't think there's any real problems with it. It's just the way that it was played. There was a shifting point where Cherry Slush picked up a Gold Fury and it went terribly. But in the time that the Gold Fury was respawning, they were playing on the right side of the map instead of the Gold Fury side. And then when Gold Fury respawned, they immediately jumped over it. Once you start keeping your head that that's how they play, then you're able to respond to it appropriately, right? And if you're not sure where you think they're going to be, it always comes down to things like visions, wards, keeping track of where people are at what time, what resources are being used. Because whenever Cherry Slush is fighting, more often than not, they are fighting to get something, either your farm, your relics, an objective. They don't do it for no reason. So ask yourself, what is going on in the game? Why are they engaging right now? And what can we take instead?
Taking Ares off the map. Don't want to see that played by inbound, which is interesting because you also could have opted for it yourself, but maybe they're saying we care more about securing our backlines picks before we focus on frontline. Because again, it's that horrible sinking feeling when you pick something, you feel happy about it for first pick, and then you just see Cherry Slush or whoever the opponent's going to be lock the 2 next best gods, and you just feel a sinking pit in your stomach. Odin also going to be sinking back into the ban zone alongside that Aladdin.
And Aladdin, Ares, these are picks that both teams want, both teams can use, but obviously Clocked In is going to be fishing for something else, be it either a Princess Bari, maybe we're going to try to take another look at the Hou Yi again, which Hydrogen has been very comfortable on so far. Neath is still an option available for mid lane if Paul wants to offer something like that. Even a Merlin, right? They could let the Merlin through, ban something else. Cherry Slush, yep, there's the Neath ban. If Cherry Slush doesn't ban Merlin here, I wouldn't be surprised to see Clocked In take it. But Cherry Slush does take it away, recognizing that Paul would want to take that up immediately. So I'm honestly thinking it's going to be a Hou Yi pick or something along those lines here.
I was about to say, or Shock, because you don't want Cherry to get that. You don't want Cherry to get that. No. So Shock does not surprise me. Do we pick up the Hou Yi and the Bari? Are we okay with letting Paul get Bari at this point?
I think you let Paul have the Bari. I don't think there's anybody on Cherry Slush that wants to play Bari. Maybe Cyclone Spin, but Cyclone would much rather play something along the lines of a Kali or an On Her or a Hou Yi, right? Bari is going to end up with Clocked In no matter what. I don't think anybody's going to try to take that away from Paul. So you have to try to think what else is going to work for you as Cherry Slush. I think the Hecate still does quite a bit for BennyQ. I think that's still something you can lock in. The question is, what do you need to pick up early? Vulcan. Oh. Nemesis.
They took the Nemesis from... I was about to say, that was going to be my call. That Clocked In are going to get that Nemesis. They're taking it from Tegvir and forcing him to continue to play gods. He's a bit less comfortable on. Achilles is still on the map, and he played it well. But if you got freaking Scream double dashing all over the place and taking your farm, it's going to feel bad. Hou Yi, Baron, they make their return.
It's the evergreen pick for Clocked In here. Speaking of Weevil and Hydrogen look good on both of these gods, and the Baron Samdi does quite a bit to set up for sustain for your team. Life of the Party has been really good at dealing with either Screen or Bobby whenever they decide to try to engage here. But Nemesis, Vulcan still leaves up a few options for solo lane, and Cyclone can kind of have the world if he wants it at this point, because Kali's still available there, On Her still available there. What is Bobby going to be playing this go around? Do you think he brings back the Thor, right? Because, Guan Yu, that's actually such a good call out. Guan Yu's still up and available. The only way to really anti-heal that is going to be through the aspect of Fulmination currently from Clocked In. That wouldn't be a bad pickup here, honestly. Bobby looks so good with that Guan Yu. And especially because of the way that it reduces cooldowns, it'd be really good with a pick like the Vulcan, because all of a sudden you're just constantly spamming out your abilities. Like, that would work well to have with BennyQ. But because you already see the Shock of the Baron Samdi, you don't necessarily need to prio pick that. So there are other things you need to look at instead. But what? I don't think anybody needs to worry about taking things anymore. I think it's just trying to figure out what do you want to kind of have on your team.
From Clocked In, I want to see them get more instant demand hard CC. My fear is Nem rocks the shield. Hoonbots maybe isn't a potential call.
Aspects,
I don't think it aligns with what Tegvir typically likes, which is, I mean, it is hyper mobile. If you get Sacred Monkey on someone, it's essentially a second dash that sticks to them, just like a Jetstream does versus Sano. But we've really not ever seen Tegvir lean that way. That's more Scream's mojo, if anything. But they got your god, so maybe you might as well take theirs, right? Pele is also an option, but I've yet to see Tegvir gander down that lane of things either. Cherry Slush on their side, the issue that I will note with the Guan Yu, while I do like it for inbound, I mentioned it myself for a reason, but Baron does kind of also have its number in a sense, especially since it shares the Consigned Spirits. What does Cavalry Charge do before the stun? Slows. Immune. What does Nemesis do? Slow. Immune. What does the dash from Guan Yu do? Slow. Immune. That's going to be frustrating. You want that hard CC. Even though when we saw the Guan Yu come out from Cherry Slush, it worked out, and they got the picks off, and they actually got the game, it still did have that weakness, and against a team like Clocked In, I don't think you want to show that vulnerability.
I almost wonder if Cabaraka would be a really solid pickup for Cherry here if they're willing to play that. Because the walls would be pretty good. Thinking about, some of the picks that they had before, you also know that this Bari might be right around the corner, but like Baron's going to get stuck in there. If the Chalk doesn't have the axe, they're going to get stuck in there. Bari would get stuck in there. So Cherio would have an opportunity to get a lot of success with that. Or we could just run back that Sun Wukong that was actually doing really well for them in lane. And I feel like doesn't have the worst matchup against Chalk in the solo lane either. Just because you're kind of focusing on clearing the wave. You're not really interested in boxing the Chalk too much. It's not, it's another snooze lane. We're just kind of like, we're just going to hit things. And then realistically, nobody should die. But beyond that, there aren't, in my eyes, as many options available for what we can expect to come out of the Cherry Slush composition. I feel like the interesting picks have already happened. We're really just interested in seeing what is going to come out from Bobby and what is going to come out from Cherry, right?
I would love to see
Thor
Yemo with
is where I'm
Cab.
sitting.
I'm
Yemo, you
thinking
think
Yemo
so?
Cab. Yemo Cab. We haven't seen
Really?
Yemo up lately, but she's still good in this meta. She's still really solid, has great displacement, but what I'm thinking about is what you mentioned. The walls, baby. It's similar in a sense to the Ares Akate, where the two ults layer beautifully on top of each other when spaced apart. When you're making sure that you're not using it all in one place, you get the walls, force the shell, Rivers of Butte comes up, everyone dies. I think that's honestly a really good way to limit the fight and also to limit the disengage potential from our friends on Clocked In. Do they go that way? I don't think so, because Inbound's been playing up front in your face for a bit now. I've seen Bacchus, I've seen Thor, I've seen Ares. Those are very aggressive frontline gods. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Inbound continue the mojo that's gotten them this far.
Definitely having somebody up there with Scream with Cherry that can kind of be aggressors, I think would fit best for this Cherry Slush composition as well, just because it lets them be super in your face, and that's kind of an answer that you need against the Bari. You need people that can threaten this Bari's life. So I do want to see Bobby kind of on one of those picks that lets them be that aggressor so that we can really try to lock down this Bari that is around the corner. I would be very surprised if we didn't see a Bari pick here. If we don't see a Bari pick, it's because Pulsar's definitely looking to shake things up and try something new. Like, hey, for all we know, it's a Chalk mid, right? But
sure,
I don't foresee it.
Could be Pele if you want to get a bit more crazy with it.
Yeah, you could.
I think that would be a bit spooky. Nonetheless, we do have some technical difficulties going on, so don't you dare worry. We're fixing up your Smite Prime all nice with all the trimmings just how you like it. You just might need to wait a little bit longer to dig in, so don't you dare go anywhere. Grand Finals Game 3 coming at you right after this. Hello, everyone. Welcome on back to Smite Prime. Hoping to miss us too much as we get ready to get right back into those P's and B's. Once again, it's clocked in up against our friends on Cherry Slush. And once again, it's game 3 of these grands. Bans are still going to be the same, but the picks we're going to redo real quick just because we had a bit of an error go down. So don't you worry. They'll be coming shortly.
So are we first picking Shock again? I would imagine probably. Still really good pick for Karmic. Yeah, there it is. That makes sense.
Nice.
I mean, we've already talked so much about what this pick does for them. Karmic, again, looks really solid. Oh, this is different, though. Hoi picked up for
Starts
Cherry
off with
Slush.
Cherry
So
Slush.
Cyclone Spin will be able to have it for themselves. They looked really good the last time we saw them play Hoi earlier today. And being able to take that off of Hydrogen is definitely going to put them off kilter. So now Hydrogen will have to think of a new character to play. But Kali still being available does kind of feel like there is an obvious choice that you can have to pick up. And the Nemesis there for Scream again.
That makes sense, because that was really what it seemed to be, like the dagger to the ribs. They're really trying to offset Tegvir's pressure and enable Scream to get that lead like we saw prior. Okay, last time we saw this happen, it was Baron Samity. I don't know if we need to pick the Baron Samity so early. Is Inbound that likely to take it? And from my perspective, no.
I mean, the fact that he can play it, I think, means that you want to take it away from him and maybe try to force them off onto something else. But me personally, I still want to see Bobby with these aggressive supports. So have the Baron for yourself. It's fine. Woo, okay.
That's interesting. Uller and Bari. So the Uller, now this is a pick comp now. This becomes a lot more of a pick comp. A lot less AoE than your Hoi, who drops down the suns on anyone who stands in his path. What do you pair with that Uller, though?
Honestly, I would hate to see the Baron Samedi here. Wrap it up. Life of the party. These are great tools to try to force out beats. They're up pretty frequently.
That's
a little
really
bit of sustain to go with the rest of your team. So a lot of what your kill button is going to be Uller landing an axe, and all of a sudden you're like, well, I'm dead. Right? That's how that's going to go. You also need a little bit more on the initiation side of things, though. You have a Chalk. Theoretically, you have a Baron Samedi. That wouldn't be too bad, but definitely whoa, you do not have a Baron Samedi, actually. Because I want to say that's Cherio playing Solo. Yeah.
I think so. I was wrong. I forgot that Cherio plays that god as well. And Cherry Slush are going to be oh so happy to take it out of Speak No Evil's pockets. No areas too. Speak No Ganesh, maybe. I think Ganesh low-key could be kind of crazy. It pops Nem Bubble. It silences on top of the Shock. We saw those two work together in tandem as a front line before to very good effect. I think you bring back in the Elephant.
Elephant also does have those Dharmic Pillars. It's really good for contesting early Gold Furies.
Oh.
I'm so confused. What's happening here?
Vulcan just took the place
You're
of
a Vulcan
Guan Yu.
instead. Okay, so
New ability.
it's a Vulcan
Guan Yu.
mid. So
Turn
the
the
Baron
Vulcan.
might be going to Bobby then.
Okay.
That changes
Gotcha.
things a little bit because now we don't have the
Yes.
Guan healing per se, and we still have options for Cherio to take up. I think you're still on the mark though with the Ganesh call out for Clocked In. I feel like that'll do quite a bit. You have the Ohm for the bubble for Nemesis, like you said. Dharmic Pillars for Gold Furies really works really well with Chalk. A lot of giant AoE abilities. So there's the Ganesh and the Kali, like I was thinking about for
Jungle.
Hydrogen. Yep.
Wait. So
Uller
who's
jungle.
Uller jungle? That's a thing?
Uller jungle. I think so. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay. Interesting. Loki making its return for our friends on Cherry Slush. So they are. Wait. I am bamboozled right now. So Nemesis solo?
I could see it. You could also have Loki in the solo lane if you really wanted, but I feel like Scream is going to be rocking that Loki instead. So Nemesis solo. You know,
I don't.
how does that work? Hold on.
We're
We'll
gonna
have to get in the
find out
game before
shortly.
we start asking big questions, I think.
Yeah, Clocked In, Cherry Slush, step up for game 3. No matter what, one team's got to go home victorious. So D-Lo and Musi will hop behind the mics and into the game to find out what's what. It's going to be Scream still operating on that jungle Loki. Cherio on the Nem.
So I'm curious as to the interaction between Regrowth Striders and Nemesis Shield.
Dude, Bari jungle.
Bari jungle. Oh no. Okay. I've seen this before from Tegmir.
Okay.
And
how'd it go?
I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't like Bari jungle because think about how is a Bari jungle going to gank a lane? Right? Steps in, exactly. Like, Tegmir is going to be walking up into lanes. They don't have a great way to cross the distance. You have abilities that you can throw out, but everybody can see them from like a mile away, right? And because of that, because you lack that jump scare factor that a Mercury, that a Loki, or any of the other traditional junglers do, you have a fair bit of warning to have a response to this Princess Bari. And also, it takes a bit longer to get this Bari online because they're not farming off of minion waves or creeps or anything like that. They're getting jungle camps. They're trying to get kills. And that's kind of hard to do.
Karmic having a hard time staying alive against this Cherio pick. Nem's going to be interesting. We've seen Cherio have a grand variety throughout this series, never staying in the same place for much time. Like a shark, just got to keep moving through this. What does a Nemesis in the solo lane offer you? And do we expect to see, like we did with that Kukulkan, a ton of pressure come out from the jungles in response?
What this Nemesis is going to do is be kind of like a great equalizer. And already, because they have this Warrior's Axe, Karmic has to be careful about any fights that they pick with Cherio. Cherio is foregone a bit of wave clear for wave pressure. They can kill this Chalk if they get the opportunity to do so. But basically, what Cherio's role is to look at whoever has the highest health bar and ult them when they're low, right? They do have that aspect that basically kind of equalizes the health between them. And because of their build, I would assume they're going to be more of like a tankier style build, something a little bit brawly, a little bit upfront. So Cherio will be able to harass people like Paul or Tagveal or Hydrogen and be able to stick around a bit longer than maybe you would previously anticipate them to do so. And it's just another person who can stand up and maybe try to even box some of these range damage carries as well, like the Uller and the Kali I'm looking at specifically, of like, you want to ult me, you want to try to hit me with abilities, I'm going to pop my shield, I'm going to stand in front of you, I have Nemean, I have Ansile, you know, you can't really hurt me too much. The problem, like, or rather the advantage that Karmic will have over Cherio in this scenario is that Karmic's job is significantly easier to do because all they have to do is just press 4. Press 4, you ult on top of everybody, and the dual lane already getting active.
Screen pressing forward, a leap backward from Hydrogen, but will the clone finish the job? Not quite just yet. Good evasion there from Clocked In to keep their 2 feet on the ground. Meanwhile, on the right side, Tegveer going to be able to invade inside the mid jungle and finds that first blood onto Benny Q. Not only is it great who the victim was, it's fantastic who the perpetrator is.
Yes, Tegveer getting that extra bit of gold. It's one of the things that, you know, I was just talking about how it's a little bit tough to get this Princess Bari online because you're just not going to be able to do it. You're so reliant on getting kills and getting these jungle camps. Having that early advantage will be nice. And then the real question is, can you force that forward? Can you keep that forward momentum going? I feel like she's still going to suffer from the same problems of how in the world are you going to gank with the Princess Bari? You like walk up slowly and hope for the best. Whereas Cherry Slush do have a lot of options available for each of the lanes to try to shut that down. You got knockups from Betty Q, wrap it up from inbound. Cyclone Spin is able to peel for himself. Cherry Slush once again dipping into that left side, taking a look this time at the purple buff. Maybe they can find a little bit more.
Trying out this left side. We know this is what Cherry Slush loves to do. Prep up for the Gold Fury. What is nice about Clocked In is you have those pillars. So even if you do find yourself on the receiving end of pressure, you can kind of just drop those non-committally and pray to the gods for a steal. You're the god of fortune, after all. I also want to talk about this mid lane matchup. We just saw a kill fall on BennyQ's head. I will say, though, without that jungle gank, I imagine this is quite frustrating for the Uller, no? Those axes can be easily blocked by the structures.
Yes, I mean, trying to land an axe on a Vulcan when they can throw out either a Thumper or a Baron Samdiel?
Nah, they ate it easily.
Yeah, they're out of there. You even had to use the Hou Yi ult there as well, so it's a little bit off the mark from Cherry Slush, unfortunate. But like I was saying before, there's a lot to block that axe at the end of the day. And Vulcan's going to feel pretty okay until Paul just jumps on top of you, or only goes for something like the bladed arrow and the hail of arrows, just foregoing the axe entirely.
Curious to see how Inbound's going to overall do on this Baron Samity. They took it away from Speak No Evil, but you can tell that they're just fine. They've been managing to do pretty solid so far, keeping this dual lane up and afloat. About 5 minutes and only 1 kill to boot. It's in Clocked In's pocket, and about a 500 gold lead as well. Just begs the question, where does the pressure next fall? Scream was really mind-linked with Benny Q in that prior game. Is that where the Loki wants to direct their attentions this time around?
So part of why I think Scream was able to play next to Benny so much last game is because of the Hecate that Benny was playing. You know, they had that burst, that shield that was able to help out with Scream whenever they were doing damage. I almost wondered this go around if Scream just continuously puts pressure either onto the side lanes, just because, especially left side, you have that Gold Fury up. Between Kali and Ganesh, you have to be worried about the Dharmic pillars that could come out to burn away gold.
Benny Q's almost dead. Holy crap, dude. They will not let this man breathe. Look at the sliver of health left, but luckily, we'll be able to get back out to safety. Clocked In are not relenting in the mid.
And that's what Uller is able to bring to this mid lane too. Like, it's just constant pressure. You're always under the threat of death. Benny has to stay just extra careful. And also because of the way that Benny has their consumable set up, well, axe on to Scream, force the ult away.
Nice. Wow, Paul is already proving that this pick might just be made for them. Perfectly crafted in their pockets. Because you really just got to make sure you're hitting the axes. It's so easily said, so difficult to get done. But it does so much for you. If you're able to weave through all the structures, weave through the thumpers and the turrets, you can find access on that Vulcan. You can leap right over the turrets, in fact, and look for a bit more damage. Right there. That's the Paul difference, baby. Pillars on top. A few more autos get the job done. A turn of fortune, but a dash forward. Ganesh now could be in trouble instead. Speak No Evil goes for the silence, but you're the one who's going to fall to the ground in just a moment. The Vulcan ult over top, narrowly tiptoed out of. That's okay. We'll take the kill the Scream way. They take them down. Left side, interesting similar stories. Paul going to fall as well. A great comeback kill there for Cherry Slush.
So, under the duress of all this pressure, it does look like they're able to hold on for just a little bit, going for an invade on top of the red buff as well. But Karmic's going to be looping around the corner here. Already an early rotation from Solo. He's going to think better of it and go back. Something that I think is also worth mentioning for BenQ specifically, they can't buy wards. Because they have the Baron's Brew and the Thumper. So there's no room for it unless they kill one of the Cyclop wards and pick that up instead of a Baron's Brew and then go back and collect their Baron's Brew. So that is, if you're clocked in, you're definitely putting a lot of pressure onto this mid just because you know that there's not going to be as much vision that you need to worry about. You can lurk around corners. You can play that and see if you can find something there. Like right now.
Looking for inbound, silenced for a bit. Silenced permanently thanks to a glorious leap from Paul. Not dissuaded by that unfortunate overextension. I love the fact that it's what you mentioned last game when the Gold Fury still came up. Just because something doesn't succeed doesn't mean it was the wrong plan of action. Just got to execute a bit better. Now Loki trying to execute Paul, forces the beads off with the axe stun. Paul is peerless with these skill shots, and Scream's got to recognize.
Tagneer tries to find some damage onto BenQ, but BenQ turns it around. That's going to get Scream back in there.
Paul's going to go with the axe a bit wide this time around, just when you needed to find the mark. The hail of arrows off as well. This is not the Paul you're used to seeing, but that is certainly a more familiar sight. BenQ will be the trade 1 for 2, and they're still looking for more. Leaps on over, tries to finish the job. Axe is all up close. Double kill for Paul.
I mean, jeez Louise. Paul is kind of crazy with it. You give a character like Uller to Paul, something that's mechanically intensive and needs you to hit everything in order to succeed, and Paul's going to make it look like a disgusting pick. Like, I saw that, like, he's just able to hit anything he puts his mind to, and it is just ridiculous to try to stand up to. So, to me, Paul's got to be one of the big focuses for this game if you're Cherry Slush. You have to slow that roll right now. I feel like Cyclone's going to be okay in the side lane, and you don't have to worry too much about Cherio in their lane. It's all about the mid lane, baby. You got to try to find a way to put Uller down into the grave before they get too crazy. And what's different about playing this Uller as opposed to the Princess Bari is that Paul does not have to wait to get online. He's already there. By virtue of the fact that you're playing Uller, you have an Oath Sword Spear and a Hydra's Lament. Boom, done. I'm killing everybody in the lobby unless you actively stop me.
9 minutes in, 4-4. No Gold Fury taken despite all that pressure on the mid lane. It's because the duo has been kind of a stalemate so far. That might change, though. Clockton are starting to rotate and group for it. Hydrogen looks to reunite. Inbound, utilizes the after party. Now Paul's got to try to make their quick exit. It's an engage there on top of the Elephant God. Speak No Evils down on the ground. Cyclone responsible. And Clockton are going to have to just cut those losses. But Chalk is here, actually, and Nemesis not present. Here comes the Storm Call, but do you have any follow-up is going to be the big question. Benny Q's looking to be the target. Benny Q's dead. Hydrogen will take them out. Inbound might just be up next on the platter. Could assassinate and a leap over the wall to try to save them. Paul will not die just yet. Inbound is instead served up on a platter. Scream right after. Should have rotated, Cherio. What can I tell you?
It is crazy the difference maker a rotation from your solo lane can be, and because Tagveer doesn't have to worry about handling any of the CC or do anything like that, they'll be able to walk up and get their damage. Clocked In will secure the first Gold Fury of the game. We'll have that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So it's a good fight so far from Clocked In. Even though Cherry Slush was able to find a little bit in the beginning, I'm curious to see who's going to be the next one to stand on top of the Gold Fury. Because last game we saw that Cherry Slush kind of lost it a bit at that first Gold Fury pull. They weren't able to get it. But then once it respawned, it was this moment between the two Gold Furies that they really started to show up. Can they make it happen again?
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to pop up around that next pit. But what I do know is that now Clocked In stand with a 3K just about gold lead. That's fantastic, given where you were standing in that last game. You lost all your momentum. You feel like you maybe lost a bit of the pep in your step. Now you're back in your stride, baby. And having so many of these kills in Paul's pocket feels just cherry. It feels perfect. And the question is, what can we get next? Also worth noting, this Shock going tank build as well as the Nem. So you're going to have all that front line you were asking for and more.
So at this point, the question is, where are you headed with this? How are you stopping Paul, and how are you slowing down Tagveer even more? Axe comes out on top of inbound, but I feel like nobody has to stress out too much about the current events. Tagveer's going to walk up. This could be a fight.
Speak No Evil. Going to target the Vulcan, forces beads. Now it's trouble for the Elephant God instead. And the Bargold's going to be able to see them alive. Inbound instead is the one who falls. Tagveer says, I can do the exact same thing. Waiting on the right side, though, is Scream. Has that ultimate in pocket. Would certainly result in an easy assassinate, but you don't want to trade your life out for the support.
It's so tragic. Bobby wasn't able to get the full suck with the life of the party on to Speak No Evil.
When that happens.
Like, they just weren't able to finish that damage, weren't able to finish that kill. They were just outside of the range. Because of that, he's going to end up dying. No trades allowed for Cherry Slush here. Although, with their team comp, this Vulcan especially, there's a lot of potential for them to just two-shot a Squishy in the late game. So now I wonder if instead we're waiting for Paul to get online, we're waiting for Benny Q to really get their items online so they can start shredding people out.
You know what I love about Clocked In's comp? Look at how annoying this freaking poke is, right? Shock
for real.
And Paul. Gonna just instantly two-tap away from that massive Earthshaker. It was a good attempt, but not gonna find the mark. Shock in the meanwhile, trying to be just as annoying as you expect the gods to be. Pyromancer is the call for Clocked In. And again, I just want to call attention to poke, dude. At a range Vulcan wants to be, you're still in danger from the hail of arrows. The range that this Baron Samity's at, is going to try to go for the steal. Not successful. No consigned spirits for you. It's one more Pyromancer for Clocked In.
Global Gold starts really mounting for Clocked In here. They build themselves a fairly considerable lead, and that's already from the point where even when it was even, they were looking really solid. Like, Paul is just the problem. I don't know how many times I can say it before it really starts to set in here, but until you kill Paul, you are not going to be winning these fights. Like, it's just going to be a tough position to be in. Cherry Slush probably are looking for an opportunity to get to that 5v5 so that they can just have multiple people jump on top of this Uller and take them out of the picture before Clocked In have a chance to really respond.
You know, on the left lane, they've just been kind of doing their own thing, huh? Cyclone Spin and Hydrogen, like, y'all want to just like boost our stats up, get some player damage racked up? Yeah, sounds good to me, buddy. But there's really not been much attention being paid to that dual lane at all. Very atypical for where we are at the meta, and very atypical for what you consider these teams love to do. Go for Gold Furies. Instead, they're leveraging all the pressure to those objectives through who's winning the mid lane war instead.
And it is Paul who has a pretty significant leg up over Betty Q. Like, Paul's better. It's just how it goes. Especially you put a character like Cooler in their hands, they're just going to look so solid with it. And Cherry Slush, they have Wrap It Up as a way to lock somebody down, but not too much beyond that. They're really just trying to get to that stage of the game where they can just run at them, and they'll know that the enemy team will take the fight because they want to take their chance to end the game, right? But they don't have the CC to really shut somebody down so that they can hold them still. Clocked In doesn't suffer from that problem. You've got Ularax, you've got this Ganesha, Silence, the Dash. Like, there's so much there, or at least so much more than Cherry Slush has, to be able to just set up an easy kill for your team.
Maybe when Cherio rotates, that's when things start to come together. I'm starting to worry, though, this Nemesis is more of a pick just to deny Tegvir something rather than to gain something for Cherry Slush in those bigger team fights. Storm Call just has way more impact. It's just true. That Nemo could be placed on Paul, but of course, because your aspect, you're not shredding procs. No, you're swapping out health bars instead. But we'll have to wait to see that happen. In the meantime, mid lane, just where all the action's at, and Gold Fairy's back up. Cherry Slush might look for the objective actually first.
Your team has destroyed a middle.
Just as quickly as they start to gather around it, they leap away. Instead, they want to try to find a fight here. Root on to Speak No Evil, but no follow-up.
The pillars are used, and actually perfectly so. I thought it was just a desperate dash away, but instead it's actually an engage for the damage to come. Inbound, and Benny Q instantly clapped up, smacked up, clocked in, grabbed 2 kills, and maybe a bit more. They're looking for FG.
They just used a bomb on the tier 1 tower in mid, so they're going to be a little bit lacking in the confirm station. They do have a Sunder from Speak No Evil, but more than that, with 2 people dead, nobody from Cherry Slush is here to contest it. I mean, Cherio's here, but what can one Nemesis do against the world?
We're going to have to find out rather shortly. Shock is present as well. A big Storm Call's got you calling for you, mama. Get on back to the fountain, buddy. We're sending you packing, and we're getting ourselves sent up to the next week with grand finals stamped across our forehead. Clocked In, get FG on all 5 members, and all Cyclone Spin do is poke a little bit at that tier 2 in the left.
Just trying to get their farm online so that they can stand up in these team fights, but the fact that Clocked In was winning so hard in this mid lane, so hard through Paul, and the crazy thing about this too, as Pyromancer is taken away by Clocked In, this lead, these victories through Paul have covered up the weakness of Princess Bari jungle, where you're like, I don't have engage, I don't have a great way to find fights. You don't have to find fights, Tegvir, you just have to farm. That's all you gotta do. He'll show up and throw some abilities out, but Paul is gonna be able to scoop it up, Speak No Evil is gonna be able to set it up. So now Tegvir is kind of online at this point. Devos, Brawlers, Crusher, that's enough. You can start killing people there for sure. Start killing Cherio if you're not careful. You're going to be able to take a couple of steps back there, my friend. That's not a fight that you want. Okay, Paul takes away the mini. That's so BM.
That's so mean. That's so mean. Messed up. Holy crap. Double dash away because Paul is lurking. Paul's got 2 axes, a bow and arrow, and a dagger. And now another Gold Fear on top. What can't this man have? Just disgusting work overall. They're still looking for Cherio, who's spending way too much time past their welcome in this left lane. I don't know where you think you're going, buddy, but it's going to be in a cardboard box in a second.
I mean, just trying to get out and get away, maybe try to proxy some of these minions so that Clocked In won't have them on their push-up against this left side T1. But at this point, I think you're just kind of letting that go. Where is the rest of Cherry Slush? It looks like we're trying to fight a Shock at this point, but Cherio is still behind the rest. Get him. Are they gonna succeed?
They dodged that, wrap him up though, and that's actually really big. The Consigned Spirits though, alongside the knockup and Earthshaker, finally brings down the raid boss. And still in the left side, Paul's trading out with Cherio right now and actually losing the war. You might be losing your hero by not paying attention to the player instead of the structure, but they got that dagger in pocket, baby, and that's all you need. Paul's got 2 lives, and you're about to lose your 1.
Cherio still has the ultimate here though. So they're looking for a chance to use it, but there's the ult from Ganesh too.
Has that bubble, and actually gains back a considerable amount of help with it. The beads ensures that no CC can shrug it off. Paul, though, has got the axe, and that means you got no chance in hell of surviving. Rampage for the Uller.
But what Cherio was doing there was keeping Clocked In away from making that push into the left side Phoenix. Bought a lot of time and stripped away even more time. Okay, Tagveer killed Scream. Blink and you'll miss it. But stripped away more time from this FG. They've only got a minute left here. So Cherry Slush is just trying to burn the clock so that they can put themselves back in a position where they can start fighting as a group again.
You talked, Musi, at the very beginning about how we have some reservations about Bari in the jungle because how does it enter a lane? Now we're starting to get into team fight phase. Does that mean that Clocked In stand the advantage now with this untraditional jungle?
Yes, absolutely. Like, once you get over the fact that your Bari takes a while to get online, and you cover the weakness of trying to gank with a Bari is kind of difficult, if she's just part of your backline, you're going crazy. Because Karmic and Speak No Evil can be the people that take the fights like they are in this other side. Karmic finds, whoa, down goes the live.
Cyclone and Benny are already dead. That backline's been completely wiped away. Tagveer's in a bit of a spot of bother, but does not mind that wrap it up instead. Let's wrap up this fight, folks. I got dinner at 5. Clocked In. Take down 3. Only Scream and Cherio remain. And this right side bird's looking awfully tantalizing.
Wrap up the fight? I think we might be wrapping up the game here because people are dead for 30 seconds from Cherry Slush, and it's a couple of tanks, or it's a tank and a jungler for Clocked In, but the Loki is not known for getting pentakills.
This one could be rough for Cherio. Hey, you took my pick, buddy. How about I take your life? How about I take this entire series? What a great assassinate, though! Takes down one, but Scream goes down right after. Paul's still alive and kicking. Hydrogen can't say the same. The axe in return. The amazing Nem ult keeps him alive for a bit longer. And now Inbound and Cyclone are back. Cherio's dead, but that was a brilliant defense put up by Slush.
I mean, hey, you don't need the pentakill, you just gotta keep them off and away from you, and that is exactly what Scream did. A crazy assassinate, and Cherio with this Nem pick, I'll tell you what, if anything, it lives forever and it buys time. And now you've also got the spectral armor attached to this Nemesis, so Ullr's gonna have a tough time boxing. This Kali certainly will have a tough time boxing. This enables Cherio to just start running at the back line. Cherry Slush continues to burn the clock, continues to buy themselves time. That's exactly what they want to do. Fire Giant is picked up. If they can get this, it's a game changer for Cherry Slush.
There's no ultimate in pocket for this elephant, which makes it a bit more difficult. Earthshaker's down too, so you lost your confirm there on top of the big fat FG. These frontliners are going to be enough to force them off. And now maybe Clocked In say, we'll take it from here, boys. Paul's on the scene.
So with this, wait, Paul's on the scene, but look who's trying to get active up there.
It's Paul! Paul's just trying to go for the kills, but what a great ricochet! Cherio shuts him down. Karmic finishes the job on Cyclone Spin. It's a big pillar, but the Torrent back in the back line. Looking to maybe go for inbound. No, we're trying to take down this gosh darn Nem, but that ultimate means she lives forever. Benny Q, though, gets taken out as well. The Nem surrounded by 3. The decoy on top. The Burial ensures no one shall die just yet. Tagveer's got to take a dash back. What a great silence from the elephant. A turn of fortune and one obstacle removed off the chessboard. Their name's Cherio. A 3-for-1 trade in favor of Clocked In.
Clocked In have a couple of options, probably just going to reset, look for the FG, and start pushing after that. Hydrogen full health, though, wants to see if they can find anything else. Paul is a menace. If you think for even a second that Paul is going to settle for a Fire Giant, you are so drastically and catastrophically wrong. You got to take several steps back, man, because they are going to just try to kill you. That is how that's going to go. That is the way that Paul has always played. Objectives are for the ADCs. I am the mid laner. I'm here to pad my stats and get crazy kills and slash lines. I'm going up there and going for it. That's exactly what Paul does. I can't believe Cherio lived as long as they did. They just barely missed the kill on top of Tagveer. Had they gone, that trade would have been a little bit better, but I don't think it changes the destination of this game at all, as Fire Giant is confirmed by Clocked In. Cherry Slush have got to find, they got to go all the way back to the drawing board.
Pyromancer picked up here and available. Gold Fury as well. Clocked In are going to be able to get everything in spades. Scream is still very deep in the jungle. That's a Loki who can turn invisible with a poof of smoke. And Paul's by themselves. This could be a rough pincer maneuver. Can't dodge the meatball, but has the Aegis to ensure they don't die from the backfire. Nonetheless, their plan is backfired. In your face, blown up is Paul. Tegveer makes sure the same fate befalls. Cyclone has the ultimate on top. Can't live forever, though. The meatball results in the trade. Hydrogen takes down Cherio. Still has that dagger in pocket. It's one more trade in favor of Clocked In. 2 for 3.
But with the fact that Hydrogen is still alive, puts these Phoenixes under threat. You have 2 tanks and a character that can just shred it away to move forward with this. So Cherry Slush has to start thinking about their defense for this middle bird. You cannot just assume that they're not going to go for it.
No ultimate in pocket for the Loki just yet. Inbound does have theirs up. Dagger's still present. You got to keep that in mind to try to put Hydrogen down if you even can. Mid-bird already burned away. Right-bird has respawned. They're still straying forward. Let's take 2 here on the Titan call. 12 seconds till members of Cherry Slush are back in action, but it's whittling down just too fast. Cherry Slush just got flushed out. Clocked in, lock in, and take the finals.
I mean, well earned from Clocked In. Paul was a menace on the Uller.
Yuck.
And then Tagveer was able to show up with a Bari once they were able to get online. It was disgusting what these players were able to do and accomplish. And while Cherry Slush was able to put out a pretty solid fight, I feel like a lack of CC and a lack of direction really ended up hurting the team.
Overall, just brilliant play both sides, man. Some fantastic defenses, some great sieges, and some crazy fire giant fights. We got more to talk about in just a bit, but you're going to have to wait a moment to get the rest, so don't you dare go anywhere. Post-match recap coming up right after this break.
Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, better stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat, what's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake. On the first date like a clown at a birthday. Too late, gotta wait, cause I'm first rate. When you back down from the beach, you're a lightweight. We got gold chains. To what we got bold claims. Oh, what we got old ways. You got no change. You swinging in the park, not me. So what, you got 9 OG. You're grinning with a face, don't scream. So when you got C, spitting venom on me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to Smite Prime, where we just got to see the peak, the pinnacle, the best premium plays you could ask for in the Smite 2 scene. D'Lo and Musi were here to bring you the action. Mort was there to cam it. Tess as well, the prod god up top. We got basically Billy and Jithens, the men behind the curtain, and you watching at home as our friends on Clocked In take it away from Cherry Slush despite a very hard-fought best of 3 going all the way to 3. Musi, break it down.
It was kind of a ridiculous game from Paul going around this time, because you gave him this Uller and he just looked fantastic on it. And it was just nonstop axes, bladed arrows, hail of arrows, everything in the world, anything under the sun. And the game very quickly became, how do we deal with Paul? And right as that game started to happen of win, can we kill this Uller? Tagvir became online with this Princess Bari pick, which, I mean, I criticize. I don't like the Princess Bari in the jungle. You lack so much CC. How are you supposed to gank in a game? Hey, if Paul's your mid laner and you've got Uller there, you don't have to worry about anything except getting to that 20-minute mark. You figure it out and you get to the late game team fights, you just kill everybody. And that is exactly how Clocked In were able to operate it there. Karmic was looking good, Speak No Evil was looking good, Hydrogen was showing up. It really felt like Cherry Slush just kind of lacked a direction with their team comp. They weren't able to play together like they were in the last game. And because of that, they just kind of fell apart. Clocked In was able to just completely sweep through them like a hurricane.
There were so many fights that had so many crazy moments. Like, how many great Bari ultimates we see from Tagvir that ensure they at least got off one life before they go down. Cherio, I think, also had a lights-out game. I gotta say, that Nem pick, it's no longer just me saying you're taking it away from Tagvir. You played it well yourself. 2 and 5 doesn't speak to how annoying, how frustrating Cherry was in those fights, and how much damage they were able to dole out during the entire duration.
I'm still just flabbergasted by Paul. Like, I can't believe it. And I initially thought it was going to be an Uller jungle, too. I was like, oh, Paul's on the bar. Tagvir's going to play Uller jungle. And it just goes to show how flexible these teams can be in these picks and bans. They're going to start locking characters. You have no idea what's going to be coming out unless you know, like, you're in their comps, like, knowing what they're talking about, because you get baited into the fact that you see Princess Bari going mid every single game. Of course, it's going to be another Bari mid that they pull the rug out from underneath you and then just completely decimate you.
It's pretty nuts what happens when you say, like, listen, we know that there's a typical role for this pick, but we have a player who's just so technically proficient. Why not give them the god that does the most for it, that has the highest ceiling? The sky's the limit, baby. We are shooting for the moon. Taking a look at the bracket below, we can get a bit of a look from a bird's eye view of the chaos that has ensued all throughout today. We know our grand victors, but what are the other side characters? The B plots, Cherry Slush going to be that second place. Meanwhile, on third, it was our friend Smite 2 Bad Boys taking it over Wake Up. Well done to you as well. Again, always a bridesmaid, never quite the bride, but maybe next week around, we still got plenty of weeks to go in the circuit.
And also worth noting that it was Sunprod's team, the winner of last week, that got knocked out pretty early as well. So we'll see if they get a chance next week to kind of have their moment back in the limelight. But so far, we get a chance to see the replays of everything that kind of happened throughout the day. Bayonary going crazy with this Pele. Again, it was another classic case of what do you do about a Pele that runs at you? Kind of nothing, right? There wasn't enough CC to deal with her.
It was quite a bit to deal with, but Baile Inolvidable certainly are always early on in the bracket. They're flashy. They're fun to watch. Yeah, living on a sliver. Sure, Baron area. You got it, buddy. While Bari gets put down. Should have had Paul playing that instead. Also worth noting, though, I want to go back to what we're talking about with Sunprod's team going down. That was the Son, the Father, the Holy Globes. Speak No Evil is no longer on that team. And Speak No Evil is once again on the team that's front running. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think this elephant right here is a dangerous player to watch out for. Does not matter their support. They are lethal.
No, Speak No Evil has been kind of insane for a while now. And to see them with Clocked In, I think is going to make Clocked In an even better team, if I'm being honest. Like, they were just doing so much work. So it'll be interesting to see how this Clocked In team progresses through the next few weeks of Smite Prime, and especially I'm already assuming that Clocked In's going to be in lower bracket. I can't imagine a world where they don't get in there. So I'm really just excited to see how that goes.
and we're just learning new things about what this meta can entail. Like you said, unorthodox. There's a lot of unorthodox picks today when you think about it. Honestly, the variety in terms of this open bracket compared to last week's closed, I think we had a bit more fluidity, a bit more freeform. Ullr in the mid, Bari in the jungle, Agni as a support, and you can't forget Kaizo's attempt with the Vulcan support as well. There's still a lot of fun and room for experimentation that's going on, and it's great to see it, and it's because we're trying to learn what we can get going, what little flaws and gaps in the armor there are for the meta, so we can get to that big fat prize pool at the end. You know what I'm talking about? 12,500 diamonds, $7,000 in cash, like just all of it. All of the stuff that we're looking for here today is this. These players are fighting not just for glory, but for those skins, baby.
I mean, it's 7,000 big ones, up to 125k diamond prizing. Deal already said it. I'll reiterate, you can get so much with all of that, but you got to get into that closed bracket. You got to play the long game. But if you were able to do so, you come out on top. It's always exciting to see who wants to take a crack at those prizes.
You're making so many burrito bowls with that. I mean, how many burrito bowls you can buy with $7,000 music? That's a lot. I'm really hungry. Really, really, really hungry.
Some burrito bowls. We should enter Smite Prime and try to win so we can buy some burrito bowls.
That would be sick, dude. Yeah, dude, all the extra toppings. You get some avocado on the side, some guacamole, some queso even. It's normally $1.50. Fajitas even. Normally it's premium. All the premium toppings, man. We come up, we show up. They're like, those guys must have won Smite Prime. Wow. They must have won Smite Prime right there. I'm sure everyone at all of the at all the Mexican chain restaurants is very familiar with this tourney, and now you are too. Unfortunately, though, that is all we're gonna have for you here today. Thank you very much for watching us here on Smite Prime, week 1 of the August circuit. I've been D'Lo, joined here by Musi in the booth. We've had Tess and Mort, our almighty eyes in the sky. Basically, Billy and Jithens are men behind the curtain. Please thank our production for all they do. We could not yell at games without them. And last, but certainly not least, thank you, loyal, obedient viewer, for your time. We hope you've enjoyed these series just as much as we have. Keep an eye to the sky for more Smite Prime content coming at you same time, same day next week for week 2 of the bracket. Until then, good games and good night.